Yo, what up, boys? What is going on? What's shaking, everybody? It's Friday. I went outside. I had to get dog food. What's up, King? What's up, Onisama? What's up, Cafe Bun? Hopefully everybody's having a good day. Fantastic day. It's the end of the week for most. Unless your weekend's in the middle of the week. In which case that sucks. By the way, make sure you do this every so often. Especially if you move gear around. There's too many people that have, like, that just completely forget their guild teams are just hot doo-doo. Like, oh, my guild team is 200 CP, 200 KCP. Like, just put, like, literally anybody in there. I feel like even half naked units would make up for, you know, more than 200 KCP. But we're gonna do some reaction content. Gonna watch the Car 6 interview. A couple people have linked it to me. They're like, bro, you should see what's going on directly from this KR player. And I haven't watched it yet, so I was going to actually watch it this afternoon, but I figured it's probably better to watch it fresh. It's like an hour and a half. So if you thought that my 3-hour video breaking down the text interview was bad, I hope you guys have some time. I hope you guys are ready. I hope you're strapped in. I hope you've ordered pizza. I hope that you've you know, told your friends and family. Well, let's be real, you know, you guys don't have friends other than me, so, you know, I hope you told me that you know, you would be unavailable for the next like 3 days. Oh, nice. We got one of the elemental summons. Now during the interview, I'll try to be as biased as you know, unbiased as possible. You know, a lot of people, oh man, look at that three star. You'll love it. This is why I wouldn't spend armbands on these. Like, that's the reason why there's no way I would ever spend armbands on those summons. Because if it's a 3 to 5, right? Oh no, these are the 4 to 5s. Never mind. I mean, I'm still not gonna spend armbands on these. I'm not gonna spend armbands on these. Not until they put in like a better way to get armbands. There's no chance, dude. Just about the Car 6 interview. Yeah, we're gonna be going over that. Yeah, we're gonna be going over that one. Chat, something I kind of thought it was interesting, like the comment section of the Hua Young video yesterday. There's a lot of people that agree that she doesn't need nerfed, but there are a couple like adamant people, and there's like some adamant people in like other places that are like, no, she definitely does. And it's not just because she dumps all over Aravi and Rimuru. She's just too powerful. Like, one of the things that I kind of like drew like a parallel to, right, is that, like, obviously, you know, you guys know I'm a big, you know, Second Amendment supporter, right? Obviously, it's literally in my name. That would be really weird if I was named Shotgun Shogun and I was like, yo, no, I hate me some guns. I would rather everybody have a gun than only a handful of people have a gun. And that's what Hua Young is. I like the accessibility. Sure, is she very powerful? Yeah, 100%. I've never ever said that she wasn't. But I want more units that are overpowered, that are accessible to absolutely everybody. Because when everybody has it, it's not a bottleneck for PvP, right? Yo, what's up, Afro Senpai? Like, if everybody has something, then it's not money or luck gated, right? Because if you picked up the game, well, one, if you picked up the game today, you're not really doing much in RTA in the first place. But again, let's say if like the slime collab never comes back again. And this goes into why I hate collabs and why I hate limited units. Is if you picked up the game right now, you don't have access to those. If when the Hua Young banner's gone, but you can still get her from, you know, dailies, and get her for covenant summons, random spooks. She's gonna come back around. 5-star tickets, like, you name it. It's infinitely easier to get Hua Young. Well, it's literally infinitely easier to get Hua Young than a limited unit. That's just 100% true. It's like why I told people that even ML5s aren't as bad as limited units, because even if you think that an ML5 has just such an astronomically low chance of being pulled, it can still be pulled. It can still be pulled in covenants, even if that chance is astronomically low. Like 100%, I agree that it's absolutely astronomically, you know, low, but it's not zero. I don't think that she's the problem. It's just part of the overall problem with balance. But here, Onisama, here's something that, like, I kind of got into it a little bit in the official Discord earlier today. There's never going to be a balance. Let's be real. Because, well, one, they have 300 units, right? And even in some of the more diverse, like, metas that we've had, like, you still have a handful of troublesome units that are picked. Like, that's just how it is in any competitive game. If they release units that are, I mean, look at other than Pirate Flan being super hot, is anybody super, like, just over the moon about her kit? Like, her kit's okay. Her mods are what they are, which I got to do the damage by the numbers video tomorrow on that one. I've just been kind of swamped with stuff this week. But, like, if they put out a unit that's okay, there's no hype. There's no people, and here's the thing too, and this is what I was kind of trying to lay out in Discord earlier with this guy, is that if they just keep putting out very safe, balanced units, or like kind of like dialed back a little bit units, then people complain because they put out too many just actually balanced units. And they go, oh, well, this doesn't counter XYZ. It's okay, but it's not godlike, right? I want a godlike unit. And you put out too many of those, because we had that at a certain period before they ramped up, before they really ramped up power creep. You know, you had a lot of things like a Blood Moon Haste, who was a niche counter to Arby, but also was still pretty good on his own. And people were just like, I sleep. You know, there's, I mean, look at Leica, right? You know, very good design, very good S3. The kit's okay, but people sleep, man. Dormon 801, thank you for the 2 months of Twitch Prime, dude. I appreciate it. They need to power creep to make money. I 100% agree. I think the issue is the speed of the power creep is, but yeah, 100%. Yeah, I completely agree with you. You will not find any argument from me. You will not find any argument from me that that they put out units entirely too fast. I've always said they needed to slow down. Like, they could easily, we've got so many units that could be re-ran that they could easily slow down the amount of new units. Leica is straight doo-doo. I used her for C13 for a little bit, actually. But here's the other thing too, is like there's units that are usable in PvE, right? Not even the volume of units, but also the power jumps that we've had. Well, yeah, I think that if we had less units being pushed out, then the power jumps would even themselves out as well. Like if you push out, you know, 10 times as many units, then your power creep has to go up 10 times as much. If you were to, let's say, release half the amount of units, then your power creep only has to go up a small margin for the new unit to be good enough to pull, right? Not only that, but if you slow down the amount of units that come out, then you have people that are like, oh my goodness, hey, it doesn't even matter if this unit's good. I need something new to roll on. Daddy's, oh God, give me that new unit. I still think, honestly, at the end of the day, I think a lot of their money comes from gear farming. I actually don't think that the bulk of their cash comes from people pulling units, honestly. And limited units, probably, yes. But I think that the steady trickle income of people buying leaf packs and buying burning passion packs and equipment packs and stuff like that, because like I've always said, you can have every unit in the entire game. It doesn't matter. If your gear is doo-doo, then your account is doo-doo. Like, that's really just what it is. Yo, what's up, King Juicy? Dude, King Juicy, I'm not gonna lie, at first I just saw the XOXO and the hearts at the end, and I was like, oh man, is this hotgirls.com real live sex spam bot again? But no, it's not. Maybe Mola packs and leaf packs, yeah. Scam Gora packs. I mean, I hate Mola Goras too, right? Like, but they'll never go anyway. What's up, Berserker? Dude, every time that those bots come back into chat, I'm just like, who is clicking on that? Man, if you're on the internet and you're watching streams, you already know where to go to get your porn, dude. You're not going into a live stream and being like, oh my goodness, hotwetgirls.com? Oh man, I did not know where I ever needed to go to see porn until this random bot came into this Epic 7 chat and told me that this is where I can see live people having sex. Oh my God, this changed my entire life. Like, I mean, it's obviously gotta hit one person at one point or else they wouldn't do it, but like, damn, man. Damn, bro. I think the 4-star dog $30 pack is greater than 50% of their income. That could be possible. I mean, I think like a lot of their smaller packs probably are what they really make a lot of their money on. People think, I mean, okay, look, dude, all right, first off, I almost wanted to stream this the other night, but like I was doing some other stuff. Wednesday, I refreshed 8,000 Sky Stones. I just want to point this out. I was on a fucking streak, dude. I was on an absolute streak. I started Wednesday with around 1,000 mystic medals and about 125 bookmarks. I just started, like, I started Wednesday when I was on like a work meeting. I'm just like sitting here and I'm like, you know, Elfelt's come, or not Elfelt, Jacko's coming soon, bro. I'm just gonna refresh shop, man. I'm just gonna refresh shop. And like, I just started hitting mystics like non-stop, and I'm just like, you know, because usually like I'll just go in between covenant bookmarks, and the mystics are just like extra icing on the cake. But like, I was just on fire, and I actually did not click off of the shop for probably 6 hours, because I was like, if I click off of this shop, it's going to reset my luck. I was on a luck streak, so I just left it on the shop. I didn't click on anything else Wednesday, and I did my Guild Wars like super late after I was done with everything. But I ended up with like 2,500 mystics, and obviously I'm up at like 800 bookmarks off of 8,000 Skystones worth of refreshes. I was just like, and I was just hitting them like back to back to back, dude. I got a couple like, you know, where it was Covenant and Mystics, and I'm just like, bro, let's fucking go, dude. I was like, man, I should fire up stream. And then I'm like, but then if I do that, then my luck will disappear. I'll come on here and I'll be like, yo guys, dude, I'm on like the best streak ever. Like, my seed has been sown. My luck is insane. Watch these refreshes. And then I would go like, you know, 1,000 Skystones without any bookmarks. So I wasn't gonna risk it. I was not gonna risk it. But then around like 8,000 Skystones worth of refreshes, I like started, you ever like get that like feeling like that, you know what, I should probably stop here. This is where I should stop. This is where my luck is going to start going south. And normally I completely ignore that and then wreck myself. Normally I ignore that like 100% and then just like, you know, absolutely F myself in the A. But this time I was like, okay, you know what? We have done well enough. We have more than enough for a pity. I have 3,700 mystic medals now. I'm like, it's time to stop. I'll give some of the luck back to everybody else. I mean, later on, I was like, man, I should have kept going. I should have just taken myself all the way to 0 just to see what I could get. But I didn't. But yeah, no, I think Hua Young, I like, and I have people too. They're like, so if you think Hua Young is fine, I'm like, first off, I never said that. I'm like, I never said that Hua Young is fine. I think Hua Young is ridiculously powerful. I do think that Hua Young requires, I don't think she requires god level gear, but to do the things that like you see a lot of people do, right? You know, just deleting 30k ARAVs, you know, just being an absolute horrible menace, does take gear. I've seen people that are like a little disappointed in her, but then they're also going up against like, you know, 200, 190 speed Hua Youngs that also got bamboozled by Reddit and didn't a 6-star awaken, you know, and they're like, oh, well, if I've got, you know, 1,700 defense, but like 8k HP, that's perfectly fine. And then they just get, you know, one tapped by a Rimuru or Lionheart Surmia or literally anything that, you know, penetrates defense whatsoever. You know, there's different levels, right? I do think that Hua Young is a little bit easier to gear at lower levels. I think that it's a little bit easier for her based depending on where you're at on the ladder, right? Obviously, if you're trying to push like Emperor or Legend level with Hua Young, well, you need Emperor Legend level gear. I think that's one of the big problems too that I think a lot of people run into is like they think that if they just have, and this goes back to gear versus characters, right? They think if they have the, you know, 7 great disasters, well, why am I not Legend? you know, everybody says that these units are so overpowered that I should just instantly become legend. It's the same people that say that Rylet needs Rylet needs buffed, right? If you're rocking, you know, obviously a legend level Rylet, then you're, you know, gonna work your way up to legend. You know, if you're rocking a, you know, silver tier Rylet gear, then you're gonna kind of get filtered into where you get to go. But I do think that if everybody has the units, then it comes down to how you draft and how you gear. And I think that's a better overall way for the game to work, right? If everybody has it, then everybody can use it. The other thing too, and this was brought up in the conversation I had in the official Discord earlier, is like at a certain level of play, right? Like you can pretty much play whatever you want and get to champ. It's not really a big deal. You know, if I wanted to play Fire Dingo, I could probably play Fire Dingo and get to champion, no problem. But like after you get to a certain point and you start pushing into like higher tier, in any game, in any competitive game ever, there's a meta. And you're gonna have to settle into that meta. Because it just is what it is. Like you can't, no matter how hard you try to balance a game, you will literally always have a handful of units that are going to be the dominating units. I like taking Kisei into Hua-Young. Yeah, so I'm going to be rebuilding my my Kisei. I'm also going to be building Op Sig as well. Yeah, one of the things that I thought was kind of interesting, right, was when they started talking about, and yeah, I'll probably talk about this more later, but like when they were talking about the 7 great disasters, like FCC is still on that. Now, if you take into consideration the fact that just how long Fallen Cecilia has been in the game, and the fact that she has never really like fallen off the meta completely, does Op Sig hard check her? Yeah, it absolutely does. But FCC has always been a staple, right? And never has really fallen off. Why don't we have more FCCs? Why don't we have more units that just like withstand the test of time, right? Like it is hard. It is real hard, but I like a unit that does a thing and does a thing really good. Also, FCC was actually the real reason why Sage Ball fell out of the meta when he got nerfed down to like only stripping 1 debuff, because everybody just started using immunity set. Everybody thinks that the nerf to Sage Ball was what killed him, but like if we didn't have FCC or immunity set, then you know Sage Ball also was. We were all kind of ramping up immunity set at that time. There was no immunity set. Immunity set was what killed Silverblade Era and ML Ball. That was really what it was. Once people got immunity set, dude, Silverblade Araminta was completely useless. Because really, you didn't actually have that many strippers back in the day. I wish they would just get rid of openers that soft strip or hard strip. When can I get my 4-piece immunity set that is unstrippable? God, I would love that. Could you imagine? Could you imagine unstrippable immunity? Fuck, I could. I could, chat. Get wrecked, Cleave. I would just savor the delicious Cleave tears. Be the slowest dude ever, man. Just give me my undispellable, unstrippable 4-piece immunity set. Let's fucking go. Would be able to stack immunity sets for 2 turns make a big difference? No, because it would have people that just hard strip instead of soft strip. I do think soft stripping, I think that immunity set having 2 turns would definitely help against soft strippers like you know, Cerise and you know, I mean Politis to a point. KR would go mad. Well, yeah, I mean, well, they're gonna go mad anyways. I guarantee you, whatever the announcement is in April, it's not gonna be enough. It's not gonna be enough. You know, I've been called. I've seen some people like bring me up in like threads and like other people's chats and stuff like that, and it's always interesting to see the fact that I am apparently a corporate apologist, white knight shill, and I'm just like, bro, clearly you don't ever watch anything that I do like all the way through, or ever like watch my streams. Like, first off, yeah, I will admit that, I mean, I don't think companies should really bend the knee to customers. I actually prefer it when a company just goes, look, man, this is our product. Is what it is, man. If you don't like it, that sucks. I mean, more so, I guess, in like single player games, actually. Like online games, there definitely is like a need for feedback, and like competitive games for sure. But I also feel like, you know, the company really doesn't owe us anything per se. It's good when they listen 100%, because that does allow for customer retention. Yeah, I'm not saying that they should just tell us all to go fuck ourselves, but at the same time, like, you know, if a company goes, hey, look, this is the direction we're going, and I mean, I guess if you don't like it, then that is what it is. You know, you got a lot of people that are mad that are not game developers. They're not, you know, they don't manage, you know, global, international, you know, game development companies, but they know that whatever is going on is bad. And I'm like, okay, well, like, what do you want? And they're like, oh, I don't know, but what this is, I don't like it. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, that's cool. Yeah, all right. All right, sweet. No, yeah, I'm just, you know, I'm just big mad. I'm like, oh, all right. Well, how do you want it fixed? I don't know. And then they put out a statement and they're like, well, that's not what I wanted. So I'm still mad. And it's like, well, will you ever be not mad? I'm like, I don't know. We'll find out. It's like at a certain point, you guys have to like, you have to go, is that the group that you want to try to cater to, right? And I don't think it necessarily is. But, you know, I go over that all day. Let's watch this Car 6 video. Let's see. Where do I have it? Hold on. Who linked it to me? Here it is. So we're gonna watch this Car 6 video. Let me adjust my sound and everything. Now I want to preface, hold on, I guess I should probably start recording, huh? So we're gonna go over this so yeah, we're gonna go over this Car 6 interview. The truth about Global vs. KR, review bombing, and more. So this is a Korean player interview. A lot of people linked me to this today. Well, actually, like last night, and then today, there were a couple of people in the comment section of like my interview video telling me that I should watch this and everything like that. So we're gonna watch this and go through it. Now, I'd like to preface this by saying I'm cool with Car. Car is a good person. Car is a very middle of the road person. I feel like a lot of times whenever I watch yo, Dan's, thanks for the sub over on YouTube, and yo, what's up, Waza? Now Car, I think whenever I watch his interviews and like whenever I've kind of talked to him, Car always takes like the middle of the road, very lukewarm take on a lot of things, whereas me, you know, if I have a problem with something, I'm gonna be like, yo, this is a problem. Or if I don't have a problem with something, I'll be like, hey, I don't understand why people have a problem with this, because I don't have a problem with this. Now that's to say, I don't speak for everybody. Now I want to point this out, that when I talk about stuff, when I react to things, when I criticize stuff, that's me just talking for myself. I ran into this in past communities where people are like, Shogun is trying to speak for the community. No, I speak for me. If you agree with me, cool. If you don't agree with me, that's fine too. I don't really care either way. So all the opinions in this are my opinions. That's just what they are. Opinions. You can agree or disagree, but it is what it is, man. So let's get into this. I'm gonna turn this up.
It's gonna be very, very different.
Chat, is the sound okay on this?
My interview with Mr. Objection, who made a Reddit post titled,
let me know if it's too quiet.
Shed some light on the E7 issue. Overall, guys.
So, oh hey, what are you doing? What are we doing
just
here?
To break it down.
Okay, hold on, pause. Now I read this thread. I did read this thread previously, because whenever I was going through like the KR drama and everything like that, people would link me to, Reddit threads, other people's videos, like Mango did some videos, stuff like that, and to like the literal Korean forums. So I did see this thread right here, and so yeah, so I am familiar with this one.
Intro here. Korea views the global players. You could probably take EU and Asia as well into this. They view the global side as
JP crying right now because not even mentioned Car. How dare you not even mention the JP server? They're going to be with us on the this March. They're going to be with us March, so they're part of it, man. Now I don't know necessarily how the JP player base feels about this. It will actually be interesting, and actually, you know what? I do have to get all those interview questions over to that JP player. So you know what? Maybe I'll ask them how they perceive this, if they even know about this whatsoever.
as more complacent. Some have even said brainwashed. We're just taking it as is. We're too happy, and we should be a little bit more upset with the current state of the game. On the other hand, Global and the other servers view Korea as maybe entitled, overly whiny, maybe just always asking for more compensation, can never be happy. Guys, this interview is not to prove which side is right or wrong.
True.
I don't think either side is right or wrong, but instead to maybe bridge a mutual understanding, because I would definitely had an eye-opening experience after talking with Mr. Objection. And whether you like it or not, boys, Korean players, global players, EU players, Asia players, we all play together. We all play the same game. We have the same patches. So whether you like it or not, their protest movement, their protest culture is going to affect us. So it's better for us to have an understanding. I'm not asking you.
What was this?
So whether you like it or not, their protest movement, their protest culture is going to affect us. So it's better.
Oh, yeah. Okay, seen as the free stuff, the Slate and Molas that we got in the mail last week. Yeah, and here's the thing, too, is a lot of global players that I saw, especially on, like, Facebook, Discord, stuff like that, they're not even familiar, like, they don't even know what's going on with this stuff, right? So they don't even know why they got that stuff. I saw a lot of people post and they're like, bro, why did we get this? What's going on? I don't know why we got this. So then a lot of people did have to explain, and then they're like, oh, okay, well, all right, I guess I get it now.
For us to have an understanding, I'm not asking you to condone or accept what they're doing, but it's good to understand how they view things, to empathize with them a little bit, and hopefully for them as well to view what us global players are thinking. So one last disclaimer, I don't speak for any of the global players. I may make some statements in this video. You probably will hear me say I don't pretend to speak for the global player base, and Mr. Objection as well will not be speaking for all Koreans, of course.
So this is always really good to kind of like get out of the way, right? Because if you don't preface things like this by saying, hey, look, man, I just speak for myself, right? People will immediately jump on that and be like, oh, are you trying to be like the head of this? Are you trying to speak for everyone on global? Well, you don't speak for me. You don't speak for me. And this is going to be something I'm going to actually bring up in this video, I'm sure, is that this Mr. Objection, right? Like I said, I read his responses. I read like a lot of stuff. First off, I mean, I don't know, I don't even know who the guy is other than like a Redditor. So, you know, it is what it is, but like obviously this dude doesn't speak for all of KR either. So we'll see how this goes.
Have to say that you guys are entitled to your own opinions, and I would love for you guys to
Yeah, this is my opinion, by the way.
Overall state of the game, as well as this interview and the global versus Korea situation.
Also,
so
if you're not subscribed to Car, go do it.
Only edited out a few parts that he.
I'm sure you already are.
I felt it was out of topic, but enjoy, and yeah, let me know what you guys think. All right, so Mr. Objection, thank you for coming on. I wanted to bring you on because you had a post on Reddit, which I'm showing right now, called "I am a Korean E7 player. I wanted to shed some light on recent issues." And yeah, if you want to give yourself a quick introduction, you kind of stated here in the post.
Chance, is the audio okay?
Just let us know.
Can you hear Car and this other guy okay?
Right, yeah, hi, I'm Mr. Objection, though I really only go by that name on Reddit.
He's really quiet.
Tell me as Iggy or I'm not.
Car, in the future when you do this, make sure that you sound check it and make sure that they're a little bit higher. Okay, hold on. I literally have my my audio all the way up. So let me see if I can turn my desktop audio up. Here was
playing E7 for maybe a little under.
Is that better?
Under a year, between a few months and a year. I played E7 for the first time actually.
It's better for me.
Early in the game's history, but I kind of just quit. It dropped off. And I was convinced by a friend in the global server to come, play again, saying, "Mr. Objection."
All right, here we're gonna go back.
So I really only
I missed a little bit of what this guy was saying.
Friends know me as Iggy or Hanlang in Korean circles, but basically I've been playing E7 for maybe a little under a year, between a few months and a year. I played E7.
Okay, so first off, what kind of gets me here, right, is so this is the perspective of kind of a new player, right? This person's been playing underneath a year. So this person's has not lived through a lot of the previous controversies, right? They may know of it, but they weren't there. They weren't boots on the ground. Now, I'm not saying that I'm going to dismiss their opinion because they're a newer player, right? But I do want to point out that is kind of the perspective going into this, is that this person has been playing for under a year. They're a Korean E7 player on the global server. So this is kind of level setting my opinion, because I mean, like I said, back in my day, uphill both ways in the snow and all of that jazz. So like, I've been here for the original Festa. I've been here for the 15% meme. I've been here for the pet snacks, the review bombings. So like I said, I'm gonna try to be as unbiased as possible, but that it is what it is.
First time actually really early in the game's history, but I kind of just quit. It dropped off. And I was convinced by a friend in the global server to come, play again, saying a lot of things have improved since you last played.
Yeah,
they have. Yeah, 100%.
I've played a lot of, gacha games. I've played, once from Japan, once from China. So I know the kind of, what goes on in mobile game communities. And
most mobile game communities are super toxic.
I play on the global server and I'm a global guild. I spend a lot of time on Korean kind of communities. I don't, live on them per se, but a lot of E7 content creators I watch are from Korea, streamers. I go on Stove or other sites like that.
Oh, let me turn off the.
And just like I mentioned in the post, I do visit Reddit. Because there is some good content here. Some people have some great numbers analyses.
Yeah,
there's some great art, some great content. So
very good art.
Let's be real. If you're going to Reddit for like anything other than the art, yeah. I mean, most people know my stance on Reddit a lot of the time. I do think that Reddit is like an echo chamber on both fronts. I think that there's a lot of Reddit hive mind on a lot of these. That's why, like, you know, a lot of times I'll just straight up dismiss most things that people give me that are like, oh, Reddit said this or Reddit said that, and I'm like, yeah, Reddit represents a very, very small subset of the overall community as well.
Yeah. And I came in because there was this mounting kind of discontent ever since the release of Angel of Light. I think that's definitely the
Yeah, sorry, Calamity.
starting line we can set up here is that release date. And
Sure. I agree to that.
And in Korea, at least, that was the start of a kind of dark age where every subsequent release on the you know, in Mystic, in Limiteds, like since.
Here's the thing, right? So like when I hear and I see the, you know, the complaints from the KR side of things, right? They always point out that like Angelica of Light was the catalyst, right? And I'm not going to say that, you know, Angelica of Light's entrance into everything was not toxic. It definitely was. She's very, very, you know, overpowered. She's got a lot of, it's easier to deal with her now than it was, but she's still really strong, right? But I personally think that like maybe Landy, I think the Landy buff was when things kind of started going off the rails, because like they had no real reason to buff Landy as hard as they did. Landy was another one of those situations where she just needed a small dial tweak, and they decided to just like crank that shit to 11. I think it's been around a lot longer. And one of the other things too is like Korea wasn't the only people that were complaining. Like I feel like a lot of times like you'll see this like whenever you see these, you know, these arguments brought up, right? That it's like, oh well, you know, Koreans have been complaining since AOL and it doesn't seem like anybody else has. Well, man, people have been complaining since AOL. Like they have. Like if you go watch any streamer, you watch Genazad, you watch, you know, when you're watching Moldkari, like people were already complaining about Angelica of Light as soon as she came out. Like it wasn't like this, oh well, Angelica of Light's really overpowered, but you know, we're still really happy with, you know, Angelica of Light. No, man, like we've been complaining for ages about this. Yeah, it's just, it seems like, and see, that's one of the things that comes back to why I feel like a lot of the global community feels like we're not listened to, which I think it's hilarious that KR thinks that global's the only ones who are listened to, because we've been complaining about the game balance, you know, for ages. So we've been complaining about this stuff for forever, but it doesn't really. Oh yeah, Guiding Light makes her OP. Yeah, 100%. Guiding Light buff was a huge mistake. Jim, it's the same reason why if your Hua Young doesn't have Uberius Tooth, she's not nearly as scary as Uberius Tooth Hua Young. Let's be completely honest. Best in slot artifact. Like that's one of the things why sometimes I don't think that. Oh, I almost said Blizzard because I was watching some Asmongold stuff earlier, but I almost said Blizzard doesn't test their stuff, which I don't think they do either. But why I don't think Smilegate Super Creative tests their stuff in real situations is because when they put out Spirit's Breath, did they even consider Aux slots? Was that even in their consideration? Because the moment that I saw Spirit's Breath at plus 30, I was like, this is disgusting. This literally lets Oxlots push every single turn. When they buffed Guiding Light, Landy, yeah, literally any ranger that needed to, you know, be safe and didn't need to outspeed, you know, a lot of artifacts that, you know, they put this unit out, and then it's like, okay, but like, what if I put this artifact on them? Now all of a sudden they're ridiculously stupid. It's not even their artifact, you know, but it you know, it is what it is, right? Like I think that's one of the big things with like Landy. I got sidetracked there. But again, I think that, you know, we have been complaining about this. Like it's not a secret, and that's why I think like part of the disconnect comes in is because that we have been complaining about this. But the Koreans think that we're all just, and first off, if they're just taking Reddit as like the barometer of like the community, that's like me taking that one post that, and I got criticized for this before in like some other people's streams, is like that that video that I made where like the dude made the post about the YouTube takedown thing, and they're like, well, it's only one post. It's only one post, dude. And I'm like, okay, well, you know, it still is happening. You know, I don't know how deep it goes down the rabbit hole. First off, I don't speak Korean, so I wasn't going to like peruse the entirety of Korean 4chan to find out how widespread it is. But I mean, it's still out there, right? Regardless, I mean, I think that the video takedown is literally the same as people making, 100 accounts to review bomb. It literally doesn't matter. They're both pretty despicable, but I'm getting sidetracked. Let's get into this. We're 4 minutes in, and this video is already 17 minutes long.
And put on right after that. We got Rimuru, we got and some really powerful covenants like Rand, though I don't really have super problem with powerful regular covenant heroes, but that's a set topic.
I agree with that. I agree. I'll agree with Mr. Rejection here. I honestly don't care about really powerful covenant summons. Honestly, it's like I was saying earlier in stream. I think Hua Young is good because everybody has availability to it a lot easier.
And now we have these 7 great disasters, and I think FCC might be the only one that's not recently been updated. She's just that good.
Mr. Object, can you explain maybe for me and the rest of Global who maybe don't know exactly? I think I have a very good idea. What are the 7 great disasters exactly?
So the 7 great disasters is what people call these 7 particular limited / Moonlight heroes. Well, only where Rimuru would be the only limited covenant.
Let's be real. I think that any limited should just be considered an ML 5-star. I actually think limiteds, and that goes back to the reason why I hate limiteds, right? And I already talked about this on stream earlier, but I think that limiteds are garbage. I think that the fact that if it's a limited unit, it has to be a certain power level, or people are mad. But if it's not at a certain, if it's not OP, then nobody's going to pull for it. Well, they're going to pull for it, and they're going to clamor for buffs, right? Because, well, it's a limited unit. It should be overpowered. But then you have an entire year where everybody who was playing at the time gets to just run roughshod all over PvP, and everybody who didn't get it are just shit out of luck. I personally, and somebody mentioned this before, I don't know if it was in chat or if it was in a comment, but somebody mentioned they're like, you know what, they should make 2 versions of the character. They should make a general character, and then they should make the limited just some sort of skin, right? Like, so let's say you have Dazzy, for example, literally a copy paste of Dizzy, but it looks different. But then when Guilty Gear comes around, you can pull for the Dizzy skin, and then Dazzy does the same thing. So that way, if you want it to look like Dizzy, cool, you can spend your bookmarks on that. But if you just want the unit for functionality and you really don't care, you can have the unit at like any time you want. Like, I think in a PvP game, having things like ML5 gated and limited gated that are meta and overpowered, I just think that that's unhealthy for the game.
And the rest are all Moonlight heroes. And basically, the
what's
way
up, Lord Ashura?
The current RTA meta is kind of portrayed, at least in Korea.
Yeah, that's what Summoners War did with their Street Fighter collabs. Pretty smart. See, I didn't even know anything about that. Actually, I think that somebody mentioned that. I want to say it was a YouTube comment, and that was what they were bringing up, right? I also talked about that in chat, but not a lot of people agreed with me. True. Okay, maybe it was both, right? That's what Summoners War did with the Street Fighter units. Yeah, dude. Like, I think that would be great. Why don't they copy everything else from Street Fighter? Why not copy that? That reduces the reason the power for limited units, right? I hate limited units. Like you will never change my mind. I hate limited units. I hated limited units in Fate Grand Order. I've hated limited units in every single game that I play. I hate limited units in PvE games, even though I don't need them for PvP, just because it's like, bro, I want to be able to pull that unit anytime I want. I want to be able to get spooked on a daily summon and, you know, have it be a Rimuru and then go on to Facebook and be like, oh, you plebs didn't pull Rimuru on your free 10 summons today? Oh, sucks to suck, man. You know, and then everybody be salty because all they pulled was 3 stars, right? Like that, I think after a certain amount of time, and I brought this up on stream before, I think after a certain amount of time, limiteds should just go into the general pool. And anybody who's mad about that because it's limited, you got 2 years of exclusive use out of that unit. Things change, grandpa. Suck it up. I would much rather newer players be able to have access to units, and they shouldn't change, right? Like if Luna comes out right now, Luna's not a meta unit, but people still gonna pull for Booba. It is what it is, man. Like they don't even need to buff it. People are gonna pull for Booba. There's people that are gonna pull for all of the Guilty Gear units, even if they don't get a buff, because Booba. That's really what it is at the end of the day. So you should let people be able to have access to those, because if you limit gate your meta units in a PvP game, that's just reducing the amount of people that can be competitive in your game. And then it's one of those things where, I mean, I understand limiteds are all about FOMO, right? But you know, at the same time, I think that being able to get spooked by those, I do like the idea of the customizable triple banitors. I want to see how they implement that in the future, but you know, I think that that's a great idea. If you have more people that have more access to more units, you're gonna have people that are going to be able to, you know, to be more competitive. They're going to have collabs are still going to be limited. Yeah, I doubt they can keep it. They can get to keep it in the game forever due to cost of licensing. Yeah, that's very possible. And David, I think that is one of the reasons why they need to do the thing that, you know, Summoner's War did, where the collab characters are just skins of already existing characters. Because at that point, well, if you missed a limited collab and you didn't get the skin, it doesn't impact the way that you can compete in the game, right? Because, like, let's be real, if I have a bunch more ML5s and I have a bunch more limited units than you, unless you are Rhyme from the you know, the CN side of things, who doesn't have, I believe, what, a hand guy. I think that she was saying that she didn't have hand guy. She didn't have like a couple of meta units, still took number 2 in the world, but that's because Rhyme's OP. So that is what it is, right? So unless you're stupid OP, you know, you're not gonna make it over somebody who has those units. I don't understand Smilegate's take on E7 Mystic rotation. Why can't we have more than one ML5 unit on a banner? Because I think the way that pity registers, right? Yeah, plus it's more trickle. I think that they should put more. I think they should move to like 3 or 4 MLs on the rotation in the whale shop. Just because, I mean, there's people that are sitting on, you know, potential tote coins, just waiting for like a unit that they actually want, and being able to get it from there. And I think that the trickle of ML5s that we get once a month and then once every other 3 weeks is a little bit too slow in that rotation, you know, is what it is, man. E7 should have a ban list like Yu-Gi-Oh, and people who actually play at high levels identify the really unhealthy units. I actually think that one of the things that they need to do is just have more high level players beta test their changes before they actually put them out. I also think that they should have like maybe a council, like people who play in the World Cup and, you know, play at a very high level can look at the changes. The problem with that becomes that those people are only playing at a high level, right? But I do think that RTA, it's really impossible to balance, you know, master, like silver through master, even low champ. at the same level as, you know, Emp and Legend, right? Because once you like, there's certain characters that just have a certain gear break point, and then once they hit that break point, they're literally godlike, versus if you're even just like slightly below, it just doesn't work like Rylet. Anyways, we're 5 minutes into this video and we're already 26 minutes.
Basically,
26 minutes in, I keep getting stun locked.
Disasters you take in your draft, you're basically, you know, if you have more than the other team, you're basically going to win.
This is the stream tonight, boys.
Looks like right about now, and these would be number 1 Rimuru, number 2 Aravi, number 3 Belian, number 4 FCC, number 5 Mediator Karik, 6 Conqueror Lilius, and 7 Angel Light.
Yeah, I still don't think FCC should be a 7 great disaster.
Yes.
And
there's a lot of alternatives to her.
What I noticed is like I you know, people were just raging in Korea basically, and a lot of content creators, lots of streamers had announced at this breakpoint of the 16th, where this mounting discontent has actually spurred Smilegate to do an emergency broadcast. And
yeah, I remember hearing about the emergency broadcast.
Just chill. We're just wait till.
You know, the thing that got me about, yeah, I think Rem should have been in that as well. Rem more so than FCC, like for sure, like 100%. But I think it's interesting too to see that, like, you know, there is that difference. Like, who on global would have been like, yeah, FCC is a problem. Like maybe when you were like cleaving and there weren't options, like you pre-banned FCC, but like not really anymore. Like here was the other thing that got me, right, is that can you list the video in the description? Yeah, 100%. I'll link it in chat, and I'll put it in the comment section as well, Jim, for sure. But like here's the other thing is, like, the KR side got an emergency broadcast, right? And we didn't. Like, which kind of bugged me a little bit, because like they were just like, oh, hey, we have to do an emergency broadcast. We understand you're mad, all this other stuff. And I didn't find out about it until I believe I was like reading in like a Discord or something like that they had an emergency broadcast. Like we didn't get anything like that on the global side. So this is one of those things where there's like that disconnect of communication, where global thinks that, you know, that they only really care about when KR complains, and KR thinks that they only care about global. So, you know, I think that whenever they do stuff like this, like it needs to just go out to a much wider group. Like even if you got to like call Mashu up and be like, hey, Mashu, wake up. We got to do this thing. I also think KR should give, you know, Mashu and stuff like a little bit more flexibility in what they can do. But like, you know, at the literal same time, you know, because otherwise like global doesn't know. You know, we don't know. You know, unless we see it in a Discord, unless like a YouTuber content creator like talks about it, you know, something like that, like we really don't know. I mean, I'll go out there and say that, like, I think that most global players don't even use any social media, and don't actually, if I called up Godhand Gary right now and I was like, hey, Godhand Gary, do you know anything about like the KR drama that's going on right now? He'd be like, nah, man, did you read that new chapter of One Piece? Which, if you haven't read the new chapter of One Piece, holy shit, boys, let's go.
16th, just please. And we're like, okay, fine. Looks like they know what's going on. We should be a step in the right direction. It's in the 16th. We got this stream that was mostly about, you know, it was a regular update stream. And people were just watching through the whole stream, waiting for, okay, when are they going to address the balance situation? And they ended up with, we're going to do a survey. That was the last thing. That was the only thing they announced regarding balance. And a bunch of streamers.
Bro, hold on.
Make any.
Hold on, dude. Hold on. That's not all they released about balance. What the that's disingenuous. That's absolutely disingenuous, because they put out that statement before the survey that said, hey, look, we understand. We're going to look into, you know, why people are, we're going to look into like how we can alleviate this with new gear sets. You know, we understand that, you know, people are upset about the same stale meta. We're going to look at different buffs and all this other stuff. There was a whole bunch of shit that came out before the survey. So that's completely disingenuous to say that there was no communication between the emergency the emergency live stream and the survey. Like, that's completely disingenuous. Like 100%.
Create announcements about balance changes or anything in this next stream, then I'm going to stop spending. And a lot of whales did stop spending. I think this
well,
is
good. Stop
this is
spending
kind of
then.
movement that's been less mentioned in global, but in addition to the
Yeah,
to
sorry
the
to
other-
interrupt real fast, Mr. Judge. To be clear, when you say streamers, we're talking on the Korean side, and was this
the Korean side.
was this the February 16th emergency broadcast
Yes,
in Korea?
The February 16th update stream where they talked about ancient inheritance and
Got
the and the new Vivian event or whatever.
Right, because here on Global we have Mashu and Gegeri, and I think sometimes it's a different stream almost.
I see.
But yeah,
Right.
so just to recap, before February 16th happened, do you know about how long the Korean streamers and player base were kind of like asking Smilegate to address our issues, make an announcement? Do you know how long about that was happening?
I'd say those calls started happening ever since the release of. Some people started even like right at the release of Angel Light.
After so it's been months possibly.
It's been months.
Okay.
People saw
Yeah,
that
it's
shit
true.
and they were like, that's gonna go out of control. Some people had that kind of gut feeling, and some people demanded that okay, we saw the preview, just please nerf her when she comes live. They didn't, of course, but there was this consistent it's like almost
Well, yeah,
no
they're not
breaks,
gonna nerf a unit before. Well, okay, no, that's not true because they nerfed Cerise before she went live. That's because I guarantee you that's because they didn't think about, so like, if anybody remembers, original Cerise was going to be the most absolutely fucking toxic thing in the entire world. But like literally everybody who saw original Cerise was like, is Smilegate out of their absolute minds? Like, are they actually going to release this unit? Because if they release this unit, that's dumb. They will kill their game if they release this unit. And they nerfed Cerise before release. But like Angelica of Light, right? Like, I looked at her kit. I did like did I see, actually I think I might have been on my hiatus when Angelica of Light came out. Well, they didn't technically nerf Valencia. They just didn't translate her skill the correct way. Everybody just assumed that it was going to work like Charles, but it didn't. Yeah, pre-nerf Cerise, yeah, if they would have put that in the game, it would have been dead. They would have had to have nerfed that. There was just absolutely no way that original Cerise would have ever went into the game. Yeah, I think AOL was when I was like taking my my small hiatus and killing my channel. But yeah, no, I mean, I remember seeing her and I'm like, whoo, buddy, that is rough. But yeah.
just consistent, kind of meta breaking balance changes and buffs, and new releases, and things just kind of snowballed, right?
Right. So
and I think this was the breaking point.
That was the breaking point, and then Smilegate said on the 16th we will address. Did they say that on the 16th? We'll
It was before the 16th. I can't remember the actual date, but they turned on an emergency broadcast. You could tell it was really hastily done. I don't know if so I don't watch global streams, so I can't say for sure. But if you saw this, but in the emergency broadcast,
yeah, we didn't.
Mr. Devi, or I don't
I'm
know
gonna check Stove to see.
Yeah, Mr. Navi. That's how we know.
When we got that
Navi,
balance,
Mr. Navi, who's kind
announcement.
Of like, he used to be a content creator actually. Now he's like the Smilegate spokesperson.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah. But basically, he normally he comes on very like prepared.
Yeah, I mean,
the script.
Mhm.
And this is why
AOL was just
people
way
call
too
these streams home shopping. I don't know
way
if home shopping
too
is a thing
over
in the States, but it's like those infomercials.
Sure,
Right?
sure.
Where they show off products, like,
overtuned,
look how well this
100%.
works, look at this pan, it doesn't stick. That kind
Yeah.
of commercial.
Of course, yeah.
So that's what people kind of nicknamed it because it was so one-sided, and it was clear.
So here's one of the things that I don't like about this criticism, right? when they're like, oh, well, it's like a home shopping network. Yeah, I know what home shopping network is. It's, you know, people, I've seen this complaint in some of the other, Korean complaints, right? Is that it's the streams are too one-sided. Well, I've also seen a lot of people say, you know, from the Korean side, that the Korean player base is omega toxic in their chat, in the stream chat, and I'll be honest, if they're the only reason that Mashu and Geguri and New previously like go to chat is because they don't have anything to talk about and they gotta like fill up some space, right? Like they don't have to go talk to chat. Now, when I'm streaming, I have to talk to chat. That's part of what I do. But if I were just telling you guys about like, hey, this is what new thing is coming out. Oh my God. Hey guys, here's the new unit and what they do. I don't have to answer questions from chat. Like, why am I going to, if my stream is about the new unit, the new ancient inheritance, stuff like that. And this is something too, is that if Mr. Navi answers a question in chat, right? Because Mr. Navi is an official part of the Smilegate Super Creative Epic 7 team, whatever his answer is going to be held to account, right? So like if that's why like you'll see things like where if Mashu and Geguri are answering a question, they'll be like, you know, oh wait, hold on, what did I do?
And this is why.
No, hold on, go back. Calm down. They'll be like, well, you know, I don't know, we'll see, or you know, we can't talk about that right now. So you really can't, you can't do that. Like you literally can't be like, oh, hey, I'm going to ask, you know, I'm going to answer these burning questions about nerfs, or I'm going to answer these, which this is another topic that I got into in official Discord when I was talking about this earlier about the interview that I went over for 3 hours. Why would Super Creative Smilegate let some random protester interview 3 managers and then put that shit on the internet? Because he could have put anything on the internet. If they were going to do an interview, why wouldn't they have done some sort of like official interview with the protesters and then, you know, made sure that like whatever it was that, you know, Smilegate wanted to convey out was the official thing? Because now people take that as this is literally what Smilegate Super Creative said. And I can't imagine in my head, yeah, unless it's a literal PR move, unless it is planned by them, like I can't imagine any company that's going to sit down for 2 hours and then let some random who protester, you know, post a Google Doc up on the internet and be like, yeah, this is official. This is the official answers from whoever without them backing it up. It's too sus.
Call these streams home shopping. I don't know if home shopping is a thing in the States, but it's like those infomercials.
Sure,
right?
sure.
Where they show off products like, look how well this works. You know, look at this pan, it doesn't stick. That kind
but
of
I think that this is a criticism of like a game development, like live stream,
off a script,
like a game live stream. I think that this is
and normally they're
just such a non-issue, man.
Like but this time, Mr. Navi came on. It was just a green screen in the back. There was no background. He looked sort of disheveled, and he was, you know, it was obvious that they were feeling the pressure, which was nice. You know, it was nice to know that we were having an impact.
Sure.
But
who's talking? It's said, Mr. Objection. Okay, it's who Carr was interviewing.
Issues, we're going to address them.
He wrote this post on. He's a KR player.
The you know, this
Ancient Heritage
official stream.
Yeah.
Right. And as I said, the only thing they announced about balance there was, okay, we're going to do a survey. And people were like, if you're just gonna,
but they
do
didn't.
That and say we're doing a survey. Why don't you tell us in that emergency broadcast we're planning a survey?
So we literally got the hold on. So I'd like to point out that we literally got these developer notes, saying that they were going to do a survey, and these are a lot of developer notes. This was on the 17th. This is after the 16th live stream that they were talking about, right? So we got, this is a lot of information about future balance. Like, this is in between what they're complaining about, the emergency broadcast and the survey. Like, do they just completely forget that this kind of was Global the only one who got this? I can't imagine that Global's the only one who got this. You know, this is where did people bring up the oh yeah, here, because obviously people remember, because this is where they brought up the, in the future we will not improve Moonlight 5 stars that are not used as much unless we confirm there's a way that it will will improve the current game state. Like, everybody quotes this. What are you talking about, dude? Like, so that's why I think that this is kind of disingenuous. I'll be completely honest. Like, the fact that they're like, there's no communication, blah blah blah. It's like they had a huge post for the developer notes talking about things, and that's where they brought up like what equipment is being used, and everybody's like, oh, you know, people, 54.6% of people are using speed, blah blah blah. You know what? So this is a very disingenuous argument from
There would have been
Mr. Objection
expectations ever since that stream, waiting for the 16th, because they acted like
Got
was
it.
some big announcement.
So that's what a lot of global players were confused on. The way that some of the news came out, it kind of felt like Korea asked Smilegate to make some changes. They made that announcement, and then Korea was still upset. So we weren't sure on the time frame. What you're telling me is this has been happening for months. They said they had.
I think you're missing the point. The growing discontent had been going on for months. I believe the KR players were expecting immediate parent change. Yeah, no, and that's one of the things too. Zero is that there's not going to be an immediate change. Anybody who clamors for like an immediate knee-jerk reaction is completely, you know, out of their mind. Like, these things take time, like 100%. Like, I think that people think that when they say that they're going to talk about it, they're going to be like, oh, hey, okay, we nerfed everything. But that is their own that's a failure on their own expectations. That's not a failure on Smilegate's side, because they did address it. They're like, look, man, we're concerned as much as any of the other players are that making adjustments on current equipment sets would not be enough to make the changes in performance balance. They have a statement, but it's not what the upset people want. So they're not happy with that. Yeah, and immediate changes are a double-edged sword, because, you know, what if they just go, oh, okay, well, yeah, we brought out nerfs. First off, do we really want to trust them with nerfs, considering we've seen how they buffed? You know, if they just come out and gut the 7 great disasters, then what? You just get 7 new great disasters. Like, I mean, these things take time. I mean, they've dug themselves into like a really, you know, really deep hole. And I've always said that. I think that, you know, they should have like addressed this. They should have addressed balance a long time ago. If you go back to, you know, podcasts, Infinite Library podcasts that I've done, you know, a long time ago, I've always said that they should nerf and that they needed to balance PvP. At no point in any meta has anybody ever been like, man, you know, I don't think anybody needs to be nerfed. Nobody's too powerful here. I mean, even like during Golden Boy's meta, which the 7 great ML selectors, yeah, exactly. You know, even during the Golden Boy's meta, people wanted certain Golden Boys nerfed, and they equate the Golden Boy carrot meta as one of the most balanced when they're like, oh, we want to go back to the E7 World Cup meta. Like, you know, some people will be like, man, I really like the Golden Boys days. You know, other people will be like, man, you know what, I really hated the Golden Boys days. So, I mean, no matter what they do, hose mad.
On board so far. And then on the 16th, pretty much, as we saw in Global, they didn't address anything balance related, just that they said there was going to be a survey. The rest was all about the Guild War news, about all that other stuff. So let me say, on the Global side, the reason that Global liked that, because I think this was part of the conflict, right? Korea was very upset, but then you guys were confused why Global's so happy.
Yeah, that was definitely a thing.
Well,
I don't think that Global is happy per se. But I think that Global takes things Global understands that things don't change overnight. I think that's where like part of the difference comes into play, chat. I think that, you know, and I'm sure that this person's going to bring up the cultural aspect just from what I remember reading through like this Reddit post. Like I said in my interview post, if your culture thinks that review bombing and like overnight changes are good, maybe it's, you know, maybe it's your culture's fault. Not every culture is good, and not everything can just be dismissed with like, well, that's just the way their culture is, you know. EU and non-US are more patient in E7. I mean, I think US is compared to KR, Global's the happiest place on earth. Well, I mean, that's the thing though, is like, yeah, that's disingenuous as well, because I mean, like I said, people have been complaining, you know, Lakari literally quit. Moldkari, well, I mean, Moldkari, he gets mad, right? But like Lakari literally quit because he was not happy, you know, with the way things were going. Yeah, I'm on the no nerf side. If they do nerfs, I'll see how it turns out, but I probably won't be playing much. Well, I think there's a lot of people that don't want nerfs, right? You know, I think that the problem too is that when they nerf, you know, like I said, Smilegate doesn't really have the best track record of, you know, having rational buffs and nerfs, right? You know, it seems like it's either all or nothing. Now, I will say the last balance, what the balance that they did with Dilibet was good. I think that the Dilibet changes were really, really good. They didn't make her overpowered. They didn't make her completely like forgotten like Melissa. How many buffs can we get for Melissa and Tenebria and still not use them? I think that Dilibet was fine. I don't think that Silverblade Araminta nerfs were actually Silverblade Araminta nerfs. I think Immunity Set was a Silverblade Araminta nerf. I don't think that any changes that they made to Silverblade Araminta had anything really to do with her falling off. It was Immunity Set and FCC. Same with ML Ball. When ML Ball couldn't strip 2 buffs, when it would just strip the shield and not the immunity, that's what killed them. Immunity Set nerfed Silverblade Araminta and Sage Ball. You know, you can't change my mind on that. I don't think that their nerfs were really what gutted them. I think it was just their time to go after the nerfs, because I mean, Silverblade Araminta's changes really didn't do much to her. She would still been usable if you could actually, you know, use her S3, but everybody had immunity sets by that time, because that was what had started coming out, was immunity sets.
I'll tell you right now, we didn't know any of this was happening on the Korean side. We didn't know that you guys were asking for constant changes. Over on Global, we also didn't like AOL. We didn't like any of those constant power creep, answers to another, over buffing, all that stuff we didn't like as well. But we can get in this later, but the way we kind of asked for feedback, it's a lot different than how I think you guys are able to ask for changes. So the reason we were happy is because if you remember the content patch before the 16th, 2 weeks ago, Global was very unhappy because Mashu and Gegri came on and they pretty much revealed nothing new. Not their fault, but there was literally no update. I don't even think they showed the Arby skin. They pretty much gave nothing. So when 16th came out, they showed the Guild War, they showed the Guilty Gear collab, they showed the new units, right? It was a lot of content, and that's why Global was happy.
Yeah,
we had no
content
clue all this balance kind of stuff. We weren't expecting anything else in that regard. So that hopefully that helps a little bit, and you can let other Korean players know. That's why Global was happy. It's not because I don't think we see things differently.
Also, like there's a difference between being happy that new content came out, especially Ancient Inheritance, which I think was literally one of the best things that they put in the game, you know, like recently. But you can be happy about one thing in a game and still be unhappy about another thing in the game. People are Siths these days, and I brought this up on stream before. Everybody only deals in absolutes. You either absolutely love this game and everything about it, or you hate this game and everything about it. There's no in between. That's why people call me a white knight smilegate shill who never complains about the company. One, because they don't ever watch my actual content. You know, I'm sure I already got, you know, in 50 minutes into this video, I got like 20 thumbs down, you know, down doots on this video because they didn't actually watch any of it. They were just like, this guy's, I'm mad. I hate this dude. But like, that's the thing, is I can be happy about Guilty Gear coming. I can be happy about Jacko. Not that I am happy about Jacko because I wanted Eno. I can be happy about Ancient Inheritance. I can still think that, you know, I would like to see some tuning on RTA. I can dislike one aspect of something and still like everything else. You know what? Guess what? If you don't like the way the meta of Legend RTA, just take a break. It's going to change. That's why I would like more balance patches, because balance patches usually drastically shift the meta. I think more meta shifting would be great. I'm actually super excited for the E7 World Cup mode, because I think that stacking pre-bans is going to be super fun. It's going to change up the way people play. You can't just rely on, you know, specific things. I think double pre-bans are going to be really good for higher level play. You might see a little bit more diversity. The problem is that you're always going to have people that are just going to settle into a certain meta of units. That it's unavoidable.
Anyways, if you
all
want,
I hear is tourneys are back on, boys. That might be true.
Kind of went off branch there a little bit.
That might be true.
I think the only thing left
the worst part about the meta RTA is having to place to don't lose the skin. Just like play the last day, man. To be honest, I hate your opinion on Lionheart, but I still like watching your content. You know what? That's fine. Yeah, that's fine, dude. Global happiest place on earth, because we used to get shafted in many gacha games, not just E7. So when E7 shafts us, meh. Like, here's the other thing too, man, is like, you know, if you are unhappy with every aspect of a game, why do you still play it? Why are you doing that to yourself? Why? It doesn't make sense. You're a masochist. At that point, like people who are so mad at something and they hate every aspect of it, like, I'm not going to take your opinion like seriously on something, because you can't see the good for the bad, right? Like, you have to bring balance to the force, dude. Like, every game that has a bad aspect to it has some good stuff, or else you wouldn't be playing it. You know what? I don't like getting, you know, hot dumpstered and fat rolling in Elden Ring, but you know what? I love the rest of Elden Ring. I don't like, you know, getting frustrated about getting, you know, just absolutely murked by some absolute bullshit that I totally 100% dodged. But, you know, it is what it is. I'm not going to quit playing Elden Ring because, you know, I dislike one stupid thing that frustrated me, and then I got mad and went to sleep and had really bad sleep because I was so mad that, you know, I totally rolled out of that. It's absolute bullshit. But yeah, you know, you just got to take a break, man. Like, come back in another season. I guarantee you the meta will be completely different, dude.
It's like a real-time monitor of like happiness of the Korean server, like just readily visible on the global side, right? So until something really visible, like the review bombing started happening, it's kind of natural that no one really, it seems sudden.
Yeah.
Like, here's like one of the other things too, though, that like he just brought up. There's no like real-time monitoring on the happiness of the KR server. Why do I care? Like, I mean, I'll be completely honest. Like, why do I, as a global player, care about the happiness of another server? Like, I mean, it is what it is. Like, you know, like, I care about me. I'm having fun. Like, I'm not watching the KR server to see how mad they are and what they're mad about. Like, you know, who cares? You know, it just seems like every time that it creeps up that they're mad about something, it just seems like it's a lot of non-issues, right? Like, I mean, I went over a lot of that stuff in my other videos. I'm not going to rehash it too much. But it's like, oh, the story sucks. Oh, there's not enough communication. Oh, we don't have a CM, you know, and I'm not going to dismiss like their really big complaints that everybody has, because it's not their own complaints, right? Everybody has that complaint, dude. But It feels like there's like, here's a big complaint that everybody's mad about, and everybody understands, yeah, this is bad. Yeah, it needs to be changed eventually, right? They obviously have to address this, or people are going to quit playing their fucking game. Yeah, what it is what it is, man. Like, if you don't like the game, vote with your wallet. If they start, losing money, they're going to be like, oh, okay, well, the things that we're doing are wrong. Maybe like that's the best way to actually, influence a company, is just vote with your wallet. But here's the other thing too, is like, again, like I said, Reddit, Facebook, Stove, your social media, Discord is such a small, minute fraction of the overall player base. So even if every one of those people quit, one, probably not going to, because, they're addicted to the game. But even if all those people quit, you've got a whole bunch of casual players that are just sitting around and they're like, man, you know what? I had a really good time. Man, Ancient Inheritance was pretty fun. Oh man, we lost that guild war by like a little bit, but next time, dude, we're gonna get it, bro. We're gonna fucking get it next time. I learned what I had to do. Man, hunt buff's coming around, dude. I was gonna go out with my girlfriend this weekend, but I'm gonna have to come up with some excuse as to why I gotta stay home. Why I just gotta stay home and farm. That's really like your general video game player, especially like gacha game player. They don't care. They're having fun, man. And if they're not having fun, chances are they quit and they go play something else. You know how many gacha games are out there? I mean, there's a ton of gacha games out there, and so it's like the vocal minority is being catered to, but like your average player, they don't even know what's going on, man. Like I said, I could call up Godhand Gary right now and he'd be like, man, I don't even know anything about this, dude. Did you watch the new episode of Ranking of Kings? And then we would talk about how good Boji is and how you should be watching Ranking of Kings.
Yeah, exactly.
Really sudden and out of nowhere, but in Korea, this was building up for months steadily, and it was in no way without warning. People were, streamers and influencers they were going like, look, this is getting worse and worse. I don't know where the game's headed. We were doing so well just right before AOL. Where did things go wrong? Because the reputation, I think this is a big point that I want to, this is a goal that I had going into this interview, is that to help people understand the cultural
Holy shit, dudes.
That,
we're 13 minutes into this video. I've been talking for an hour.
And I mentioned in the post,
Damn.
point one that I saw on global communities, Koreans are being whiny for no reason, or they think, they're, Koreans are always crying, they'll never be satisfied.
Sure.
And I think this notion, plus the Korean notion that global players are brainwashed and they're just complacent.
Yeah.
This might, I think this comes from a divide in expectations. And to kind of elaborate,
13 minutes equals 1 hour of free content. I mean,
games
not
are
wrong.
A big deal here. It's
okay. So this right here, I have an issue with, right? And this is something that I brought up previously in like other videos. Just because games are a big deal in Korea does not justify. Yeah. I'm reacting to the recording for of Car 6's thing. Just because games are a big deal does not justify toxic behavior. I will be dead serious about that and 100% clear. Just because a game is a big deal does not justify toxic behavior. I think that there's a lot of other ways to go about it. And just because it's a big deal there doesn't mean that games aren't a big deal here, right? I mean, sure, a ton of games are a big deal here. Now, do you really have people other than like Blizzard, having people protest at, like, does anybody go to like, Bethesda and protest? Because if you did, you'd probably just wake up in a wagon somewhere. But like, I understand that the game is a big deal. There's a lot of games though. Like, I think that dismissing it as like a cultural difference is not a good way to foster a good mix of the two communities, right? Because if KR is like, oh well, you know, global is just too complacent, why aren't they outraged all the time like us? And then we go, holy shit, dude, you guys need to calm the fuck down, bro. Why are you so mad? That's gonna, you know, that's gonna raise your blood pressure and it's just not good for you, dude. Like, you know, touch some grass or something, man. Like, there's so many other things you can be mad about. Like, is this really like the biggest thing that's going on in your life? I mean, there's a lot of, you know, there's a lot of disconnect there. And I mean, I think that, you know, obviously opening up the lines of communication, you know, are good, but I think that like, I mean, you even see this on global side too, right? Where like a community, a content creator will like rally their user base, and it just like snowballs and stuff like that. It is just a game, man. Like I understand people spend a lot of money on this game, right? People spend. I've spent a lot of money on this game. I've spent too much money on this game. Sometimes when I think about how much money I spent on this game, I'm like, damn. Bro, why did I spend so much money on this game? But you know what? It is what it is. Even if you don't spend money on the game, you've spent time on the game. But like Josh, the prolific Josh Strife Hayes says, time wasted is not wasted time, right? Like, you know, it's not, if you're having fun, then keep having fun. Even if the game shuts down tomorrow, did you have fun along the way? That's really what it is at the end of the day. And if you're not having fun, then you should go do something that's fun. That's the whole point of games. If you're not having fun, just go play another game. There's so many games out there that you can have fun playing.
It sounds really weird. You wouldn't really imagine,
when I was not having fun with Epic 7, when I played Final Fantasy 14.
Everyone plays them, right? But no one like goes out and like talks about like, hey, what games do you play when you're the first person you meet, right?
Bro, what are you talking about? I asked people at the grocery store what fucking games they play. I was watching that reaction to Asmongold reaction. Oh my god, that thing was so long. Hold on. Reaper, should I do a poll to see if at the 12-minute mark we restart the whole video? And then we just make this a 7-hour video.
I don't really want to urge people to go.
I love Josh Strife Hayes.
But if you do, one of the other big posts I made was a very similar one to this, trying to explain to the global MapleStory community why Korean MapleStory was blowing up. That was last year. This is a very kind of similar incident where I saw.
So wait, what we're gonna do is we're reacting to Car 6, his hour and 47-minute video. This is going to be a minimum of 3 hours. And then he's going to have to react to my video, which is then going to be 4 hours. And then I react to his reaction of my video. Literally infinite content.
Basically the same mentalities. Global was super happy. Korea was not.
Okay.
And the
infinite content.
To give this kind of context, we have this kind
What's
of
up, Motion?
protest culture that started. Maybe I think to give it a starting point, it would be early 2021, where the Korean FGO server had a huge incident where basically
the Korean FGO server was a travesty.
The Korean FGO server didn't receive the same kind of rewards as the global and Japanese servers.
And FGO, just for the audience, is Fate Grand Order?
It's Fate Grand Order,
okay.
Right?
Something I can talk about because I am very familiar with this topic.
It was sizable. And what they decided to do for the the New Year's event was, hey, we don't give these Korean, the Korean publisher, I think Netmarble, pretty sure.
Yeah, I believe it was Netmarble.
We don't
was
give
in charge
the
of
server the other
KRFGO.
So let's just pad on the rewards to this New Year's event so that it feels like it makes up for it. And people were happy. We were like, okay, fine, we're getting this stuff's getting made up for. And then some kind of thing started on Twitter where
I know where this is going.
Twitter account showed this.
I know
off,
where
and
this
then-
is going. Okay, hold on. I know where this is going because I was here for this. JP players found out that KR, and this is me being Miss Cleo clairvoyant here. Fate Grand Order players found out that KR was getting extra rewards, and that can't happen. How dare you get extra rewards? We didn't get extra rewards on the JP server. How dare another server get something that the JP server didn't have? Fate Grand Order JP players are super toxic. They are omega toxic. That was something that I brought up a lot when I played Fate Grand Order, because the moment that another server was even hinted that they would get something different than what the JP server had at the same damn time, that was completely unacceptable. Completely. How dare these dirty gaijin even look at my Fate Grand Order?
Japanese Twitter thought, "Hey, why is Korean FGO getting more than us?" And they started
I knew it.
complaining. So what
I knew
Netmarble did was they pulled the entire event.
He pulled it.
The rewards are discontinued. They were like, "Okay, well, sorry, Twitter's not happy about it, so we're gonna stop you guys. Stop the event." That's when people, flip their lids.
FGOJP is super fucking entitled, dude.
Kind of, dev team, and all the issues that had piled up for 3 years basically exploded in the form of the protest truck. And this, I know it's kind of like a meme, but if you think about it, a protest truck is just like a moving electronic billboard. You put anything on it, and it stands in front of the building of the dev company for the entire day.
Yeah, they still have FGO
Um,
Arcade,
And
SMH.
what happens is that the media catches on real quick. They'll go and take pictures in front of this. Pictures of the truck will spread. On the
Well, yeah,
internet.
of course, because the
And
media
This
wants
is where I think
controversy.
some of the disconnect happens. You can't really imagine something like that happening in the States or anywhere else.
Yeah.
It's only
Well, yeah, 'cause
it's
we'd
only
fucking
that
laugh at
because games have been so kind of socially kind of accepted in Korea, and they take up a big part of social interaction, that
sure.
this is kind of like a viable protest.
I mean,
Oh,
It's the same in-
Mr. Objection,
Same
real
in the
fast.
US, though.
I actually, before we went on during the Twitch stream, my chat was bringing up the truck situation. I had no clue what they were talking about, and I'll put guys, don't worry. Probably when he was talking about it, I'll have a picture up ready for y'all. But
You
there's
did.
a news truck, and it was saying something along the lines of Smilegate treats their players as wallets, right? Money pockets, I think.
Yeah.
And that was 11 months ago. It went on, apparently,
Bruh.
was it Korean news? Like national news?
every game treats. Well, no, hold on. Final Fantasy 14 doesn't. I
Yeah.
mean, even probably secretly at the
just that,
background, they're like, yeah, it was
Mr.
money
Jackson
wallets,
is
dude.
saying like the Korean culture is so different, because he's exactly right. Here in the U.S., I can speak as someone from the States. No one even knows what mobile games are, let alone take it like
That's
super seriously.
not true.
And so there's
That is not true at all. I think that mobile games are a lot bigger in the United States than car things. I think that mobile games have gotten, especially with Genshin, I think that Genshin is the World of Warcraft of mobile games. I think that Genshin brought let's be real. World of Warcraft brought a lot of normal people into MMOs. Like, I mean, I played MMOs forever. Like, I was a beta tester for World of Warcraft. Nobody really talked about EverQuest back in the day, right? Other than like my small circle. But like once World of Warcraft caught on, bro, everybody's talking about World of Warcraft, everybody is talking about Genshin. That's why Genshin has problems, because it's a whole bunch of people who've literally never played mobile games that are playing Genshin Impact. All kinds of people are playing mobile games now. I disagree with the mobile game aspect. I agree that the US doesn't take it as seriously as KR, though. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that they take it as seriously as KR at all. But I mean, I do think that more people know about mobile games than car things.
There's definitely a disconnect in the way the mentality is. Did you have more stuff to talk about, Mr. Objection, or can I give my take real fast on the whole, I guess, culture on protests and things like that?
Can't assume you'll be talking to Carl on this. Carl, do a response to this. Infinite content, dude.
When I mentioned about Maple Story, is that it was one of the biggest games in Korea. It's like a household name, basically. It's an old ass game. A lot of people played it. And
yeah, I mean, I played Maple Story at one point.
There was a RNG kind of manipulation issue, and like something dishonest that the Nexon did.
Okay.
So.
Well, it's Nexon,
but not going into too much detail. Basically,
I mean,
bunch of protesting. A lot.
It's Nexon, dude. Let's be real.
Trucks were given.
Has anybody ever? Chat. Has anybody ever saw a title that was being published by Nexon and been like, bro, man, I can't wait to play that game. I bet that's not going to be scummy and monetized to all hell and back. Whoo, Nexon has such a good reputation.
Coverage. It was, you could see it on, news on the TV. It was that big. And even my parents, who had no idea what any of these games were, they called me. They're like, "Son, do you play that Maple Story thing that I seen on the news? Are you getting scammed?" That was the image they were getting.
That is crazy. Okay.
The news was,
son, are you getting scammed? I'm just picturing the son, are you winning? And this dude's like in his room playing Maple Story, and his dad just opens up the door and is like, son, are you getting scammed?
A truck comes up, it says, these, there mentions like, RNG manipulation, percentage manipulation.
For mobile gotcha games, yeah. Or sorry, Maple Story wasn't, it's an MMO, correct? Yeah.
Right, yeah, but,
kind of.
Korean games, there's a lot of RNG stuff. I'm not going to deny that. It's a lot of the same
kind
of ballpark.
So it's like anybody who plays a Korean MMO. They know what they're getting into.
Or
at least they should.
I will mention Lost Ark later, but later. But basically, this image got painted of Nexon and Maple Story that this was like a casino game. Never have your kids playing it because it'll scam them out of their money. They're not honest with their percentages, stuff like that.
Okay.
So even the people who had no idea what Maple Story were, suddenly have this terrible, image of it, and its reputation
all good. Don't worry about it.
Plummeted. And you could see that's the percentage. There's like a site that you can look on. It has the percentage of like kind of games being played at PC cafes or PC banks.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, League is number one all the time, but Maple Story was pretty up there. It was like third place, and it plummeted to out of the top 10 even. And anyone who still kept playing were even insulted by people who only saw the news. They're like, "Why do you play that?"
So it was a very big nationwide kind of impression after this result got out. Everyone kind of knew about it.
I mean, that's similar to people who got shamed for playing World of Warcraft after all of the Blizzard information came out, and they'd be like, "I can't believe that you hate women." And it's like, "What do you mean?" They're like, "Well, you're still playing World of Warcraft. Why would you play that?" And it's like, "Well, because the game's fun." What does Blizzard's politics have to do with the game being fun? Not that World of Warcraft has been really fun in a long time, but like, if the game's fun, who cares? Oh, am I getting cheated? Yeah, whatever. I mean, here's the other thing too, is like, you'll have people now that will, or people who eat Chick-fil-A must hate all gay people. I mean, I like Chick-fil-A. I mean, I don't think it's the best chicken sandwich out there, but bruh, you know what? If I am looking for a chicken sandwich and a Chick-fil-A is there, I'm gonna eat a Chick-fil-A. I don't care about politics. I just want a chicken sandwich. I just want a game that's good. I literally don't care about the politics behind a game. And like, here's the other thing too, and I've seen this float around. I don't think it's like a really common thing, but like a lot of people, well, actually, you know what? It is a common thing. It is a common thing because people throw around all the time about how like gear RNG is rigged, but there's no real proof, right? I mean, other than that one super good gaming psychopath video where he talks about how he's a developer and he knows how the gear is seated and all that stuff, and people would link me to that, and I'm just like SMH my head, dude. But like you'll see a lot of people, especially after it came out that the counterattack set was, 30% instead of 20%. Right now they're like, okay, well, what else is Smilegate lying about? Like you have to back that up with like actual proof, right? Like if you do 1,000 summons and then you tally everything up and it comes out to a certain like a completely different percent. If it's like a 2.6%, 2.5%, and you get a 2.2%, man, sometimes unlucky, right? Is what it is. But like, if you come up with like a 1% out of 1,000 rolls and it's supposed to be 2.5%, yeah, then maybe you have a case. Maybe that's something that you could look into. But it's just confirmation bias whenever anybody's like, oh, bro, if this piece of gear has effect resist on it, 100% of the time, low roll effect resist, dude. Smilegate's just a bunch of scammers, man. I bet they're lying about everything. You can't really bring that up. Like, do you have concrete proof that this is happening? Otherwise, you're just talking some bullshit.
Yeah, so this, I hope, illustrates kind of impact that.
But of course, media would run with that because, well, that's a good story, right?
Koreans are so
I hate the media.
Quick to act on, catch on to kind of greedy, practice and stuff like that.
Okay.
Because obviously, these things work. Nexon has been kind of, at least MapleStory has been scared straight lately. You can actually see it was in their 2021 shareholder report. There's actually a thing saying we're going to focus on regaining user trust instead of chasing short-term profits due to recent events.
Dude, I wouldn't want to be president, man. Get out of here, dude.
From Nexon's
after the RNG manipulation. Got it.
Yeah. Q4 like shareholders report.
Today I rolled 2 pieces of DPS gear to 12 and 15 and got effectiveness on both pieces in a row. I mean, that's pretty much
the culture.
Yeah, dude, that's pretty much the
and speaking of RNG manipulation,
all the proof I need.
You mentioned, I don't know if you want to go to that now as a segue, but there is something you mentioned in terms of not necessarily RNG manipulation in Epic 7, but someone that Korea brought on that was known for having.
Oh yeah, this was another complaint
games?
in their like big complaint thing.
Right. So I think talking about. So I'm not super eager to go into like Smilegate staff territory. People look into that a lot, but I know some global people think it's like conspiracy kind of territory. So all I can say is
this is the vid where I get brought up. Oh hell yeah, dude!
Pretty keen on stuff like that.
I haven't watched this yet.
If there are certain sudden suspicious hires with weird experiences, you can see they look up their past jobs and stuff like that, and
they literally dox employees.
There have been mentions of rigging rates and stuff like that, and I'm just gonna say that. This might seem conspiratorial, but the reason people dig into these things is because it's just the fact of the industry that stuff like this happens. There's actually a law that's struggling to get passed right now, trying to kind of set these companies, game companies straight, especially in terms of probability.
Yeah, I think that isn't it already in order? They have to reveal that happened also in the global.
I mean, everything
like boxes they have to disclose.
Yeah, everything in the game has
of which if
the percentages listed.
Yeah, it took a long time.
I mean, Belgium bans loot boxes, right?
It was fought so hard by the game industry.
Yeah.
And these.
I mean, I hate loot boxes. And I'll be completely real.
It actually was a part of the reason a lot of trucks happened in the last couple of years because.
Okay, well, so I'm gonna go back to like them doxing employees. Yeah, that's messed up, dude. Like, okay, so some random dude who has a sketchy past got hired into like a role at Smilegate. Does that person have complete creative control over the game? Like, okay, so maybe they rigged some games at like, or some rates at like Nexon or something like that. Gacha games are technically banned in Belgium, based Belgium, dude. I mean, I hate loot boxes. I'll be completely honest. I absolutely hate gacha. I play it, but I know what I'm getting into, right? Like I fully understand what I'm getting into, but I would love to not be playing gacha games. I could quit whenever I wanted, he says. You know, any addict says that, but you know, you know, it is what it is. I play the game. I know what I'm getting into. Almost every game that I have played has the rates on their stuff. And like I said, I feel like if you came out and you were like, you know what, I think that this is super fucking sketchy, dude, I'm gonna do 1,000 rolls. We're gonna math out all of this, because I mean, let's be real, nerds on the internet are gonna math some shit out. And you're like, I'm getting 1%, 1,000 rolls. And then if you get 1%, then chances are you're going to like crowdsource that, and then you're going to get like 2,000 rolls. And then you're going to calculate everything. You're going to go back through. I had somebody one time literally go back through all of the videos that I did in FGO and count up how many 5 stars I got out of rolls to calculate who the luckiest Fate Grand Order YouTuber streamer was. And mine was pretty high, but I also commented on that. I'm like, you guys don't see how many off stream rolls I do on the toilet either. You know, I spend a lot of money off stream, you know, but like if you do 1,000 rolls and you come back and like I said, it's a 1%, but the probability says 2.5%, you know, then you have a case. But if it's 2.4%, 2.3%, like you really don't, because RNG is RNG. You're never at any point. I mean, you can get as close to 2.5 as you want, but depending on your luck, yeah, it might be 2.6. It might be 2.4. The toilet ritual is real. Yeah, dude, I roll gotcha on the toilet all the time, man. That's like one of the best places to do it. But like, you know, just because somebody hires somebody, like you don't know where they got hired into the company. Who cares what they did at a previous game? Were they good at like developing the game? Were they a good story director? Oh, they rigged some rates? Well, you know, whatever. Obviously, if the company gets caught rigging rates, which they will, you know, after a certain amount of time, then the whole company's fucked, right? You know? So, you know, who cares what the person's background is? Give them another chance. That was also super weird. That was also super weird and sus about that interview, right? Was that like at the end, like the one dude was like, oh, in closing, I know I have a bad history and you guys really don't like me, but, you know, I want you guys to like, you know, let me do better. And I'm like, who says that? Who the fuck says that in an interview? I'm like, that's not, nah, man. No, nobody says that. Yeah, come on, man. Come on, dude. You know, yeah.
Well,
give the
actually,
dude a chance.
2021, really, because a lot of companies, they saw this law coming. They were like, okay, if we can't stop it, we might as well
the sus KR review or interview.
Now. And some companies, including Nexon, and that famous Maple Story.
Still big props to the dude who translated all of it.
For a bunch of RNG.
But I still think it's fan fiction.
It was completely obscure. And people found out then some of it was actually rigged. Some of it had some weird algorithms to it. Whether or not it was intended or not, the fact of the matter is they didn't bother to fix it.
Sure. So can I give my side then as for the global?
Yeah.
So the reason I know I've said the word conspiratorial when I look at some of these takes. First off, let me start by saying I know for sure, even before you kind of gave some insight, I know for a fact that companies have been caught rigging rates. There's a few examples, but I don't want to state them just in case, you know, I'm not exactly up to date. I mean,
there's also been companies that rig rates just specifically for streamers. There have been people who've gotten caught for that too.
However, if we want to push Smilegate to be better,
Smilegate, if you want to hook me up with that,
I think we need proof if we want to use this as an example. Otherwise, we're kind of just breeding mistrust among the player base on areas that we aren't sure on. We can blame Smilegate for a lot of stuff, like you said, the balance. We can ask them to do better on balance, but I don't think we should bring up like example CEOs suspicious background unless we can provide some proof that he worked for a company, you know, that was caught, or if he was directly involved in, like, let's say the Maple story, if he worked for Nexon, something like that.
And even if he's directly involved, does he have that power now
to push Smilegate to be better, right? Because until they prove us otherwise, we got to have some faith in them that what they're disclosing to us, that the rates are correct, right? So that's why I call it conspiratorial, not to detract from your argument, but I want to.
On the flip side, how do you miss counterattack being 30% for 3 years? How do you miss counterattack being 30% for 3 years? Who wasn't looking at that code and going, damn, we put a different number in here?
I believe that's until Smilegate, you know.
Do I think that they intentionally did it? I don't think they intentionally did it, but I also think it was really stupid.
Is caught doing something wrong, that we have faith, that we can have faith in them. I think that's the best way to view the game, right? Until it actually comes out that they're doing something not true. So can you just let me know from your understanding or from your knowledge? So
and the thing is
no
when stuff like that comes out, I'll 100% fucking roast
maybe
them.
they have a shady past, but there's no proof that they were in a company doing.
I can see them keep it on purpose. Well, yeah, they kept it on purpose because they fucked up, and then they would have to like rewrite a whole bunch of code.
I haven't, you know, I'm not, you know, in the habit of just looking into stuff like that personally. If stuff like
they
that
didn't
comes
have
out,
to
then,
admit it.
you know, then we'll know.
As a matter of fact, I actually brought that up when they did admit it. I'm like, you know what? They could have just fixed it. They could have tuned it down to 20 and then never admitted it again. Like, I don't know what it would take in the code to like fix counterattack to 20. I would imagine probably not that much. No, 30% is correct now. It used to be 20. But then then it came out that it was 30%. But like, yeah, here's the thing is they didn't have to tell anybody. They could have just fixed it on the background when they found out and been like, oh shit, it's been 30 this whole fucking time, bro. Yo, let's tune that down, man. Put that out in an emergency build. Tell them that we broke a unit or something. You don't tell anybody that shit, man. You get a bonus. We'll give you a raise. Yeah, they could have done that. No, instead they told us. And then they buffed it to 30%.
Know about it.
But as of right now, just to your knowledge from browsing the communities, you haven't seen like a news article post, right? Saying like,
I think it's a lot of speculation.
Okay, that's all I'm curious on.
Yeah,
all right.
I just ask that you don't take, you know, I wouldn't take all the speculation as another like argument, but rather just as a reflection of how I guess little the player base has come to trust the dev team.
Sure. The precedent is there. It can definitely happen. But so far, from just you browsing around, maybe it'll come up. But from right now,
yeah,
so far, no proof yet. Okay. All right. We can move on from that topic. That's what I wanted to talk about. That. Where do you want to go next, Mr. Objection?
Let's see. Well, I'm looking at my post for a bit.
Sure. No problem.
Yeah, I know it was a long one.
Yes, I actually really appreciated that you made this. And while you look that up, let me just make I'll probably make an announcement in my intro, but Mr. Objection does not speak for the Korean player base. I don't speak for the global player base, but he seems to be knowledgeable on a lot of what's going on. And of course, I've been part of the global partner program with Epic 7 pretty much since the revamp start. And so we can kind of share our
except I got kicked out at one point
onto the situation, but in no way do we speak for anyone. Right, Mr. Objection? We're just here to kind of hopefully
I also don't speak for anybody except for me.
Experiences, culture, and then maybe come together a little bit so that we can kind of not view each other so negatively. Each other being global and Korea player bases.
Right.
All right. Did you?
I guess I'd like to touch on one of the major reasons I actually made this post was I got
speak for these nuts. Yeah.
And on Reddit, basically, and in every thread talking about the drama, people are going, "Oh, Koreans," which it's a clever
Koreans.
Word,
I loved it, dude.
Together, but it's
that's hilarious, actually.
People actually on Korean communities actually do look on Reddit, and
good
because they always want to gauge the global player base's reaction.
Yeah.
But there just hasn't been any communication because no one there really knows how to speak English or has a Reddit account or whatever. But what they got away from a lot of these posts, like just scanning these posts, they were like, look at these guys, they're calling us Koreans, they're making fun of us, they're know, stuff like that. And it's just some very there were some, I think, comments that crossed the line.
I'm sure.
Some kind of not in great taste. And I got tired of seeing these comments, and I think
I got called xenophobic for saying that they weren't literal gods of PvP. I'm just gonna throw that out there.
a lot of them tried to attack the character of the Korean player base by mentioning the quote-unquote mass YouTube reporting. And I mentioned this in the post.
Yes.
The only thing I could
Is this the part where they bring me up?
find after a lot of scouring about mass YouTube reporting is one Arca.live post with like 50 upvotes, less than. And that was it. It didn't get shared anywhere. I didn't see any major streamers talking about it. I didn't see it get, you know, the YouTube thing get mentioned as like a way to protest anywhere. So it just baffled me that one screenshot of this came up and a YouTuber is making a video about it saying Koreans are toxic, and there's a post with like 500 upvotes saying, look what they're doing now, they're trying to take down the YouTube channel, and all the comments are like, this is despicable.
I mean, I did talk
Koreans
about that.
so, you know,
Mr. J, do you remember, I didn't catch the video, do you remember which content creator made that one that was talking about?
Am I allowed to mention specific?
I'll cut it out if we have to, but I think we can.
Okay. It's I believe his name.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
that's probably me.
I'll look it up later. All right.
Yeah, it's probably me.
People, and even
Car, when you're reacting to this, you didn't have to cut that out. It was either me or Mango, because Mango put up a video like literally like 45 minutes after I put up my video. Here's the thing though, is I didn't say it was widespread. At no point did I say that this was widespread. I said this is a thing that's happening, and it was a thing that happened. I mean, literally the dude in the comment section was like, I made like 25 accounts to report this. So even if it didn't catch on, it still happened. They were attempting for it to catch on. Like that was what I was going with. I didn't say it was widespread. Like I said before, I don't speak Korean. I didn't search through all of Korean 4chan to get like, you know, the whole everything. You know, it's literally boom. This is a thing that's happening. I saw a post about it. Literally, you can't say that it didn't happen if it did happen. Was it widespread? Maybe not. Yeah, it did get shared on Reddit, and the Korean drama is happening. It is 100% something that happened. If it wasn't widespread, good. Hopefully it got caught in, like I said in the video, I think that everybody should be like, this is terrible. Don't fucking do this. So if it got caught early and people were like, hey, this is terrible, don't fucking do this, and it didn't go anywhere, then phenomenal. I'm glad that it wasn't widespread.
I think this video got linked to me several times actually since I posted this thing, and even though in my post I said I linked to the Reddit post with the screenshot of that post, and said this is the only thing I've ever seen about it, and someone and
that's great.
A top reply linked me to that video which was talking about the very same post and said, look, it was a real thing.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, that's the exact same post.
So basically, the evidence, there's no
is
real evidence, maybe just a few outliers that were trying to target the YouTube, but overall from your findings, it's not really happening in mass from the Korean player base?
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's a thing at all.
Okay.
I think the only reason I think people did it is because there's a combination of people being mad at the stream.
Yeah.
And
but that's not a good that's not a good reason, because they literally put in that post violence. Like, if you're mad at like something that was in there, like, that's fine. Thumbs down the video and move on. But like I said in my video, if you're going to report their YouTube channel for violence, that's super scummy, dude. And somebody said they made 25 accounts to do it. So that means that somebody did it. Whether it's widespread or not, don't care. It happened.
There are no visible dislike counters now. I think.
Yeah, sure. That's a separate YouTube.
I think people took it out in a very unhealthy way, and I don't condone any of that behavior. But I just simply
that's
don't
good.
think it was in any appreciable scale.
Okay.
Beyond like a few people.
Good to know, because I heard about that too. Now, can I ask you a question, Mr. Objection? So, what, in your opinion, is the difference between trying to report the YouTube channel versus review bombing the actual app? Because you said you're not cool with the, mass reporting of YouTube.
This will be good. This will be spicy.
What makes the review bombing of the apps maybe more okay?
So, Rather than being more okay, I'd say review bombing is a pretty standard practice, especially when it comes to mobile games, right? Um, MMOs don't exactly have an app store page, but MMOs, a lot of people would do it by, they would post pictures of them discontinuing their spending, stuff like that. And in mobile, there are some myths going around saying, oh, people can't download if the rating's low enough. This isn't really actually true. People can still download Epic 7. It's 1.
Okay, well, I mean, that was what literally was told, right? That you couldn't download it if it got to a certain point. Now, I'm going to point out here that not fine with false reporting YouTube channels, but it's fine with people making mass Google accounts to 1-star a game with repeated reviews. I think I mentioned this like in the first video, where, you know what, if it's one person and they're mad and they downvote the game, if they 1-star the game, I'm fine with that. When you make 25 accounts to review bomb a game, how is that literally any different than mass reporting YouTube for false flag? How mass false flagging in a YouTube account? That's 24 fake reviews and 1 real review. That's not organic. Yeah, we did review bomb E7 in the past, and I didn't think that was good either. Like, honestly, if it's one person, if it's 1-to-1, and enough people are mad that they review bomb it, then I'm fine with that. I'm perfectly okay with that. But if you make 25 accounts, if you make 25 Google accounts to review bomb a game, then that's just disingenuous. That's not a indicator of the overall community. If you can only get 1,000 people that are mad out of 100,000 people, then that's really not that big of a deal. Now, if all those 1,000 people make, 25 accounts, 25 plus accounts, now that's 25,000. That's not a real indicator of how many people are mad. So that's just as scummy as false flagging a YouTube channel. That's why I hate review bombs.
1, I think, right now.
We're dispelling a lot of myths, because I actually heard that too, and I believed it. So you're saying even when the reviews aren't low, players in Korea can still download Epic 7?
Yeah, people can still download it. It's not blocked right now. I think the idea came from someone saying if it gets too low, it might get blocked by Google automatically. But if the company,
I said that if they can't download it, then that's good. That's good for the game.
And no block of any time really happened. And if it did, that's my fault.
You're just cutting your nose off to spite your face.
It's not like
I think that's how that goes.
Block of it until it's not like we're holding it hostage,
Sure,
by keeping reviews down.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
So,
I mean, but you kind of are. They're trying to.
I think so. People, I think that the review bombing causes more harm than it actually does. And I
don't think that people think that review bombing causes harm. I think that people think that review bombing is just childish. I think that's really what it is, because that's what I think. Like, I think that if 1,000 people get together and they're just big mad and they just spam everything, it's not only disingenuous, but it's just very petty and childish.
A lot of people, I did want to address this kind of notion I saw on the global side. The Korean player base hates the game. And I cannot stress enough that this is the exact opposite of the truth. In every sort of major announcement regarding review bombing, or any kind of protesting, the end message is always, let's fight for a better future for Epic 7.
But it's not. It's a better future that you want. And I'll be completely honest, I'm going to be super hypocritical here. Because obviously I want the game to cater to me, right? Like, I want the game to be super fun for me. I want the game, obviously, because I'm selfish. Anybody who wants to play a game wants the game to be as fun as possible for them, right? But like, here's the thing, is they don't want a better game for everybody. They want a better game for whatever they think that the game should be. Now, they say, and this is one of the things too that I absolutely just do not agree with. Like, I'll call anybody on their shit. When you love a game, you don't act like this. This is called gaslighting. This is called domestic abuse. This is called not being a good partner for the game. If you love something, you don't sit there and just shit on it until it fixes itself. That's not good. And if that's how your game is, and that's how you show your love for a game, well, then I think you need to go to counseling, because, well, you know, if that's how you treat a game, how would you treat a girlfriend if you ever got one? You know, that's kind of how I look at that. Like, if you love something, first off, it's like I said earlier, if you love something, you can love aspects of the game and dislike other aspects of the game and want it to do better. But when you get omega toxic, that's just a shitty relationship. At that point, you need to just go find another girlfriend. Like, that's really what it is, because you're just not compatible with the person that you're with. That's really, yeah, you know. That's literally just how it is, man. Like, you don't go and like review bomb them and protest outside because you love it and you want it to get better. You do that because you feel like you wasted 3 years of your life and a whole bunch of money, and you're very, very salty at this point, and it's become your entire life, your entire identity, and you really don't have anything else going on, and that's why you do this. That's what it is, because you don't have any other outlets besides this, and this has become your identity. It's the same reason why World of Warcraft Andes get super fucking mad when you tell them that their game's not good. Anybody, actually. That's why people get super tribal. But it's like, at this point, if you've already stopped paying, if you've already, you know, if you dislike the game enough to completely review bomb it and, you know, get super mad at everything, at that point, it's just more healthy for you as an individual to just go do something else. Touch some grass, man. Like, literally, you need to look at yourself and just take a breath. And again, this is like the whole culture thing. This isn't a good way to dismiss toxic behavior. It just isn't. You can't just be like, well, they're just really mad because they love the game so much. Yeah, he only hit her because, you know, he loves her so much. It's abusive. It's abuse. Now, I am literally not simping for a company here. Do I think that the company could do things better? Yeah, absolutely. Somebody's going to take that out of context and be like, look, see, Shogun's simping for a corporation. Oh, the Smilegate White Knight shill. No, both sides can be wrong. Just like, you know, you can like things, one aspect of a game, and dislike another. Both sides can be wrong in this whole situation. Both sides can be wrong and toxic. Now, I personally think that Smilegate's, other than, you know, balance and power creep, I think they're doing pretty good with communication. People will be like, well, just because you ate a shit sandwich doesn't mean that it's not still shit. But yeah, a game company actually really doesn't need to communicate with me in the slightest, like, at all. Yeah, I really, it is what it is. Any communication, I think, is great. I think any communication is better than no communication. I think they're doing a fine job.
That's like the takeaway. People don't like the game have quit already. That's that's the thing, though, is people who don't like the game. How do you expect us players to communicate with Smilegate then? I think the KR players believe they are largely ignored unless they take drastic measures, though. I think that most players don't know what they want. I don't think that most players should communicate with Smilegate.
I think that Smilegate does a lot of analytics on the background based on how much money they make on certain things because they're a company. I think that if players stopped spending money, stopped logging into the game, and just quit, then that's how you communicate with a company. If you just clamor and you're super upset about stuff, I don't think that is constructive at all. I think that if you want to send a message, I mean, it's always been the thing, vote with your wallet. If they start losing money, the shareholders are going to be like, yo, why the fuck we losing money, dude? I thought we were making tons of money. And it's like, well, all the players are quitting. And they're like, well, why are all the players quitting? I mean, there's no way they have people that literally look at this stuff and send it back to them. You know, like just because the players communicate doesn't mean that the players are right. Let's be real. Take the dumbest person that you've seen on Stove. Do you want that person communicating with Smilegate? For real. Like 100% for real. Like, because, you know, that's what you get. Like, you have to take, you don't get to pick and choose if you want them to communicate with the player base of like who they communicate with, right? You know, I mean, if a bunch of people quit, then they would have to make changes. If they like at the moment, they're just bandaging. And here's the thing is like whatever concessions that you give, whatever free stuff, whatever communication is out, it's not going to appease the people who are mad. They put out that balance thing to talk about what they think they would do with balance, but you know what? They wanted a knee-jerk reaction. They wanted a fix immediately, and that's not going to happen. So whatever they come up with in April, the big announcement that they're going to come up with in April, I can guarantee you it's not going to be enough. It's literally not going to be enough for the people who are mad, because it won't be immediate drastic change that's going to fix everything in the game, because most people don't know what to do to fix the game in the first place. And so, I mean, that is what it is. And honestly, like, you know, if you like it's been said before, and it's been said in the chat, man, just take a break, walk away, come back later. I honestly think that with power creep units, it actually allows for newer players to catch up faster than older players, because I mean, a newer player is going to be like, oh shit, I get this unit that's like a lot stronger than everything else. Yeah, I think that that's actually, you know, one way to kind of look at it as well. I thought they would preview it on March early now rather than in April. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. The meta was always crap. I don't know why people want nerfs so bad. Back in the day without the Golden Boys, it was a pain to win a match. Some say it was fun. I think a lot of people are looking back at it like with rose tinted glasses, right? Like whatever meta is current, like, oh man, back in my day, I had so much fun. I personally liked Golden Boy meta because, well, that was my meta. You know, it'd take 30-minute games. But yeah, no, I think that everybody is going to look back on things and be like, man, back in my day, we didn't have any of these problems, dude. It was the best meta ever. Holy shit. First season was great because people who spent all their money and could just gear gap people for free, bro, let's fucking go, dude. Now people's gear's catching up, and I can't just gear gap them for easy wins, and I gotta actually think sometimes. Nah, man, let's just use meta units, dude. Free stuff, dude.
In Korea, this is a phrase like "고민 접어." It means if you don't like it, then leave. Right?
Okay.
Yes,
and
I like that.
But I don't think that they do.
And people do. They move on to other
No,
games. But people who
some people
are sticking around through this whole ordeal.
Well, yeah, hero base speed is gross. I completely agree.
Being this way, they do it because they love the game. They want to keep playing it. And a lot of Korean players will stress that they're only doing this because they want the game to last. And the current balance situation is,
bros, I'm only doing this. You make me hurt you because I just want you to stick around longer. Yeah, that's some gaslighting copium right there, and I do not agree with it.
Is not the greatest indicator for longevity in a game.
Okay.
I think.
So then, do you mind, Mr. If I start asking some questions here then?
Yeah.
Okay, so then let me start. I want to ask about the exact. I know you may not know the exact. Like I just mentioned, you don't speak for the Korean player base, but I'm sure you have an idea better than most on what exactly it is the player base wants, right? But before I ask that, I think one of the comments that I've heard from a lot of global players is, will Korea ever be like completely satisfied with the whole balance situation? It's such a tough topic to handle. I guess that'll segue us into what exactly are the demand, or not demands, but yeah, what does Korea expect from Smilegate so that they are happy again and so they stop review bombing, the ratings?
Gotcha. All right. So obviously, I gotta stress, if some, there might even be some Korean that watches this and says that's not true, that's not what I want. But I'm just speaking for what I've seen a majority say. The only thing that's super just in common for sure is that people want nerfs.
Nerfs. Interesting.
Remember back in the day when the KR player base said, we don't want nerfs. Now they're doing a 360 and moonwalking away. Now they want nerfs. Is what it is, man. You made the bed. You made the bed, now lie in it.
Nerfs.
Again, though, like, here's the thing, man, is like the people who do want nerfs, do you really trust Smilegate to not just nerf a unit into oblivion?
For not just like this one-time nerf for the 7, disasters, right?
Yeah.
But introducing the concept of nerfs into the game again, so that balance can be, maintained in real time, and not, just waiting for this power creep unit or this irrelevant unit to get just buffed again, and then things just keep escalating. I don't think anyone thinks that this buff only policy is gonna last. It's just not sustainable, I think. And I think
well, here's the thing though, is like a buff only policy does nerf things indirectly, which I think is also one of the problems. When a unit is balanced, the community doesn't pull for that hero. Yeah, that's the other thing too. That's what I brought up near the beginning, is like, if a unit's balanced, people be like, bro, easy skip. I'm out. Or even if a unit just like hard counters like one unit, right? Let's say the unit's only job is to just wreck Sea Lilius, right? People would be like, oh, literally that unit's only job is to just wreck Sea Lilius. So I have Sea Lilius and I first pick Sea Lilius, and if I don't get first pick, I just top right. So yeah, I don't need this unit, because if I don't get Sea Lilius, I don't know how to play, and I just top right. So it doesn't matter. It was like people who didn't pull for Blood Moon Haste because they thought that all Blood Moon Haste did was counter Arbiter Vildred, until they realized that ignoring defense is pretty good. Yeah, 100%. I wonder if they could side grade a unit, like bring down the power on one thing but expand the power elsewhere. That would be interesting. I still don't think that I still don't trust Smilegate and to really do it correctly. I feel like if you even look at their buffs, right? It's either plus 12. It's like turn the dial to 12 or just literally nothing, right? That's just what it is, man. It is what it is. I honestly think that they need to just slow down on unit releases.
Basically, people have, when you talk about nerfs in Epic 7, you have to talk about recalls and compensation.
Yes, that's where I was going to lead to next. Do you know if players, when we talk about nerfs, let's say Smilegate does allow nerfs in what the Korean player,
and this is
wants,
the other thing too, is the compensation is just because a couple of people don't want compensation and don't want selectors and are fine with it, doesn't mean that that's the majority of the player base,
or at least the great majority, and a lot of the and pretty much all of the content creators that I've seen say that for this game to last, we need to just just forget the compensation. Just bring nerfs in for the sake of the game. Just please.
Wow.
Like in a lot of these content creators, especially these big voices,
yeah,
they're in higher RTA, They're sick of seeing the same 7 units in every single match, playing a game of who goes first and who
Is
takes
what it
more
is.
of them. Who, it's
That's every
like,
competitive game.
they make alts so they can play on lower tiers, so that they don't have to see as many of these units. It's kind of
You're still going to
stuff
see them
like
on
that.
lower
They just
tiers.
want the
It's
game
just
to be fun
garbage
again.
gear.
And as all
Here's the thing is you can have fun with the game. You can play Fire Dingo. You can play Ice Zerato. You can play whatever you want. But if you want to get to Legend, you play the meta. Like you pick one or the other, fun or meta. Also, just run mock rooms, dude. Yeah, lower tiers use meta as well. They just have bad gear. That's why they're lower tier. If you want to have fun, just do mock rooms. Like, that is what it is, dude. Like, you can have fun. And especially if you're a streamer, that's content, dude. That's easily free fucking content. Just do a mock and go, you know what? Come fight me. We're going to do off meta stuff today. You can't draft any of the great disasters. Let's just have fun. No, you can't get to Legend by using Elson. You just can't. I agree, because I want compensation. At least recall Mola's a unit as an investment, semi-casual money is huge to me. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I've said, like, if they nerf, being able to get all of your resources back is perfectly fine. I don't think that you need to get a selector. But I do think that obviously you would be able to get all of your resources back. Like, I mean, honestly, like, if you think about it, like, every cleanser got hard power creeped by the ML Queric buff, right? So all of the cleansers that you put Molagoras and all kinds of other shit into just fell out of the meta, and you don't use them, right? So those are nerfs, basically, indirect nerfs. So it's like, yeah, if you nerf something, then I should be able to recall that. Honestly, I think that, we should have like an every 3 months literal recall so I can get my Molagoras back from Green Silk. I've said that for a super long time as well. But when you play at a certain level of play, and this has been true for every single meta, every season in Epic 7, there are set meta units that you will see in every single match. In every competitive game, there's a handful of units that you will see in every competitive match. You know why? Because why would I gimp myself if I want to fucking win? That's stupid. If you want to have fun, go do mocks with 4 stars. Make it so, like, hey, you know what, boys? Today we're going to do some mocks on stream. Only 4 stars. That's it. That's all we're going to use. If you break that rule, I'll kick you out of the mock. It's not a big deal. Oh, we're going to only use 3 stars. Okay, fantastic. Naked 5-star fight. Let's fucking go. You can have fun. But when it's time to get competitive, it's time to get competitive. And it's always going to be that way. You're not getting to Legend with, your Elson, Tierra, Ricorous team. You're just not. It is what it is, dude. It just is what it is.
Pretend like the entire Korean player base is saying, we're going to sacrifice the investment I put into this MO5 unit so that the game can last longer. There are always going to be people asking for stuff, like free stuff. There's always going to be people in any community.
Yeah.
And again, imagine, and I talk about the like average player, right? That doesn't use social media, doesn't use Reddit, doesn't use Stove, doesn't like go to YouTube videos or streamers. What if that dude like wakes up one morning and he's like, bro, my favorite unit's Ravi. Why doesn't she hit so hard? Because she was nerfed. Now this person's like, bro, dude, what the fuck, man? That's my favorite unit, man. Yeah, like the people who have a voice, who are talking, they can't talk for the people who don't, who are the average player, the like You know, the dude that just plays the game for like a little bit, you know, before he goes to bed, stuff like that. You know, those people matter. And that's why Smilegate literally has put in like all of their things like, yeah, well, we don't want to nerf because, like, you know, you got to look at the average player, opinion on that because, I mean, nobody likes nerfs. Yeah, nobody really likes nerfs. I mean, I would accept nerfs, but I don't want nerfs. I mean, I think that I want nerfs because of the balance of the game, but like, you know, if they nerf like one of my favorite units, I'm gonna be like, man, I know she needed it. I know she needed it 100% because she was too stupid, but I'm still sad. I'm still sad.
And all I ask is that people don't take the opinions of these, these people who just want free stuff and say, see, that guy wants free stuff. All Koreans want free stuff. They'll never be satisfied.
Good enough.
Yeah, and it's this. We actually did get this free slate. I think free bottle.
Yeah, so a lot of surprise for Global. A lot of free stuff in our mailbox. It was Sky Stones, I believe, a bottle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, slate.
We did get a lot of free stuff.
Yeah, and I saw a few comments saying Koreans are still mad.
Team, we're only 39 minutes into this.
Yeah, but that's not really addressing the overall issue. It's more of a band-aid fix. Let me, before we move on to that part, in terms of the free stuff we got in the mail,
20 minutes,
I'm very
1 hour of
happy.
content.
I shouldn't say happy. I'm trying to be more objective, but I want you to know that a lot of the, I think, content creators and more competitive RTA players, I'm not going to speak for everyone, just like Mr. Objection, only speaking for the players that I know, they're also okay. I think a vast majority do want nerfs, and we're also okay with nerfs without compensation too. I think a lot of us were under the impression that if Korean players wanted nerfs, you guys may have wanted ML selectors, because in the past, I think you mentioned you only played in the past year. In the very beginning, there was selectors given out after a nerf. Yeah.
Okay. So
I agree with that, D. Jones.
People are taking.
I've always said that's how Belian should be changed.
Like kind of requests that the Korean player base had for the devs back in 2019 or something, as a kind of precedent as to what we demand this time.
Exactly.
I don't think that's I don't think that's a productive assumption. The game's in a different place, and the game has changed quite a bit. We know that change can be enacted, and I have to say the mentality of playing a game like this in Korea is to have it last as long as possible. You hop on a game, you're
I think the majority of players do not want nerfs. I mean, a lot of people I've seen don't want nerfs.
The kind of standards you have for a healthy game are, one,
bombs for everybody.
Needs,
dude, I hate bombs.
Somebody's
Smiley loves bombs.
PvP dude. Is like the main appeal of the game. No shade to people who want to focus on PvE, but for a lot of players, RTA is like the most enjoyable content. PvE mostly represents autoing, and there's some fun stuff maybe with the new Asian inheritance mode, but still,
PvP is one of the major features of endgame. So let me ask Mr. Objection, another impression that global players have, or assumption with precedence, is that the reason the game has no nerfs at the moment is kind of a result of that previous outrage from the Korean community where they nerfed the Moonlight 5 units, got compensation, and now Smilegate doesn't want to do another nerf because they don't want to give out more ML5 selectors. I think that's the impression a lot of global players have at the moment. Do you have you have a take on that?
Right. So I think this is a super tricky issue. I don't want to make any hard statements here or there, because you can't deny that ML5s are worth a lot compared to a regular Covenant 5-star.
Sure.
Trying to pity a Mystic takes it's not a small investment.
Just buy the packs, bro.
And of course there are people just pop them like candy from Covenant summons, but how many people I personally haven't gotten one.
The same, yeah.
So but the majority
I've gotten a couple.
ML5s represent a huge money investment. So it's you can kind of understand where where some people might get mad if an ML5 was nerfed without any compensation. And some people say even if there's no like free ML5 selector, at least let us like recall the molars or whatever.
I mean, that just makes sense though.
Fair, demand if they recall just like recalling.
Yeah, I agree actually.
Molars or whatever. Yeah, sure. I don't think that's an unfair assumption at all, but I don't think the MO5 selector is really on the table really right now. People know that's not a healthy direction for the game, and it would set an unhealthy kind of precedent.
The problem with an ML5 selector is that with an ML5 selector, whatever unit's nerfed, you just literally get the next most powerful ML5. So it really doesn't change anything. It just replaces one toxic ML5 with another toxic ML5. Like, that's really the crux of the problem, right? Is like, it just doesn't matter because, oh, you nerfed hand guy. Okay, cool. I'm just going to get whatever overpowered ML5 I don't have. And that just replaces one of the 7 calamities with another one. So it doesn't matter. Like, and then whoever got nerfed, somebody's going to just move up to fill their place. And then, yeah, that's, yeah. Hoofer, $5, man. Thanks for the $5. I'm a whale and I don't care. If they need, just give me Mola's F the selector. Yeah, I mean, I think that just being able to get all your resources back is more than enough. Like, if if they nerf your unit and you don't think, see, that's why I think like only small nerfs, right? Like only tiny nerfs. If you think that it's just not worth it anymore, then yeah, get back all your molas, all your catalysts, all your dogs, all of that stuff. I think that's perfectly fine. I think that's more than enough. I think an ML5 selector just exasperates the problem that, oh, you don't have C. Lilius? Well, now everybody's got C. Lilius. That's why they'll never nerf a 4-star, because then everybody will have Angelica of Light. That's why when they fixed BBK, they just made it a change instead of like, doing anything else with her. They rolled any changes now. Because they gave you a selector, whether they, like, for a while there, they gave you a selector whether they buffed a unit or nerfed a unit based on just changing, like, if they found a bug in the unit. Now they just go, oh, yeah, well, this is just how it works now, so we don't have to give you a selector, so everybody doesn't have Angelic of Light.
Okay.
Going forward, even if people take evidence from, like, 2 years ago in 2019 or whatever, I don't think any of that should be used as an indicator of exactly what the Korean community is saying right now.
Got it.
Yeah.
So I'll say it seems like regardless of what happened in the past, I think right now I can speak from, like, you're speaking for a few of the content creators, not everyone, but I think a lot of our goals then are aligned. Global also wants balance adjustments. And we're okay also with nerfs. Maybe some people aren't as cool with nerfs as others, like, the more casuals that just want their Moonlight 5s to be special. But overall, I think the competitive players that focus on PvP, RT specifically, definitely want nerfs. But
the thing is that
regardless of what happened in the past,
that definitely hurts
So that's
the more casual people.
Yeah.
So you have to think about them. It's not just the high tier players.
A lot of this kind of, like, hesitance, I think, comes from a fundamental issue in the design of how they made Mystic rolls. I think Mystics, people definitely,
yeah, the BBK changes were a buff, but like technically it was kind of a bug. Mystics, so they would have changed it like they did with C Zerato.
They're super limited in how many.
Yo, what's up, Eros? It's been an epic time. Love the content. Thank you.
Whatever.
Rabbi Rabu, 100%, dude.
And the rates on Covenant or whatever are super low.
Tell E7G I said hi. I haven't been there in a while.
You don't even really want to be blowing any Covenant summons because
I'm sure they miss me a lot.
Whack ass, Covenant summon's going to come next, So I think people notice that. That's why there's these clashes. People
Carr shouldn't have said global this and global that in the start. He said it is his opinion. He changed to speaking as if he represents global. Yeah, no, that's why I said, like, I represent me.
And I think
I see this.
Great majority, if you ask people, anyone in the Korean community, would you prefer not having the MO4 pity or having this MO4 pity? Everyone would say, yeah, I think the MO4 pity is great. The only reason there's discontent about it is that it's still 110 rolls, I think, 120, 110.
Again, here's a perfect example of what I said earlier. You can like one aspect of something, but also dislike the other aspect of it. I really like ML4 pity. I don't like how much it is. I think that 110 is way too much. But I really like the fact that I have the option to pity a new ML4 star. This is what it is, dude. But like, people just be like, this aspect of the game that literally wasn't in the game before is bullshit. I hate this aspect of the game. I hate every last bit of it, and they can't really see why it's not that bad. Also, the other thing too is don't use it. Just go roll another 8 spezzes while you're trying for Angelica of Light. Go for it, dude. Like, literally, the ability to use the ML4 pity is something that I really like, because if I want the new ML4 but I'm saving my ML5 pity, then phenomenal. It's an option, and I want more options, even if the option's not great. If the option's not great, I won't use it. I'd be like, man, I'm not doing that. That's stupid, dude. That's dumb. I'm not buying that. I'm not wasting my armbands. I'm not wasting my armbands on elemental summons. It's there. I'm glad that they're there if somebody wants to use them, but I'm not going to go out and be like, oh my God, Smilegate, bro. Why would you put this shit in the game, dude? This is the worst thing you've ever put in the game. I hate this game, dude. This game is the worst game. Elemental summons for armbands. What are you even thinking? 1.1 game, dude.
Yeah,
to get a 4-star. Yeah, it's still a.
I would have pitied Bad Cat Armin if I had to.
It's not great. It's an extra option, which, like you said, I don't think anyone should complain about. But it's not a great system.
Good job, Car.
And it stems from the fact that it started with AOL, which could be seen as the root problem of this whole ordeal. Yeah, I don't think I don't think there's any disagreements for the most part. I don't think anyone really loves the ML pity. It is what it is.
People thought Bad Cat Armin was going to be the new AOL.
I've just seen some people saying Koreans never get satisfied. They got the ML4 pity. Stop complaining about AOL.
Yeah,
they fixed the issue.
So just like you said, there's some Korean players that maybe just out for the rewards. There's a lot of global players also that are kind of just saying things that don't really represent the overall majority, I think.
Right. Yeah, and I think essentially, well, there was even this famous picture. I don't know if it showed up on Reddit or not. Back when the AOL banner happened, there was a guy who rolled 8 Sezes.
Yeah.
How many Sezes did Jetazad roll?
He spent thousands of US dollars, and if you convert. So
I'm sure more.
Yeah, and it was just you see stuff like that, it really just sobers you up. But I'm sure in the position of that guy, ML4 pity is great, but not everyone is that guy who can
Yeah, AOL banner was more like Jenna Sad.
5 pities or whatever to get, 1 ML4.
More like Jenna Sad.
Stuff like that. I think, that's why Koreans think of spending money on these games as an investment rather than just I'm having fun.
Well, that's stupid. That's dumb.
It's an investment.
Bro, I'm investing. I am investing my money into a fucking gacha game. What kind of copium is that? The amount of copium that you have to be on to even remotely have those words come out of your mouth, bro. Holy shit, dude. Oh man, you know what, dude? Go invest in some NFTs. It's about the same amount of scam level. I got some chicken nuggies, dude. I would love some chicken nuggies right now. Bro, come on, dude. Oh man, yeah, my investment's doing really good right now. I got a C. Lilius in my portfolio right now. Not bragging or anything, but not only do I have C. Lilius, but I got an A. Ravi in my diversified portfolio right now. I can cleave and I can bruise, man. Like, let's fucking go, dude.
And it comes from this kind of mentality, especially in a lot of MMOs in Korea. If you spend money in a game, you can actually get a lot of it back by selling your items or whatever and converting in-game money to real game money with transactions and stuff like that. It's very possible. It's a very real system.
Okay.
And it's a real
play to earn. I hate play to earn too.
The mentality of spending money on a game, and it's an investment for the long term. And that's why people are so focused on longevity. They want the game to last. Otherwise,
But you
it
don't
just
get
feels
anything
like
back.
the money's gone poof. And I
Poetess
think
stocks
this
just
is
keep going up. Yeah.
the mentality. I haven't seen a lot of some of my friends in global share in a lot of mobile game communities.
Mhm.
They kind of
No, I mean, okay, hold on. But there's a difference. There's a difference in an investment of your time and an investment of your money. Like if you're putting money into a gacha game and you think of it as some sort of investment, like no. Because let's be real, in E7 you're not getting that money back unless you're investing to go win the Epic 7 World Cup, or you're a streamer or a YouTuber, like, or you have some sort of weird underground, you know, money matches against people in Discord where you're playing for like, you know, $20 a match, winner take all. Yeah, investing time and commitment as a low spender and, you know, free to play, I think that's like a completely different, you know, a completely different term. You're investing your time and, you know, your commitment in certain units. But like, yeah, you don't spend on a game and call it like an investment. Yeah, and not in my opinion.
I wailed on this game because it's fun. I like the game.
I wailed on this game because
I think
it's
that is
fun.
definitely true. I think that's definitely
Yeah.
true. A lot of global players don't really view it as a long-term investment per se, unless you were to
You're
do some
investing
stuff
in
that's
your
not
enjoyment.
allowed,
Yeah.
like sell your account. Yeah, I don't think anyone really is looking at it in the same way that maybe Korean players do, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, and
Yeah,
and
the
you might say,
dopamine.
what are you talking about? Epic 7 doesn't have like a currency conversion system. Yeah, but this is just the mentality that's been ingrained in the
Yeah,
game.
I can.
Well,
I've
again,
seen
just
other games
because
that
that's
do it. I
the
think you could probably do it in Lost
mentality
Ark,
that
for
you're coming
example.
from
there's
does
a lot of
it,
games
it's a
you can
completely
convert
different
things
game.
back and forth, for sure. That just kind of ties back into the cultural
What's
differences.
NFT
overall.
mean? No fucking thanks.
Is there something else you wanted to talk about real fast? Otherwise, I have something I wanted to
yeah.
bring up. I'm scrolling up here. I had some notes as well.
I don't know if there's anything more about demands or whatever. It's just that, yeah, we want
Okay.
nerfs.
I think you might have addressed it in the Reddit post here, but there was something you mentioned about Ravi, for example, and I think you kind of explained it a little better. But
Want
this
some
is
Ravi
one I had-
NFTs? Those
I
are the
definitely
only
wanted to
ones
talk
that'll
to you about,
actually,
and I believe it was
those will actually
the overbuffing
increase
of
in value.
Apocalypse Ravi, and then putting her on the Mystic banner right after, right? So before,
right.
yeah, before I elaborate on that, do the Korean players didn't like the fact that they gave Ravi some major buffs and then put her on the Mystic banner right after? Did that seem like a cash grab?
Yeah, but that's a damned if
So,
you do,
I
damned if you
think
don't situation.
This requires some nuance, right?
Of course.
This isn't a question. There's two variables in this equation essentially. One is give her a rerun or not, and I think there was another comment that actually, I don't know if this is what you're going to ask, but there was a comment saying, "Do you want to gatekeep people from having a Ravi? If she's buffed, of course they want to, have people get access to it." And I agree. That's not the variable that I think that's in question.
Okay.
Because people are saying, "Oh, Koreans are hypocritical because they're complaining."
They're literally
that
putting
me and
malicious
Akari haven't
intent
gotten
on
any
the
banner,
company.
but a Ravi got a banner and they're complaining. What do they want?
Mhm.
I think there's some confusion there, right?
Yeah, please elaborate for us.
Yeah. The other variable in question here is these are we call them tier 5 in Korea. I don't know what, tier 5, like bottom tier, right? Bottom tier units that were buffed to
Also,
smithereens.
a Ravi
You're
wasn't
saying
a bottom
Choleric and
tier
Apocalypse
unit.
Ravi were they were not
A
they were
Ravi
bad,
worked
and then
really
they got-
well during
I think
Golden
we
Boys
used-
era
we
with
used, like, C
Eros.
tier, and then we'll go to like S tier. But I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Something like that. They went from bottom to top in like just one patch, right? And
Well, yeah, because
I
Smilegate
think
doesn't
if
know how
they
to
had a
balance certain
more-
units.
I think this is another question of balance.
It's
because if they had
some
a
dude
more
from Reddit,
tempered buff,
Mr. Objection,
They toned it down a little bit.
a KR player.
They made, if a Ravi was like a decently balanced unit, like a good bruiser.
She was.
Good bruiser can, heal, it's like whatever, but somewhere along the line she got a little too much, and so did Karik.
Yeah, she definitely
And
did.
now they're
Nobody will
mainstays in
disagree with that.
RTA.
Yeah.
You can't keep up in top RTA without having these units. And especially when Karik came right after AOL, and everyone's looking for, I think,
An answer.
yeah, everyone. It seems like every time I looked on kind of YouTube, everyone's talking about this
Rabby
unit could be
does
an
need more
AOL
buffs.
counter, and that was like the
Rabby
biggest clickbait you could
superiority.
do. AOL counter. People are like, oh, what AOL counter? So I think Karik, was a really, he shuts AOL down. I think he like single-handedly made AOLs go from like 300 speed to like way slower.
After his buffs, though, right?
Yeah,
after the buffs, yeah.
So.
And now you have Dillabat too, who can counter AOL.
Are complaining about is that they were buffed way too much, necessitating them in the higher RTA meta. If they were just kind of balanced units, and people could kind of gauge their value in Mystics, right? Do I really have to roll for this unit? No, I don't.
What is balance?
Without him.
Yeah.
What is balance?
That would be a problem. So I think this confusion comes from, well, what do you want? Do you want them on a banner or not? I think it just says that the Korean community thinks that these buffs were way over the line, and it's another question of the devs' kind of balance judgment.
Right. So
I mean, literally nobody you talk to is going to be like, you know what, man? Yeah, those ML Koeric and A Ravi buffs. Yeah, those were good. Those were really great. Those were super solid. I don't think that, they were too bad. Actually, I think they could use another little bit of balance, or they could actually use another tweak up, right? Yeah, everybody is in pretty much agreement that, those were a little bit too much. But that's if they buffed somebody else, or they didn't buff them to the point where they were, they'd be another situation where they buffed DJ Basar. And then everybody's like, oh man, this is going to be phenomenal, dude. Let's fucking go, bro. And then it wasn't really that big of a deal. And then everybody just kind of stopped using it. It'll be another Melissa buff or another Tenebria buff where it's like, oh, cool. I think that they did Dillabat really good. I think that Dillabat's buff was really good. I'd like to see more buffs like that in the future. But no matter what, if they didn't buff them to hard counter, if they didn't buff Koeric to hard counter AOL, then everybody would be like, oh man, trash buff, dude. Trash buff. Literally still garbage. I mean, there's still people that don't know how to use hand guy. But yeah, that's a bunch of bronzies regardless. What do you mean buff A-Ravi more? Yeah, exactly, dude. I think A-Ravi needs another buff, man. Like, why doesn't she just revive on her S1, dude?
Root of the problem was that they just got overbuffed. I think the main thing, and you already corrected it, but the whole whale baiting for, I think, the A-Ravi is not the best example, because the alternative, like you said, is to release a overly buffed unit, or sorry, to overbuff a unit, but not give him
it's a
rerun,
damned if you do, damned if you don't situation from Smilegate.
Then
you either release the banner and look like you're whale baiting,
giving the banner because they know,
or you don't,
unit,
and then you're like, oh, well, sucks.
The alternative is not having access, and you're punishing the player for not pulling on Koeric, because everyone, right? I think the Koreans also viewed him as very weak.
I pulled on Koeric because he looked cool.
Yeah.
Right, so a lot of players skipped, and then if you don't give a rerun, you're just punishing players for not having access, even if it is secondhand a cash grab, right? Whale baiting to an extent. I think it's a lesser evil, and in my opinion, they should have definitely ran Koeric. Knowing how big the buffs were, they should have gave him a rerun banner too. But I think we can come together and say, yeah, they were overbuffed. Yeah,
now that Hua Young destroys A-Ravi, they want her nerf. Yeah, they want to. They do want an ML5
talk about
game.
this. If maybe Smilegate needs to hire a better balance team. I don't know how hard that is.
They need to hire a balance team.
It's very tough to release either, right? To have either a buff patch or a unit release to be perfect. Like, do you guys know about I'm gonna give some Boomer reference here. The Goldilocks and Three Bears. Have you heard about this?
Oh yeah.
So the kid's story of, the girl has to find the situation that's
exactly right. Did Car just bring up Goldilocks and Three
sometimes
Bears?
It's too hot, sometimes it's too cold, sometimes the unit's too powerful, sometimes it's too weak.
Boomer
and
Car,
when
come on.
Smilegate releases something too strong, people complain. When Smilegate releases something too weak, people complain. So I think it's inevitable that they're going to try some things out, and they can't hit that perfect balance.
I like
time.
that reference. Good job, Car.
If they do happen to overbuff,
it was a little bit
really
of a Boomer reference, though.
with it, even if it's seen a little bit as whale baiting. Does that kind of make sense?
To be honest, this game whale baits a bit too often, but that's just my opinion. I mean, yeah, it's true.
Behind the extent of the buffs.
I think the most clear example of whale baiting, which you put first, was AOL, and I think that is 100%. I was not happy with that move. The fact that there was no pity, the fact that they brought in a 4-star that strong was clearly, right, trying to get some money. And that was a move I definitely disagree with. But the balance, the other stuff, I think can be a little bit more nuanced.
Yeah.
For the
Yeah,
other
but I mean,
units.
at the same point, dude. I mean, at the same point, everything is going to look like it's greedy, right? Like if they put out AOL and she was just another mediocre 4-star, then nobody would have rolled on it, and everybody who was super, super hard for Angelica of Light would have been like, bro, dude, she's canonically super powerful. Why isn't she super powerful in the game, dude? I know it's a 4-star, but come on, man. Why isn't she super powerful, dude? This sucks. She's like my favorite unit because the FBI comes to my house like every 3 days. But, you know, it's cool because she's like an ancient space chick. So it really doesn't matter. But, oh my God, why doesn't she just kill fucking everybody? Yeah, with the Great Mortelix, man. Why isn't he just dumpstering people, dude? But like, yeah, that's the thing, is like they were really super worried. They hinted at her all the time, you know, all this other stuff. If they would have put her out in like a bad spot, everybody would have been fucking pissed. And if they did, they had to put her out like, you know, pretty broken, or nobody would have literally pulled on that. They had her on a banner with fucking Spez, dude. Like nobody would have pulled on that. As a matter of fact, I think that would have been a good time to put ML 4-star pity into the game. Yeah, they kind of screwed themselves there, but like, you know what? Sucks, man. Sucks, dude. I spent a lot on that to get AOL.
Sequence of Mystic banners would be another factor. Right after AOL, they put out the line.
Yeah.
And she is now one of the 7 disasters.
Yep.
And after that, you know, we got, you know, just this mystics. We got some, you know, mystics in between.
Mystic
that
sucks.
Weren't nearly as destructive.
Sure.
I think, you know, so, which is good, but I think that should be the minimum, right? We shouldn't get game-breaking mystics every 3 weeks. It's just not sustainable.
Well, yeah.
That's just
I think mystics are garbage. I hate mystics.
The months leading up to this incident.
All my homies hate mystics.
Besides that, for balance, I think
literally nobody who plays this game is going to come out and be like, man, you know what, mystics and mystic packs, super good value, dude. They're healthy for the game. I love it. Just, you know, it's great. Honestly, you know what? No, this is their this is their fault too, because you know what? We used to have a month. We used to have a mystic banner for a month. It refreshed every 4 weeks. And you know what? They were like, bro, we're going to make it 3 weeks. You know why? Because people are mad that they don't have more things to summon on. Now, whether or not that's true, I don't know. When it happened, I was like, who? Who said that? Who said that they want a faster mystic rotation so that I can make fun of them because they're stupid? Why would you not want an extra week to save mystics from Guild Wars, to get mystics from Wyvern 13, to refresh the shop for more fucking mystics? No, man, we need it every 3 weeks, dude. We need it every 3 weeks. We need more units faster. That's what we need. Yeah, no, we don't. We need them slower so that you can put out good units at a good pace, not a breakneck pace, dude.
People, I know balance is
most likely
issue,
board members. Yeah.
but,
Yeah. Some dude's sitting there in like a meeting. He's like, man, I don't think we make enough money fast enough. I think we need more mystics faster.
There's one thing that people know is that everyone knew
faster mystics was a result of people wanting a faster mystic rotation. Yeah, I mean, I know that they wanted a faster mystic rotation.
Yeah.
Like they wanted the older one back, but like still, yeah.
And the stove post came up with the update. All the comments were like, "Don't let that thing into the game," but they did. A lot of calls for nerfs before she came. That way, you know, even if you
Yo, let's be real. Let's be real, dude. People who complain about a unit before it even comes out, whether it be overpowered or underpowered, are usually wrong because they're stupid. Other than Cerise, because that was stupid. How many times have you seen a unit come out and go, and people be like, yo, this is the most dog shit garbage unit I've ever seen in my life. Why would anybody roll for this ever? If they rolled for this, they're actually the lowest IQ human being that has ever existed. And then 2 weeks after the banner has gone, it is the most broken unit that has ever existed, and everybody be like, oh damn, wish I would have rolled for that. When's it coming back? ML Flan has mixed reaction. Yeah, no, 100%. I think ML Flan is that's why I'm not really super hyped. I like her looks, but the rest of her kit is kind of is what it is.
This isn't even a question of compensation. You can't compensate anyone for nerfing a unit that's not even in the game yet. Right?
And they've done that in the past, for example, with like Cerise.
Right.
Yeah, with her restrict mechanic.
Yeah, so it's just why didn't they do it? This is kind of a reason why
people still use LR crap.
Communication is lacking. I'll go into communication a little bit.
No, that's perfect. That's actually what my next question was going to be, but I'll let you wrap up this
right. Yeah.
This topic.
Oh, the communication part should be good.
As for balance, we have this balance survey, but it obviously kind of doubles down on we're not going to nerf anyone, right? It doesn't ask who do you want nerfed.
Well, let me start by saying in their announcement post, they specifically said nerfs are not on the table for now because it would cause too many issues, right?
They said, well, I don't know if it was translated the same way.
Okay.
But in the Korean message, it said, we don't want to create unnecessary stress for users by introducing nerfs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Saying,
right.
And
they don't want users to be upset because their unit is nerfed.
We were listening to you guys saying you wanted MO5s to be buffed, and we put that precedence on that over buffing certain Covenant units.
Mm-hmm.
And the way they phrased it was super weird. It's hard. It's a language thing. I can't properly explain here, but all I can say is the vibe that people got off it was saying, you guys asked us to do this, and this is where we got. This is where we are.
Yeah, we saw that too on the global side. But part of that, if you just want my take from the global perspective, not necessarily exactly that part with the nerfs, but I see some truth to the fact that they wanted to buff ML5s because players were asking for it. They wanted to stop. They stopped caring about releasing powerful units because there was a point where a lot of units were stale. Right before AOL and all the collaboration, there was a good span of maybe 6 months where the unit releases were a little bit under, like, mediocre. Nothing was like how you guys would put, what do you call it, like tier 1? No tier 1
yeah, we had
units
a lot
especially.
Of balanced
so they
units
wanted
for
to spice
a long
things up,
time.
and that's where this whole train wreck started. So from our perspective, it's not necessarily like this is what you asked for, deal with it. More like they're giving a reason why this happened, and I don't think AOL is a good excuse for that. But some of the other changes, like the Apocalypse Ravi buffs, even if they were too much. Besides, AOL is the only one, in my opinion, that is truly like we can really, really hammer them on. That one is there's no excuses for it. The rest, I could definitely see a defense.
I think a lot of people even said Ran was bad before he came out.
I want to make it exciting releases.
I don't think I saw too many people that were mad.
I think this is just one thing to remember when you consider these arguments. People, I think, in counterpoints to my post, a lot of people brought up certain lesser concerns that the community had. Like, they would say, "You think Bad Cat Armin is the next AOL?" And I'd be like, "I've never heard that ever."
Yeah, I have.
Where is that?
That was literally that was no. No, hold on. That's disingenuous because that was in the fan fiction interview. That was literally in the fan fiction interview. I've seen that in a couple places where they're like, "Oh, Bad Cat Armin, why would you put the pity in? Because, we think that Bad Cat Armin's going to be the next AOL." And we even laughed at those people. Like, so that's disingenuous because even if that interview was a fan fiction, it was theoretically right there, right?
I asked them specifically, they might link me to like one stove post or something from Korea. This events of this nature, there's going to be one event that kicks stuff off, which I think here is the AOL thing. That's where everything started, and everything snowballs, and people.
But that's not the thing that kicked it off. Literally, they've been mad since the beginning of the game. Like, that's one of the things that it keeps coming back to, right? Is like, At no point have they been happy with things. They were mad at the beginning because of Ravi. They were mad that we got a Luna banner. They're mad that Pity got put in. They were mad about, you know, ML Ball and, you know, Silverblade Araminta. They were mad about being called 15%. They were mad about this. They're mad about that. Like, that's the thing, is always mad. Like, it's not the AOL thing that kicked it off. They've been mad since day one. When they had that first like council thing, like the meeting of the minds, their way to fix the game was to shut it down and refund everybody. Like, that's the thing, is you can't really take them seriously after that point. When it's at one point they're like, you know how you would fix this game? Just refund everybody all their money and just shut the game down. Just shut it down. Epic dead. That would actually fix the game. Maybe it would, actually. Maybe they were right.
People are going to pile their personal grievances on to the list, right?
Sure.
So things that might seem less significant will make it onto the list of grievances.
Yeah.
Because this is, you know, it's and that doesn't mean that if you have one of those lesser grievances on the list, that the list is any less important. The big thing is still on there.
Right, and the big thing to circle back is balance.
No, because the more things that you tack onto a list of overall problems, it does diminish the main thing. Because you don't just go, oh, hey, you know what? I want a hamburger because I want this hamburger to be like this. You know, but then I also want some fries. And then one person's like, well, I want a milkshake. And then you want this. And then after a while, like, the whole order gets convoluted with like all of this extra stuff, when maybe the only real problem was the hamburger. Yeah, I'm American. I speak in hamburgers. Okay. That's just a unit of measurement in America. All right. Is hamburgers. Right. So the more dumb shit that you put onto your list of grievances, the more it dilutes the actual grievance. Because if I'm reading it and it's like, okay, well, we want some balance changes, I'd be like, oh, okay, cool. You know, all right, that's cool. And they're like, oh, well, the story sucks too. And I'm like, well, the story really doesn't suck. But, you know, what, can we just talk about the balance changes? And then they're like, dude, can we get the old Epic Pass back? That would be fucking sweet, dude. You know, and I'm like, wait, what about the balance? Like, we were talking about balance, dude. You know, like, yeah, but you know what? While we're talking about balance and we're talking about like all this other stuff and how the story sucks and how we want the original Epic Pass back and how we think that, you know, the Mystic 4-star Pity sucks, you know, also, you know, why don't we have any more dojins? Smilegate, can you guys like, fund some dojins or something like that? And after a while, people are just like, dude, shut up. Just shut up. You want too much stuff. Just stick to balance. All the rest of this stuff is just fluff and your own personal opinion. So people be like, oh, the story's garbage. And it's like, well, one, did you skip all the story and did you start on ReZero? Because yes, ReZero story was trash. Absolutely garbage. Literally, probably I could have wrote that story way better at 3 a.m. while I woke up and pooped in like 30 minutes. Not that it would take me 30 minutes to poop at 3 a.m, but you know, sometimes you just like, you sit there, you're like, oh, I'm so tired. And then you roll gotcha 30 minutes later, you get up and you go to bed regardless. You know, so the more stuff that you put into this list of grievances, the more it dilutes the actual initial grievance. Now, I honestly do think that, you know, there are some stuff. There are some stuff. See, even I can't speak English. There is some stuff in those list of grievances that is real. Yeah, I'm never going to say that the game is, you know, in a super healthy state. There's a lot of things that I dislike about the game. There's a lot of things I do like about the game. If I hated the game, I wouldn't be playing this game. I'd be back to playing Final Fantasy 14, or I wouldn't even be streaming. We'd be playing Elden Ring or something like that. Or I'd literally go play some other game, you know, but there's that mix of things, and the more dumb stuff you tack onto it, the less people take you seriously.
And more specifically, nerfs aimed at the 7 great disasters.
At nerfs aimed at the 7 great disasters and
nerfs in the game in perpetuity, right? Nerfs in general allowed. Now,
Yes.
so if that's the overall take, I think I'll tell you right now, a lot of global is on board with that. Nerfs, a lot of people think that is the best solution. Now, we were just talking about how Smilegate said they don't want to add that, or for now they're not going to because it's going to cause stress to some players. Where does that leave the Korean player base then, Mr. Objection? What are you guys going to do if Smilegate doubles down and they refuse to nerf? What are you guys expecting? Are y'all going to continue the review bomb situation? I know you can't speak for everyone, but maybe you've kind of heard what people are talking about in terms of content creators, just what you see on the stove.
I can absolutely guarantee you that whatever big announcement that they put out
is very little.
They're still going to be mad.
Some people are kind of getting resigned, right? It's they kind of doubled down on it really hard.
Smilegate has? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, Smilegate.
Yo, I'm not saying that the story is good.
No nerfs.
Yeah.
And there are
some of the story is good.
Well, damn, they said no nerfs, but
I literally never said that it was like the most immaculate story that has ever existed.
You want the game to last, you need nerfs in the game. Think about it, Smilegate. And I think
some of the story is good. A lot of the side stories are good.
Some review bombing might die off over time, as is the nature of these things.
But you think the Korean player base will hold strong? Most of them that are going to stick around.
I think for not having
that's the main objective. There's no.
I think for not having an already established IP like Fate Grand Order or some of the other games, I think that Epic 7 has done an okay job with their story. It has come quite a ways, as a matter of fact. Sometimes it's hit or miss, right? I do think that a lot of the side stories are really good. I think ReZero was garbage. I think there's points in like the main story where I'm just like, bruh, fucking what? Why is this a thing?
No, maybe compromise.
The Vivian side story was good.
I think
very little with the incest in the Game of Thrones.
When they've have this
hits a lot of tags, right?
Underlying, we're only.
Why don't we already have dojins for it?
Thing on the table. I think that they really should rethink that. So I think people are going to continue to fight for nerfs. Of course, there might be a small portion of people who are just kind of resigned.
Bro, you can clip it right here. Right here. Clip this. I guarantee you whatever they announce for the big April, whenever they announce it, it's not going to be enough, and people are going to be mad. They're still going to be mad because it didn't address whatever thing that they personally had that was not, that they wanted.
Resigned to this fact, and they might look for alternate solutions. But I'm, also of the opinion that
episode 2 and 3 is so much better than episode 1. Yeah, episode 1 was super generic.
I can't say exactly for sure how long the review bombing will last, if Smilegate will hold on to this kind of position until it dies down. Who knows?
Honestly, I think they should just war of attrition and just stop caring.
I can't say that people are not happy.
Okay.
People are livid.
So the main thing is just we need the nerfs, we need the balance, and until then, the Korean player base is going to be, holding true to their, how do you guys put it? The protest, is that what y'all call it?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Protests. Okay. We say when a game is in the state, we say it's on fire.
Do I hate Korean players? No.
It will still be burning for quite some time.
Actually, that's a good question.
Hey, the toxic ones.
In terms of how serious other gacha games in your experience, like the Maple Story example you gave,
the toxic childish ones I do.
In terms of the player base,
I wouldn't say I
being
hate
happy.
them.
Is it pretty serious right now?
I just have criticisms of them.
I would say, it's a little.
I think they're going about things the wrong way.
I'd say overall it's very bad. E7 has a pretty bad reputation already
in Korea. Okay. Overall,
because of the 2019 incidents. There was the incident.
Cucumber.
I'm not. Of course, I wasn't actively playing then, but I have certain friends who filled me in on some of the bigger incidents. Plus, I'm going to link to you if you don't mind.
Sure, please.
There's a.
Yeah, I have to balance the pizzas.
It's called Namu Wiki. It's a wiki, as you might have noticed. But it's basically the Korean Wikipedia for all things, right? I think everything's on here. It's crazy. But Epic 7 definitely.
Okay.
And I use this site a lot because for any given topic, like celebrities, games, corporations, or whatever, they always have a a page that details every controversy that has
Wait.
happened. And Epic 7
What?
has a separate controversy page. I can link it to you right now. You might need to.
They have
sure,
a
I'll show
fucking
the YouTube
controversy
audience what you're talking
Wikipedia.
about.
If you look at the
Is this
table of
real?
contents in this page, it is insane. It is incredibly long. Epic 7 does not have a great reputation. It gets
Wait.
You might not even have heard of some of these incidents in global, but they've been happening like
Wait, hold on.
every you know.
Hold on. They have a Wikipedia of every controversy. Controversy Wikipedia. This is ridiculously toxic.
You know,
Hold on. Long-term inspection on the day of opening. So let me guess that was just long maintenance time. 4 to 5 star watery ticket Ruel payment bug. Not sure what that is. Bookmark of the Covenant unlimited payment. Sounds like there were some issues with payments. Ravi downgrade patch. Now I have heard of this, and I too am not very happy about that because, you know, Ravi, they should only buff Ravi. Ravi is the main heroine of the game. So why would you downgrade the main hero of the game? Play the Ravi. Charlotte downgrade patch, probability manipulation suspicion case. Not actually a real thing. It's a suspicion case. So this goes as, you know, controversy on the wiki. Friendship point bug, arena abusing incident. What does that have to do with Smilegate? Timetable controversy, November 7th update controversy, world server translation controversy.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking what? Hold on, I gotta go back a hair. No, I'm too far. Sorry. Suspension of World Arena Invitational match. Oh, dude, this is so much stuff. New Year's passing controversy. Korean server discrimination controversy. Fucking what, dude? Hey, you know what? 2020, we did pretty good, right? There were only 4 controversies in 2020. What happened in 2020? Clearly nothing. You know, it was phenomenal stuff. Oh, hold on. They had a controversy over the name Mid-Autumn Festival. They were mad over the name Mid-Autumn Festival. Official Discord incident? What is that? Character introduction video controversy? The YDCB tournament controversy? What YDCB tournament controversy? You mean where he picked, where he let Celine through and got absolutely dumpstered?
Pretty insane.
So compared to other gacha games, this is a lot. And you said this is a website that a lot of Korean
creator Me Too incident. Yo, what's the creator Me Too incident, bro? Who's got the dish on that, dude? Who's got the dish on the creator Me Too incident? Who got Me Too'd over in Korea?
players use, and it's well known as just a database for what it catalogs like certain controversies. Is that what? Is that what this is?
Well, it catalogs everything, and controversies just happens to be one of them.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
That was the VTuber?
But,
Yeah, thank you for sharing this. I
mean
don't think a lot of
Pandarum?
global players know about this stuff.
Pandarum
Yeah,
P.
so this, even if you
What? Pandarum Me Too got
don't
Me
read
Too?
through the whole thing. Just the
That's
number
crazy,
of incidents
dude.
on the table of content should give you an idea of how many
Where is
things have
Tenha
happened in
incident?
the history of this
Keck
game
W.
that have led to it being less of, you know,
Secret shot probability error. It wasn't actually an error though. They added in more stuff, dude, and that changed the probability, man.
kind of having a bad reputation. Smilegate actually as a whole,
God, imagine having a
be frank,
Wikipedia
they have
over
a
like
good
every little
reputation
thing that
right
people
now,
got fucking
only
mad
because of
about.
Lost Ark.
Randy's Landy.
Because their other games have had good, you know, have had happy fates.
Okay. Can I give
so-
the global perspective on this, Mr. Objection?
Yeah.
In my opinion, of course, like one more time, we just gotta make all these disclaimers, right? We don't speak for everybody, but I think a lot of global players, right? Epic 7 might be one of their first major gotchas, maybe their first gotcha period, and the way that like the new player experiences and the way that how free to play friendly it is in the beginning and how much free stuff in the beginning was a lot different, but nowadays players, I think the new player experience is one of the best in terms of just the most well-known gotchas. I'm sure there's more obscure ones.
The YD one was him picking certain units, then something happened, then they restarted the match and his opponent picked some of the units YD was going to use, screwing YD's original plan. I don't remember that. Was that the global versus KR tournament? I don't think I saw. I don't think I remember that.
Better, but in my opinion, I think a lot of players view the game really, really good in terms of, not only just the community managers, how much rewards and compensation they give us, the holiday events, but until you get to the end game where it's the RTA and the balancing, I think overall,
I just remember that my CZ
global players are really happy with that
YD and I got my
Epic
Luna
7 compared to some
Luna
other
statue.
examples. Yeah, I don't have to go into other gotcha games, but
yeah, Lost Ark has had its problems in the past as well. People are happy about it now, but like it had, I mean, I was watching a bunch of videos and stuff like that. I watched a bunch of videos about how they had like a lot of problems. I mean, it's like it said, it's gotten better, obviously, but like the thing too is you can't compare Lost Ark to Epic 7. You just can't. They're literally two completely fucking different games. One's a gotcha game, one's a top-down isometric MMO. They're completely different games. It is what it is. It's like comparing, Fate Grand Order to World of Warcraft. You literally can't do that.
Yeah, like the free-to-play, what you can do is free-to-play and how easy it is, and in terms of having like a solid game that has good visuals, animations.
They got the link to the wiki if anyone wants it, bro. Yes.
Yeah, I think that's why
I'll save this for later. This will be
a lot of global players
video.
are very happy in general.
Yeah, I can't deny
that'll be a whole
even,
completely separate video. Let's go.
Player, I thought
that's content right there.
It didn't take that long to get used to the game. They spoon feed you Wyvern 13.
Yeah, they do now. It's you can do it in like 2 days now.
Yeah, so it's that I will not deny, and people in Korea know this.
Okay.
They know. People.
There we go.
They know.
I don't know why my quality was dumped down on that.
They don't do RTA. They're they're in a tier of arena that gives them the number of skystones that they're having.
But what makes them different then? They're both games. They're both from the same company. One's an MMO and one's a gotcha game. What do you mean? What makes them different? I mean, outside of like communication, there's like a completely different play style in the game. I mean, one's an MMO, one is a gotcha game that's turn-based. I mean, I'm not saying that like, the communication and stuff like that shouldn't be different. I think that the Lost Ark, I mean, I've talked about it before. I think that the Lost Ark, like big conference thing that they had was amazing. It was very similar to like the Final Fantasy 14 stuff, but there's a lot more content in an MMO than there is in a gotcha game. Let's just be completely honest. Like there's more that goes into a Lost Ark raid than anything in Epic 7. That's why I don't think that they do stuff like that, because what are they going to talk about for like 45 minutes when it comes to Epic 7? Pay to win complaints haven't started in Lost Ark yet. What do you mean? Everybody's complaining about it being pay to win, dude. Everybody's complains about it being pay to win
with per week, and they're having a great time. It's just that when you get to the more you progress in the game, right, you want to put your units to use, and all roads kind of lead to RTA eventually.
Yeah.
If you don't
true.
Stop progressing. All the gear you farmed, all these units you've pulled, all the builds you have, you want to show it off somewhere, and the achievement, you come to RTA, that's where you want to, that's where you end up. And I think
right now the Koreans feel like that end game is not suiting their needs. Smilegate is not doing the right job in terms of what they're asking for or what they need. for the end game.
And yeah, and
You can
one of the
literally
biggest
do that
standards
though.
for a game doing well is
If you
how
want to
many
build like a
mutants come in,
super
on a
PogChamp
regular basis.
Rimuru,
Right? If there
or
are no
not
newbies,
not
then
Rimuru,
people
Nemesis,
keep, maybe people
then
keep
do
quitting
it
and the game will
and
die.
go dunk on
right?
bronzies.
And there are people in the Korean community that are like, only whales care about this, right? They think only whales who are in high RTA are actually affected by this, but the truth is that eventually, if you keep playing the game, you're going to go into PvP, unless you really just don't want to touch it. And I know they're just straight PvE players, and all the respect to them, but this is like the main appeal of the game for most.
It's just
people,
range
RTA.
dressing.
Sure.
There aren't a lot of other games like this that have such a dynamic PvP system. The kind of like mental, just kind of wrestling you do during the draft is really.
The game
fun for a
went
lot of
downhill the
people.
day they
And
nerfed
for
Rabby
some
in
people it's stressful, but
2018.
for me
That's
also,
true.
It's like one of the best parts of the game.
That's true. They should have just shut it down then.
But if you think about it from a newbie standpoint, it is tough to get into RTA.
Yeah.
You go like maybe you don't have any trouble getting the RV skin or whatever going to Masters, but sooner or later, like, you could be in gold and all of a sudden you pick like your favorite unit, like I don't know, you pick your Violet or something, and then the opponent straight picks like Celius A. Ravi first.
Bro, did this man just say that you want to have fun and you pick your Violet? One of the meta units, one of the cancer units that people complain about. Also, I'm going to point out, if you're a newbie, you've been playing the game for a couple months, you should not realistically be shooting for Emperor or Legend RTA. If I am a day one player and I have been playing just as much as you for 3 years, why should you be on the same stage? Like, that's an unrealistic expectation, and the disappointment is only yours. Like, that's your disappointment because you're a newbie. I'm champ with 6 months. Yes, I mean, it also depends on how much you play, how much you spend, how much you farm, how lucky you are. Like, realistically, like, yeah. No, well, yeah, but Lucari spent a shit ton of money too. He's free to play. He'll play. Oh, that's true. That's true. Lucari was Emperor as a free to play for only 2 months. Yeah, that's right. I completely forgot that Moldkari was free to play. No, D Jones, he definitely didn't. Lucari definitely didn't swipe at all. But like, here's the thing too, is like, man, like, yeah, if you've only been playing for 3 months and you get into RTA with your super limited pool of units, and then you push up to gold master champ, and then you start getting dumpstered, well, that's just how the game is, man. That's just how the game is. Do I think that it would be cool if there was like some sort of mode where you could play that had like normalized stats or something? Do I think that like Lost Ark PvP, where it's literally normalized stats, would be cool? Yeah, absolutely. But you know what? That's not the monetization model of Epic 7. Like, if Epic 7's whole game is RTA and you took out the entirety of the reason to spend to progress in RTA, that kind of defeats the purpose. In Lost Ark, the whole point is to fight raid bosses that take you 3 hours, and if you are like half a second off, you wipe the raid. It is what it is. They're completely different, completely different things. And not only that, but like I said, like, I think that, having a little bit of power creep here and there actually helps new players, because whereas I invested in Green Silk, they don't have to do that. And also, again, if you want to have fun in RTA and not play with meta units, just go join the E7G Fight Club. Those guys, except for like one or two dudes, you know, they use all kinds of weird off-meta stuff. Like, go play in some mocked rooms with your friends and have fun. But if you're pushing Legend RTA, you have to accept there's going to be a cancerous meta at the top. There literally is in every single game. That's just how it is.
Two drafts, and you're like, oh no, you know. And I know a lot of people who are newer players who've been scared off of RTA due to stuff like this. They're like, I don't think I'm ready for it.
Well, they're probably not.
It's like, I think it's the best content the game has to offer.
Yeah, I think we can all agree to that there is an issue. I've discussed in the past that there needs to be maybe some kind of I think the Koreans are viewing it as the nerfs will kind of help that new player experience. I want to take it even a step further and say there's definitely an issue with RTA, and new players, after they enjoy the PvE aspects, branching into RTA is very, very tough, and I think a lot of players have issues and maybe even quit at that level.
Yeah.
And in my opinion, we would want like some slight catch-up mechanics where it's not trivializing the endgame player's investment, but helping new players get to that level faster, whether that be through the balance like the Koreans want or through other means. But I think that's a separate case. What I wanted to ask was, so
I think, like, okay, hold on.
This
hold on,
page on E7.
Hold on. When you're playing League of Legends, right? You can play mocks, right? I haven't played League of Legends in like 10 years or something like that. When you're playing League of Legends, there's ranked, and then there's just regular, casual, whatever League of Legends, right? When you go play a ranked game, there's an expectation that you're playing against other people who are also competitive. Am I right? I'm right, right? Like, I think that's still how it works. You know, custom lobbies and normal queue. Yeah. Like, so if you want to have fun and fight people of your own level, just go open up a mock room. Go play with your friends. Open up the room to anybody, and when an emperor comes in to flex and just shit on everybody, just kick them. And then just literally put in the title, hey guys, bunch of newish players just playing, having fun, drinking some beers. You know, let's just go, dudes. Let's play some off meta crazy shit, man. It'll be super fun, dude. When you jump into a ranked ladder, you should expect a certain level of getting dumpstered. That's really realistically what it should be. Now, do I think that the matchmaking is garbage? Yeah, absolutely. When I was like silver, I was going up against a whole bunch of like Emperor and Champ players. I'm like, man, if I were an actual silver, dude, I would be free points. Let's go. But then, you know, I wasn't. But, you know, it is what it is. I think that, you know, because there's not a whole lot. That's the other thing, too, is like, yeah, everything leads to RTA, right? But like, there really isn't an incentive for newer players to do that, whereas they could literally just like, you know, that's how Dota 1 is. Dude, I played Dota 1, man. Dota 1 was rough because you always had levers, and then you had to have that like little extra thing to detect people who left all the time. But yeah, no, I mean, I think that, you know, if you are a newer player and you're afraid of getting into RTA, then go do other stuff. Read up. It depends on even if you want to get into RTA, right? Like, I think that a lot of people, they're just like, oh, you got to get into RTA, bro. You got to get into RTA, bro. This is the coolest shit ever. But like, if you're a couple months old, probably chances are that you're literally not ready for it. You know, yeah, like you're probably not ready for it. So go do some mocks, get yourself some, you know, some gear, work on your account, figure out what you need, enjoy your time. Epic 7 is a marathon, not a race. If you're racing, you're going to get disappointed and burnt out. That's really just what it is at the end of the day, man.
You're saying compared to other gacha games, there's less controversy or less like incidents?
the gear gap is
For the
just
most
too
part.
heavy
Well,
at higher
I'd
ranks.
say
RTA is impossible to
E7
reach for newbies and
is
casual
one of the
players. Well, yeah,
most
definitely. The higher you go, the harder
games out
it's
there.
going to gear gap you.
And I
Yeah, 100%.
specifically
You're going to get
for-
hit by people that have been farming
well, if
nonstop
I
for the
wanna
last 3
just
years.
narrow it down into Korean
I get
gacha
gear
games,
gapped.
Yeah.
they're all gonna have some amount because Korean mobile game companies are not known for, let's just say they're not known for being super transparent.
Okay.
Yeah. So obviously there's gonna be a lot of, you know, communication differences, and I think I do want to segue into communication here a little bit.
Yes, let's go
because
ahead there.
A lot of this.
Let me
yeah.
just say I think this is a good example of showing another time the cultural difference or expectations that a Korean player will have versus a global player and what they kind of expect. But yeah, let's go ahead and move on to communication. I'll let you start because I also have
this one's
I
gonna
wanted to
be-
share some
this one's
light,
gonna be
or shed
good.
some light on that as well.
Sure.
Weren't they going to
Okay,
talk about
so
communication a little while ago?
I think
Then again, I've been
I'm gonna try
talking
to do my
fucking
best to
forever,
explain
so
this. But there is a difference, I think.
we still got like a half an hour in this.
of what communication means for Korean players versus global players.
Okay.
Because global players, when I mentioned there hasn't been any real communication in my post, people brought up counterpoints saying, "Are you kidding? You guys got this and this and this. You don't call that communication?"
Mhm.
And I'd say, "Yeah, no, that's not communication." And I don't want to. Maybe you could show this on video. I'm gonna type in 2 words in Korean. And
This isn't the communication that we want. It's not communication. Again, I mean, I don't think that companies really owe you a dialogue. I think the companies come out and they go, "Hey, look, this is the way we're going to go with things." All right. I don't think that there necessarily needs to be a back and a forth. I think that, you know, the vast majority of players are stupid. I think that a lot of people come up with really bad ideas, me included. You know, I think that a company needs to come out and just go, "Hey, look, this is what we're going to do." And then you can post on it. And then some community manager can aggregate all of that and then be like, "Yeah, look, they just really don't like this." And yeah.
one is this. This is 소통. That means communication. Another word
You know,
would
Zeke.
be 홍보. This also can mean communication, but
Like, I don't think there necessarily needs to be
these are two
reciprocal
buzzwords that
communication.
float around a lot in Korean game circles. I'm going to explain the difference. So 소통, or what we would call communication, is a two-sided affair, right? It's
Yeah.
Both sides taking each other's points and bouncing them off each other. It's very, you know, it's dynamic. It's people feel like they're involved, and a good example of this, actually, ironically enough, the best example of 소통 that I can give in E7's recent history is that emergency broadcast. That emergency broadcast with very little just prep, very little scripting.
Yeah.
It was organic, even though, you know, because it was hasty and just very hurried. You could tell it was they had less of a kind of barrier between.
It was more honest, maybe.
But that's the thing. It's like, that's the difference. Okay, so that's the difference between a company broadcasting, a game company broadcasting, and me broadcasting, right? Like, when you come here, you want like a reciprocal, if you're somebody who talks in chat, you know, you want a reciprocal, you know, parasocial conversation, right? You want to be able to say something in chat and you want me to be like, "Yeah, Zeke, it is some more KR stuff." You know, you want that back and forth. But like I said, very, very early on in this video, is that anything that person who's representing that company says on that stream will be taken as that is what the company will do. And then when that is not realized, they'll be like, "Oh my God, dude, why did you not do this? You said you were going to do this, bro." Like, that's the thing, is I don't think that most people, you know, know what they want in the first place. You see like balance, you see, I want more content, I want more of this, I want more of that. And when you go, all right, dude, what do you want? And they're like, well, I don't know. I don't know. I just want more balance. And you're like, okay, well, what do you want balanced? Well, I want all the units that I don't have nerfed, and I want all the units that I have buffed. That's what I'd like. You know, that would be great. I want Hua Young nerfed because she kills all of my fancy ML5s and my limited units, and I'm super mad that she can do that. That's what I would like. So, you know, I don't think that having reciprocal conversations with a company, yeah, Japan did get a Wendy's collab. I'm super mad. I would go to Wendy's instead of McDonald's to get some Epic 7 merch. But regardless, I don't think that a company owes you a reciprocal conversation. That's not me simping for a company. That's just the reality of it. Because, I mean, I think a company should do what a company is going to do. And if you want to quit the game, then just quit. Like, if you're already mad enough that you're going to just quit anyways, you know, or you probably stop spending anyways, then it is what it is. They should just come out and be like, hey, look, yeah, we heard that you don't like the balance, and we can see that a lot of people aren't playing the game. So we're going to do this. And if it doesn't work, yeah, we'll do something else. You know, it is what it is, man. But I don't think that the live streams owe you any sort of reciprocal conversation. I think it just does more harm than it does good. Because let's be real, man, Twitch chat's pretty stupid in those streams. Like, let's be real. Yeah, it is. Yeah. I mean, let's be real. I've been in those streams. Twitch chat. There's a reason New called them bronzies. Let's be real.
Because they didn't.
Not my chat. Everybody in my chat is Emperor Plus.
That led to the big
yeah, it wasn't good overall in the Korean player base's eyes.
Right, but this is that was a good example because they outlined that they know the issues that players have had. They're like, okay, we hear you.
Everybody in my chat is 180 IQ emp level players plus.
The difference between
it is what it is.
What I'm going to go on to next, Tombo is like a notice.
Also, I like to point out that the Korean chat are also the same ones that went to the YouTube stream for JP coming out and told them not to play the game, told them that the game was garbage, told them all kinds of other stuff. I highly disagree. It doesn't have to be live back-to-back feedback, but addressing concerns should matter. Else you lose your customers. No, I mean, I completely agree that they should bring that stuff up, but they want like reciprocal back-to-back conversation, and I don't think that's good. I think that, I mean, they literally put out that dev note that was like, bro, hey, you know what? These are some of the things that we see. These are some of the things that we're looking to change in the future. Stuff like that. I don't think that there needs to be a live, there does not need to be any sort of live back-to-back. The guy already complained about how a lot of the videos are home shopping network stuff. A stove post that says, hey man, look, we know shit's bad right now. We get it. You're not happy. We're going to take a look at what we can do. Give us some time. If we give them some time, the shit still sucks. They've changed nothing. Then you can be mad. But if they come out and they say, hey, look, like they did in that thing that this guy has completely ignored because he just went from emergency broadcast to survey. If those two things happen, then you can be mad. But they put out a thing that said, hey, look, you know what? We understand. We hear you. Let's do what we can, man. Do we think that KR will get another Epic Festa this year? Of course they will. We'll see, maybe. Yeah, I mean, again, at the same time, if they don't address these concerns, then yes, players leave. And if players leave, then they'll be forced to do something else. I feel like sometimes the community doesn't know that the game companies already have a full year in advance planned for the game and things can't change in 1 month. Yeah, I also think a lot of people don't understand how massive projects like this have to go in order to be changed. Anybody who works in IT knows you can't just change things in like a week. You just can't. I mean, customers might want you to, but then you go, yeah, that's not going to happen. I got to put in a bunch of change requests. I got to put this over, I got to put this in test, and then I got to take it over to like the, QA team. We got to do a whole bunch of like, other stuff. Yeah, this is going to take like a couple weeks minimum for us to get these tests done. Yeah, I can't just flip it on. Like, I think a lot of people just don't really understand the scope of these things. Not only that, they've got to change this for every single server as well. It's not a fast process.
Like as in like an eviction notice. It's one-sided. You're being told something, right?
Yes.
And you have very little say in it.
Okay.
And that is what people would categorize most of
you don't have a say in it.
Kind of post streams as a lot of these scripted streams, a lot of these pre-recorded videos, lots of these stove
why would you have a say in
it? They act like they are two-sided communication. They act like, well, we listen to you, we get your concerns, but when you go through their arguments in depth, you can tell that they're just kind of pretending to listen and then saying, okay, we get you, but we're going to do this, okay?
And that's true and real. I can listen to your concerns. That doesn't mean that I care. I can listen to your concerns. You can say, Shotgun Shogun, I don't like the fact that you do that stupid voice when you're trying to be condescending to, other players that I don't think actually exist. But you know what? It doesn't matter. Because I'll listen to what you say, but at the end of the day, maybe that's not in our roadmap. Maybe it's something we'll put in the roadmap for later on. You're some random dude on Twitch. Like, what does your opinion really matter in the grand scheme of things to a global international company that has a year's worth of content already planned out? Like, random person in Twitch is super mad, that they can't beat this unit. Yeah, it sucks, dude. They listen to the general community. They don't have time or effort to spare to listen to your individual concerns, that your favorite waifu silk is unusable in RTA. I mean, I completely agree, dude. This is bullshit. Why can't I use green silk? Why can't I use green silk in RTA, dude? Like, here's the other thing too, is like, not only that, but they've got a bunch of numbers, they've got metrics, they got a whole bunch of shit in the back end that might not line up with what you're complaining about. Now, I mean, I saw the picture that, the C. Lilius was like a 91% pick rate in RTA. Yeah, 100, exactly. The other 9% is people who don't have her. 2 people who don't have her in silver. That's really what it is. I don't get all the complaints. It's a free to play gacha game. Goal is make money. Of course, the old characters that were god tier before become obsolete. Well, yeah, I think that a lot of people though, this is like a newer gacha game for them. I don't think it's like new as in like, a lot of people got into Genshin, right? But I do think that Epic 7 is a lot of people's first game. And maybe they don't realize that. I mean, for gacha veterans, I'm not saying that it's the best situation, right? I've been around, I've played a lot of gacha games. I know what I'm getting myself into. I know that probably my old units are going to become obsolete, especially in like a PvP game, and like I said, they release way too many units. They have to power creep themselves. So it is what it is, man. Like, here's the thing is like a lot of these people, I think they want their individual person. Well, yeah, you know what though? Like, other gachas have it worse, But, you know, that's like eating a shit sandwich. You still ate shit. You know, it doesn't matter if the shit sandwich has a pickle on it. Gacha games are still shit. If you go into a gacha game expecting anything other than shit, well, that's your fault. You know, you went into a restaurant called Shit Sandwiches Inc. And expected, like, you know, Wagyu beef. It's just not going to happen. You know, you should have known what you got into. It is what it is. What do you mean I can't be number one legend with the same 5 units forever? I mean, you can if you use Elson and ML Enot, but, like, you know what you get. If you're a gacha veteran, you knew what you got into. Like, yeah, and if you're a dude who's played for 2 months, you're like, bro, I am the most skilled player ever. My mom told me so. I should be legend number 1 because my mom called me her little pog champ. You're completely delusional, you know, except for Wakari. So yeah, but yeah, it's this whole like reciprocal conversation thing just doesn't make any sense. Like, you know, it's like they want the company to be their best friend, right? It's a fucking company. Like, I don't ever expect a company to give a shit about me. Like, I don't go to McDonald's and expect the manager to be like, oh, hey, Shogun, how's it go? Well, actually, they do, because, you know, I'm one of their, like, platinum, triple platinum, you know, frequent customers. But, like, if I go somewhere else, I don't expect them to be like, oh, Shogun, you know, how are you doing today? I hope that everything's okay. Here we actually cleared all the cars out of the drive-thru so that you can be in the front. Yeah, I don't expect a company to give a shit about me, dude. Like, they put out something, and if I like it, cool, I'll keep playing. And if I don't, I go, man, that sucks, dude. Guess I'm gonna go play something else, man. You know? No, dude, pizza delivery drivers don't make it to my house, man. Lucari got shit on 24/7 by his chat, and he's still grinding a legend. I mean, yeah. Well, I mean, that's Mold Kari. When does Lucari not get shit on by his chat? Let's be real.
So I think it's a very fine line, but Korean players have danced on this line for a very long time in the gaming industry as a whole. And that's why I think some people might take in global what we call a one-sided tumble, and they would say that's communication. See, they're listening to the players. They say they're listening to the players. What's the problem?
Because it is communication.
It's just the difference of standards. They're, you know, as I've said, the game.
So you have unrealistic standards.
Mm-hmm. People put a lot of investment, both monetarily and
that's why you're mad.
You know, personally into these games. They put love into the game called 애정. The people say to me like, oh, this is my 애정.
That's a video I'm
watching.
Game
I really love. They put their heart and soul into it. That's so when they feel that the team behind this game that they put so much love into is just kind of saying, okay, here's a notice, deal with it.
Yeah, almost being disrespectful.
Hold on. So this is like the Korean players donating thousands of dollars to a girl's OnlyFans, getting all of the content that they were promised for said OnlyFans, and then being mad that the girl isn't falling all over herself to date them. That's what this sounds like. That's what this sounds like right here.
Respectful.
Right. So I think this is a cultural difference. There obviously there are some people that I can't get through to on this. They might say, oh, that's nonsense. There's no difference.
Yeah.
You're just being.
If the content was just feet pictures
or whatever.
I mean, hey, man, if you're paying for feet pictures,
it's a very big topic, and
bro, Pokimane. I donated $1,000. Say my name.
And I want to kind of let me pull up an image. It's a very famous image now in Korea. Give me a second.
Sure.
This is the first thing that people saw after the opening kind of.
Go on, $10 from Thomas Ullman. I'll never be legend. I've wailed before when I could, but I play for the throw of pulls and badass animations. This is mobile World of Warcraft. It will get stale. Just depends on your preferences. Yeah, I completely agree. You play for the pull of whatever, the throw of whatever you want, man.
cinematic for the Vivian Carrick event last
Yeah,
stream
100%, dude.
is, and I think
Thank you for the $10.
some people were confused about this. Is this? Bam.
Ah,
This
yes.
Mr.
So
Navi?
I was discussing this, the crossed leg
Hold on.
kind of thing.
Yeah.
They're really mad about this? Dude. They're mad. They're mad about this setup? Bro, you know that this was just like pre-recorded for like the whole side story thing.
I know this is another culture thing. It's a body language thing. It
Sure.
might seem like I'm pulling this out of nowhere.
Dude, I hate the this is my culture, this is a cultural thing, like cop out. It's just a huge cop out.
This is an incredibly disrespectful stance. And in kind of, so if you think about it, right, Smilegate is not they should be on the back foot here. They should be taking.
I play for the thrill
being
of
very
beating
careful
Shogun
about how
Shogun
they
one
come
day.
off
Yo,
their
that's
player
not really
base
that
at this
hard.
point. When they've done an emergency
Thank you for the $2, dude.
broadcast, they've shown kind of that their vulnerable side with this kind of hastily put together stream.
This is ridiculous,
and
man.
What happens immediately after the opening cinematic is this, and I know this was.
It's similar to wearing your hat while you do the Pledge of Allegiance. They wanted a BTS dude in that seat. McCulture. It's not cultural. It's called being a douche. Yeah, man. Like the way he explained it, it seems that like he should be bowing and apologizing. Yeah, no, 100%, man. Like, okay, dude, you don't even know when they recorded this. Like, you don't even know when they recorded this. They could have recorded this like a week or two before the emergency thing. Like they could have, it's not like because this is obviously like a pre-set up thing. Like they didn't do this live, right? Like a lot of their skits and stuff like that, they don't do this stuff live. So like, who knows when they put this together? Like it's supposed to be like Coeric, right? Like I'm pretty sure this is like the Coeric setup for like Coeric Vivian. Like, oh, stop being so stop. See, that's the thing, is they take everything that this dude does. Like if you think that if he had a back and forth with them and talk to chat, right, they wouldn't take shit like way out of proportion. They literally take this out of proportion. Like the dude's just doing a fucking skit, man.
Probably not. This might not have been intentional. I think personally, this was supposed to copy the stance that Vivian has in her new artifact art.
Mm-hmm.
It's live.
Sitting,
oh, okay.
She's sitting on the throne.
I mean, still, it's a skit, like dude.
Yeah.
But this is a stance. Like if I was in front of an elder and I made this stance, I would get smacked on the head.
Well, first off, a bunch of you probably are not elders in chat, especially if you're in Korean live stream chat and you're also big mad. So I don't think that's not a problem, is it?
It's very disrespectful.
It's extremely disrespectful. And when you're you're broadcasting in an official capacity like this in the current situation that we're in, Smilegate should be, it was viewed that Smilegate should be acting as respect.
Yo, can we talk about though, like, he's looking pretty fucking fly in that outfit. Bet that dude slays when he goes out hitting that.
And careful as possible.
Yeah.
And this is the first image that we see coming out of the.
As an Asian, I can understand his viewpoint. You're really not
taste.
understanding his point of view here. But I also think that this is also a skit, right? Do you think that they should have completely scrapped the entire skit just because the KR player base was mad? Like, I understand that, that this could be seen as disrespectful, like in an Asian culture or whatever, from a body language standpoint. But like, should they have scrapped the whole entire skit? Now, like, if he would have came out and done, like, just had a desk and just did this and was like, you know what? Sucks to suck, dude. Fuck them. We read your complaints and then just paper shred them. Like, yeah, okay, that would be disrespectful, but this is literally a skit. Like, they should have just scrapped everything that they had planned just because some people were mad. I don't think so.
Obviously, people were already ticked off through the whole stream, starting with this image. This is where I think this is an image a lot of people cite, saying this is the kind of attitude that Smilegate has with us.
Okay.
This is like a perfect kind of summary of how they feel about us, right? It's kind of symbolic at this point. So
like, I think that's taking a skit out of context.
When you have a one-sided notice, a tombow, it has the kind of this power dynamic where the recipient feels like they're being looked down upon. And I think that's the core of this issue, is that game communities in Korea demand, even if it's just on the surface, even if it's just an attitude issue, we demand respect, right, from the devs. Even if we know all the money that we're spending on the game is going into their pockets or whatever, as long as they keep on this respectful tone, and they're open about trying not to whale bait and stuff like that, then people will spend money because they love the game. They know that it can last, right? So when you get stuff like this, it's obvious, maybe this will help some people.
I'm Asian. Even I was shocked when they showed this, but why, Schizo? Like, if it's a skit, he's literally doing the Koeric pose. Like, I mean, it is what it is, man. Like, I mean, if they've got a skit and they've already planned the skit, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Like, I think people are being mad just to be mad at this.
People understand.
Reading the room only applies to actual conversations, not skits on a stream. Yeah, I completely agree with you there. Like, like if this, like I said, if this wasn't a skit and dude just rolled out to a normal room with a throne and sat there like that, bro, even I would think that was disrespectful. Oh, I was shocked about they're mad about this. Oh, okay. Yeah, fair enough. Like, no, man. Like, even if Mashu came out and did this, like, I'm not even mad at the game. Like, if Mashu came out and did this with no real other context whatsoever, I'd be like, Mashu, what the fuck are you doing, bro? I mean, first off, looking pretty fly there, but I'll be like, man, what are you trying to do here? Like, what? Fucking come on, man. Like, what are you trying to pull?
Why people were so angry on the stream?
Yeah.
But if it's a skit,
sure. I actually talked about this also. I heard about this in your post. I asked my chat about it. And definitely, I'm not Korean,
it would be kind of funny. Yeah, it's true.
For sure, you can have things that are other people will not understand. This can be seen, I believe it, as super disrespectful. But just to play, like, do you know if when Koreans make these, when the Korean Smilegate streams decide to do like skits like this, in your opinion, do you think they're also
imagine if New did this? Oh my god!
Are they also planning to show
actually
this
be kind of hilarious?
And
bro, if New did this, he would look so fucking awkward on that chair. Oh my goodness, man, that would be hilarious.
I think they know a lot of other players, not just the Korean player base, watches this. Would you assume that, or would you say that's safe to assume?
So again, I haven't watched.
Who's the Korean dude in the interview?
Sure.
It's
basically we
Mr.
follow
Objection
along,
from Reddit.
And Mashu and Gegedy used to be Mashu and New. They kind of have to wait. We let you guys go first.
He's
and
not
then
a famous streamer. He's like played the game for like a year.
Did this skit lead into Mr. Navi having like the Safari thing on, and then he started doing the Ancient Inheritance, or was this something else?
I think this particular kind of script that he was going off of was about the new Vivian event. Supposed to be about royalty and stuff, right?
All right. I'm not sure if we saw this one.
Yeah, it's for the Prince's
exactly.
the Prince's game
on the stream.
I mean, I always think that the skits are a little on the like awkward side, but
weird,
like,
right? Because
is what it is.
I can't say for sure the role that community managers have on the dev decisions. I do remember seeing on the anniversary stream. I think at the very end, they had a bunch of Smilegate staff saying like, "Here's to like a great anniversary" or whatever. And I do remember seeing global community managers appear at the very end on the Korean stream. People are like, who are these people?
So wait, hold on. So if Korean players are like, yo, who are these people at the end of the anniversary stream and don't know or care about our CMs, then why do they expect us to care about their side? Like, that's just, you know, as kind of how I see it. Like, you know, what do they like? Why? Like, if they don't care about the global community managers or the global side of things, then why should I care about their side? It seems a little arrogant.
So I'm not sure if we can interpret that, and this is again all speculation, so
Yeah.
we can't say for sure. It's just but given that the whole stream is in Korean and they know the people that are waiting for this stream the most.
Yeah, but the character introductions are in Korean. The like everything's in Korean that we get. What are you talking about? Like, just because this stream's in Korean doesn't mean that literally every piece of media that we get isn't in Korean, right? Like when we get the character profiles, do they have English people talking on there? No, they don't.
Most.
I actually no,
It's a
that's
Korean
not true.
player
They used to. Now we do have
I would
some.
say
I
that
think.
it was probably very reckless of them
Sure.
to do this.
I can agree to that. I could
Again, I
definitely
think
say
that
like this was
they're
in poor
taking a
taste,
skit way
in
too
terms of PR,
seriously.
that was probably not the right move, and I know why they're upset. All I was saying is maybe that they weren't specifically. It wasn't maybe intentional. I think you already mentioned that it may have not been
Yeah.
intentional just to spite the Korean player base, but maybe they were just trying to copy the Vivian.
Yeah,
or
this was
show, like,
already
a
planned.
cool skit to the rest of the servers.
I mean, now don't get me wrong. Could they have been like, man, I know we already got this plan, but bro, this is gonna make so many people mad. Fuck them. We're gonna go out here and do this. No, I don't know. I don't know Mr. Navi. I don't know anything about him, but I think it was just a skit, and I think it's people taking stuff too seriously and going out of their way to find things to be mad at.
As well.
Yeah, it's not that
I
deep, bro.
think
Yeah, exactly.
if we assume that's the truth, there's still some fault in them for not recognizing.
Yeah,
that this
yeah.
becomes
No,
this
there's literally
protest,
not.
Sure.
But you know, they've proven to have somewhat, you know, lackluster PR awareness.
Yeah, they can't read the
Um,
room. Like they didn't understand the situation.
Yeah, it takes a while for them to be like, oh no, something's wrong.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Is that the main thing about the communication, though? Sometimes they do a poor job, and then in this scenario, exactly, it was very poor in poor taste. Is that the main?
Very, yeah. And this is where I'm going to bring up Lost Ark. So I know you've played Lost Ark, right? But and I know Global just recently got a release. I'm
Yep.
not going to be.
Was this
talking about
video? It's
Global.
Car 6's
I'm
interview
talking
with
purely about
a Korean player.
Lost Ark.
Sure.
Because this might come as a surprise to some people. I too played Korean Lost Ark, but this.
Oh my
basically,
goodness, that is a huge surprise to me.
The Korean Lost Ark player base.
A
is
person
one of the
playing Lost
happiest
Ark?
I've ever seen in any video game community ever. Besides, like the Animal Crossing community. I don't know, some kind of is very non-toxic. Of course, there's some toxic because it's so.
Again, see, here's like one of the things and like one of the problems that I talked about earlier, right? Is it's stuff like this that dilutes their overall concerns and complaints, right? Because I might be like, hey, you know what? I completely agree with you guys. Like, balance is kind of rough. You know, it's kind of, you know, we need to fix some stuff here, and you know, we need to, you know, look at a lot of this stuff, right? And then they're like, Mr. Navi crosses legs on a stream. And I'm like, are you kidding me? This is real life. This is your concern. This is what you're mad about? Because he didn't come out bowing his head like Yoshi P when they had to delay Final Fantasy 14 for 2 weeks. This is what you're mad about? Come on, dude.
So big, but everyone's so happy with the devs there. It's insane.
Well, yeah, because the
And
Lost Ark
I wanna
devs are pretty
explain
sweet.
Why? Is because
Because they're a whole different
number one factor would be
department
they
of
know how to
Smiley.
communicate with their player base. and you can't, some people they can't help but compare because it's still Smilegate.
Again, it's two
E7
completely
and
different game
Lost Ark,
styles.
both Smilegate, and it's just like, it's
There's
just
a whole
complete
bunch of
opposites
other
in how they
things
handle
to like
communication. But I'm going
to
to
do.
basically show you.
It's a completely different game.
There are these. Okay. Here, they have English subs on this. This is Loa On or Lost Ark Online, Lost Ark Online or whatever. Yeah. It's a broadcast they did in 2021, and this is basically an event that Lost Ark held where the director comes up to the
To be real, the
it's
only
fully
reason
live.
why the state of
They
this game
have,
is the way it is because of the KR
it's not
community. Should we bring up the
pre-recorded,
whole
Yeah.
KR
maybe
conference
scripted to some
2019?
extent, but
I bring that up pretty often, actually.
not in any kind of way that seems not genuine, right?
I mean, there's a lot of nonverbal language
and
cues in the
this
Korean
is the
culture
prime
that
example of
non-Koreans
what
really don't
people
care about,
expect from the
whereas
gaming
they do.
industry
Well,
for
yeah, I mean,
communication.
but
And in all
again,
fairness, Mr.
yeah, again, like I said, if that was not a skit, if he just came out like it was a normal stream and sat on a desk and crossed his legs like that, yeah, I would completely agree with you. I would 100% completely agree with you, hands down. I would be like, yeah, that was disrespectful. Yeah, in any context, that's 100%. But it's a skit. It's just a skit. Like, you literally can't take a skit and be like, oh, well, this is real life.
Mr. J, let me make it clear, right? Lost Ark and Epic 7 are under the same parent company, correct?
Yeah, but different dev teams.
Different dev teams, but they're both under.
Yeah, also, this is like the anniversary event for Lost Ark, where they had like a huge Final Fantasy 14, like this thing was like 7 hours long or whatever. Yeah, they want director Yuna on every stream bowing and begging for forgiveness. I mean, they demanded apologies from the CEO, so
Smilegate. So
Yes.
you can kind of expect, right, that if one game does this, the other game maybe the player base will hold some similar expectations. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, I think Lost Ark was actually a huge factor in changing the expectations that the Korean game community has.
Yo, yeah, director Yuna crossing legs, pog crazy. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, but the fact it was done regardless was in poor taste given the situation. It's like they're saying they know it can be perceived as disrespectful, but they do it anyways because they don't care. I don't think that's true. I honestly don't think that that's true. I do not think that they should have derailed their skit for a minority of upset players. I think that they had a skit. I think they had a plan. And I think that they went forward with it. They were not going to let, whatever, they'll address everything else other ways. Like, I don't think that they should have to do that. You're a boomer. Like, maybe I have this wrong, but it sounded like everyone nowadays gets offended by everything and gets upset when they do get what they want and right away. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm a boomer. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it just seems like, man, it's just crazy, dude. Like, I feel like in that situation, they were just trying to find a way to be mad. They were mad that they didn't come out bowing and, and scraping and begging for forgiveness. And just kind of was like, hey, you know what? We're going to talk about this at a later point. We still have other things to do. Yeah. I had to follow and say that this interview seems like they brought a conspiracy theorist and indulged in his fantasies. I mean, a little
the
bit.
gaming industry.
Okay.
Actually, a big factor of how MapleStory lost a huge number of its player base is because
Also, yeah, you can't compare Lost Ark like season 2 anniversary like 7-hour stream to like a 30-minute announcement stream every other week. Like, it's literally, you just can't do that, dude.
this trend caught on where people were saying, let's move to Lost Ark from MapleStory, and people
go do it. It's a good game.
There were a bunch of comparison videos
because they're both
all these things
MMOs.
that MapleStory made you pay for what was free in Lost Ark.
Sure.
Oh,
They set the standard
generous
for how to.
oh, comparison. Oh man, yeah, Lost Ark super free, man. Super not pay to win. Yeah, come on, dude.
treat your customers or make a good
Exactly.
game that customers will like.
I
Okay.
mean, I know
Yeah,
there's people out there
and
that are free to
you can
play
tell
on
the
Lost Ark,
director of this game,
but acting like
he plays the
Lost
game.
Ark doesn't have
He
a good
knows that there's
monetization
a player base.
system.
Is this Gold River?
That's just a lie.
Is that his?
Yeah. Is that how it pops up? His name is Kim Gang-sun.
No. I just know
But-
about him because he had an awesome stream
Yeah.
to celebrate the global release.
Oh,
And
great.
so
yeah,
a lot of
that's him.
the global players like him now. Yeah, they call him Gold
Yeah.
River.
He is basically he's like the shining example of what people want the gaming industry to catch up to.
Okay.
Essentially.
And this is kind of ties us back into why the Koreans are being so strict on
Yeah, I mean, how much has Rich
Smilegate
Campbell
or
spent on the
Epic
game?
7 because they've shown like other games can have a higher standard, and it is possible to have this kind of communication.
Right. And the atmosphere in these streams is so positive. Everyone's like, "Oh my God, thank you."
Yeah, how often do they
Gold
have
River.
them though?
You know, people are, always just like appreciating what they do.
Yeah.
And other game companies have been shown. For example, Nexon, which is known as I don't know if Global knows about this.
They
but
don't have the best
there are these-
reputation in global. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's like comparing a side scroller to
there are
Elden
these
Ring. Yeah, a
companies
little
we
bit.
call the 3Ns, which would be NCSoft. They made stuff like Lineage, which is one of the biggest whale MMOs in Korea. Nexon, of course, and Netmarble, which is like kind of the mobile.
Yeah.
I
know a lot of those.
mobile, yeah. So those three are called the 3Ns. They were kind of touted as the three like greediest game like.
Yo,
distributors,
you know who
publishers.
has really,
in the
really
industry.
good
Mhm.
live streams for like everything they
And
do?
Nexon took
Japan.
a huge hit, obviously. MapleStory makes up most of their Korean revenue.
Yeah.
So when it took a hit, they took a huge hit in Korea, and they took some very obvious hints from Lost Ark. They started they emulating the kind
Oh,
of
yeah.
practices that
No, I mean Lost Ark
the
has its
Lost
own
Ark
controversies as well.
director did in his streams.
Yeah.
They would try to kind of they did some experimental things like they discovered
You don't like, dude.
they
I
do
like
very
them because they
similar
have
things, but they'll
cute
be
Japanese
received very
voice actors.
differently based
Okay,
on how much your player base trusts you.
I'm a
for
dirty
example,
weeb. All right, I'll listen to
Gunton,
cute
he,
Japanese voice
Lost Ark
actors
director,
talk
he,
about stuff I don't understand
Last
for
anniversary,
like hours.
Second anniversary, he put out like a surprise like extra like gift for the anniversary, and the anniversary ended, and a bunch of MapleStory players came in. It was a huge event, enough that he noticed, and he
Tough
put
to
out
have a
the
positive
anniversary
stream when a
gift
certain
again.
group does nothing but complain
So
about
people
everything
missed
Smilegate
out.
does. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why I think they should just
Catch up
ignore them
and,
and
you
just
know,
do their stream.
And people might hear this and say, "Oh, what you're saying is Koreans just."
Look, I'll be real. If a whole bunch of people flooded,
No.
like I'll be real, if a whole bunch of people flooded into my stream and just started talking a whole bunch of shit and demand, it was like, I'll go back to like when, I did the charity thing for Kaz way back in the day, and a whole bunch of people came in demanding a whole bunch of shit from me, like, harassing me and stuff like that. Yeah, I can bend the knee to those people, dude. You're a little random person in Twitch chat, dude. Like, yeah, no, there doesn't need to be reciprocal conversation there. Yeah, they should just disable chat. Yeah, 100%.
It's just the gesture.
Here's the info.
Of
Yeah.
that the director knows.
Like if you
that,
have
we
reciprocal
have all these
conversations
newbies,
and then they get
and
all
they're willing to
toxic,
take care
yeah,
of these newbies
we
and, like,
tried.
make sure that they
You
settle into the game. And again, like
fucked
I
it up.
said, the taking care of newbies like this is really, really important for the longevity of the game. So
Bro, this
they
game
tried
is
their best
so
to
good
kind
to
of,
new
like,
players.
Have
What
other
do you
members of the community
mean, dude?
teach people and stuff like that. It was very positive.
I mean, they
and
did
MapleStory
they
tried
did
to do
actually
something
complain about me
similar.
censoring.
They tried to undersell a reward they were going to put out.
Yeah.
And then be like, surprise, and then they discovered you can't do that when your reputation's in the gutter.
Right.
Because
Okay.
people just get angry in the first place. But now
Yeah, they're gonna get mad at it
it's been
anyways.
almost a year now. They're only now beginning to recover trust.
In their
After-
player base.
Yeah,
Sure.
they gave up a lot of game-based like revenue.
When you talk about
They
Lost
made
Ark
a
is
lot
bored
of
until at least
quality of
100
life
hours in. Yeah,
adjustments.
just play 100
Yeah.
hours,
And
dude.
quality of life is super important, is because when they make quality of life adjustments, these are really small changes, right?
Mhm.
Like, I don't really know where this guy's
These are
going right
things that
now.
you don't really notice unless you really play the game regularly.
Like, I really don't know the tangent that this guy's going off on right now, because like in terms of quality of life, anybody who is complaining about the quality of life in Epic 7 right now is being completely disingenuous, and you can tell that they have only played for about 2 weeks, because we've had so many quality of life improvements, and like this game's actually really good for catching new players up. Now, are you going to be beating Elf Mage in 2 weeks? No, you're not. Yeah, you shouldn't be. Yeah, you shouldn't be. I played this game for 3 fucking years. Your 2 week ass shouldn't be beating me, bro. Put in your time.
And you can tell when a game kind of just leaves quality of life things alone, that dev team may not even play the game. They might not even have the awareness that that's like an issue. Like maybe this button is like hard to press and like extra steps. And
Sure,
they cut it
sure.
out. Then you know, oh wow, they really know what's going on, or at least they listen. But
So essentially, Lost Ark set the gold standard, and
yeah,
the Korean player base from Epic 7 would like the company to be more like the Lost Ark, how they operate.
And no one is expecting them to be at Lost Ark's level.
But just to be more like that in terms of respect, listening to the player base. Okay, sure. I wanted to ask though, this is a little bit separate, also tying into communication though, but in your post, I think that a lot of maybe you and the Korean players think that over here at Global, we are kind of the favorites and we have like a lot of communication and what we say and do is kind of what
This will be good.
happens. Is that kind of true?
So I think there is that sentiment going around, and I don't think it's much of a kind of, I think it comes from this kind of barrier that we have between the player bases. There aren't a lot of opportunities like this to hash out what really goes on, obviously. So I think there's that. But I think if the Korean player base thinks that Global's listened to, and the global player base thinks that Koreans are listened to, then obviously,
there's something wrong.
There's something wrong, right? And I think the issue would come from, at the root, they don't really listen to any particular player base at all.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I don't think they should.
At least not in the way that
I think they should listen to everybody.
You would expect them to. So since the Korean player base feels unheard, they go on Reddit, and they find a lot of times, because of the differing standards that people have, Global is super content, and about a lot of stuff that Koreans may be less than content with. I don't mean to say that this means global players are complacent or whatever. It's just a difference in standard.
So hold on, chat. Let me ask you this: if KR players go outside of their little bubble, and they see that everybody else is kind of content, that is what it is. We'll get our changes when we get our changes. Would that not show them that the majority of players who are playing the game don't care about their concerns, and that they should stop? If you are the toxic vocal minority and you go out there and you're like, man, like nobody else is complaining about this thing that I'm mad about, maybe you're the one who's wrong. I'm just saying. Maybe you're the one who is not correct here. Yeah.
That people, it's not commonplace for people to have like a gold standard for the video game industry.
Yeah.
Because
what do you mean?
I don't think I can think of a single kind of parallel to how we view Lost Ark's team in the global community. Like if there's any sort of like,
I think
gold standard dev,
not for a global dev, but I know like Final Fantasy 14 has really set the standard for MMOs, but that's a Japanese company, obviously. But it really kind of took a huge hit in your example of MapleStory.
Again, I don't understand why they continue to compare these megalithic MMOs to a fucking mobile game. Like I don't get this comparison. Bro, Blizzard does this. Why doesn't Smilegate for Epic 7?
And they can't recover either.
Bro, Bethesda, puts out Skyrim 700 times. Why doesn't Smilegate do that for Epic 7?
Fantasy has shown how to run a, like, they weren't good in the beginning, but they revamped the entire system. They're super.
Yeah, man, let's just compare a massively multiplayer online game to a phone game.
Open with communication. I don't play it, but that's all the stuff I've been hearing. I think maybe that's a decent example.
Yeah, I have heard.
Why don't we get Yoshi P to write the story for Epic 7?
Big of a player base in Korea, but
sure. Yeah, just as an example. But did you have any questions as first off, before I ask that, I want if you can maybe start spreading the info that global, even though the Reddit might seem complacent and some players are complacent and our cultural standards aren't, they don't really make
why
us
can't
as
this game that's been out for 10 years
for change as much as you guys?
Why can't Smilegate do that with Epic 7?
We have a lot of competitive players as well that do endgame PvP, and from what I've heard from you, our end goal interests are almost the same. We also, a lot of us want nerfs without compensation, if that makes the game better. We want balance to be better, of course. And yeah, we would like Smilegate to listen more as well. I don't think there's too much difference in that regard. And I would try not to say, like, don't take Reddit as the main voice of global, for sure.
Well, yeah.
Just like you were saying, don't view... Yeah.
Right.
But is there anything you want to...
Again, like I've said before, the vast majority of people who play this game don't use social media, don't go to Reddit, don't go to Stove, aren't in Discords. They just play the game and they have fun playing the game. Like, that's the actual vast majority of every game. Because you don't find them because they're happy just playing the game, dude.
I wanted to maybe clarify in terms of how we communicate with Smilegate.
Well, I think I've seen some, I've gotten a decent explanation since posting about what the community managers are like, that they're not exactly like a direct hotline to the dev team. But
I mean, nobody should have a direct line to the dev team.
At least a direct communication line is important.
No, it's not.
I think they're in the Discord server, right? They're active members of the community. Which
yes, they do a very good job being just running streams that aren't even like balanced or.
No, this is a stupid argument, dude. No, this is the dumbest argument ever. Nobody should have a direct line to the devs. No community should have a direct line to the devs. You have to have some sort of filter, or you know what, you're going to have just a bunch of dumb shit going to devs and then they're going to get bogged down. That's literally what, there's a middleman. You got to put a coffee filter in there, or you get a whole bunch of coffee grounds in your coffee. Nobody wants a whole bunch of coffee grounds in their fucking coffee, and devs don't have time for that shit. That's why you have, a community manager. They sit around and have to go to Reddit. They have to sit through Discord. They got to go through YouTube. They got to go through Facebook and Stove. They gather everything up and they're like, you know what? Yeah, people are complaining about this one thing. There's one guy who's complaining because they censored Wilbet's S3 and he couldn't see any underage panties. You know what, that guy's opinion doesn't fucking matter. No, this is like completely unreasonable stuff. Like, you know what, no, man, imagine you work IT, right, and your dumbest customer has access to just call your SQL database guy. Yeah, no, it's got to go through customer support so they can filter it out and be like, no, you're just dumb. No, we're not doing this. Yeah, we're not doing this, man. Shut up.
News related, they'll just do fun events. They answer questions. They hang out in my streams. Yeah, they're very, very, very good at what they do in terms of just
so
showing
stupid,
that they care about their jobs. They care about the player base. But in terms of actual, can we reach out to them and have them forward the news to Korea and see?
Yeah, it's why every company has a complaint department separate from the actual main team.
It's very rare, if has never happened. There have been things like where I've given feedback and maybe like it'll be
I have written them college level dissertations just to yeet it into the void.
Sometimes happens, but big changes like this, where
That's
you guys
why
are
I
pushing
like
for
stopped
no pity
caring about
back
like
in the day,
writing
when
them
you're pushing
big
for now,
proposals.
right? Getting us mail, like rewards in our mail. Global has never been able to do that, and maybe that's because we're not review bombing per se, but I do think it's more that you guys still have a huge, maybe like we said, there's some in between. You guys think Smilegate doesn't listen to you. We think they only
Wait,
listen
hold
to you.
on.
But there is proof that you guys still have a very big impact on how they listen. And
Not
over here at
wasting my
Global,
time. Yeah.
we might be
I mean, I don't
more
waste
the
my time
profits,
anymore either.
more bigger player base, but we still defer to you guys, and I think you guys still have the major say, just my opinion.
You want to
not
repeat the
discount fact that
2019
maybe
meeting where the
Global
devs were
does have,
crying and
you know,
asking for forgiveness?
some
Yeah,
stuff that
no.
Korea doesn't, but in terms of actual
Sure.
gameplay balance and what we can actually see happening, I think it's still mostly you guys.
Right. I would say the only thing to qualify that would be to say that I think the sentiment kind of stems from when Smilegate does nothing, right? When they don't make any changes, and it feels like we're unheard, then people
Think they're listening to Global because Global's content.
yeah, so they think, oh, they're listening to Reddit or whatever and thinking Reddit's happy, let's not change things.
Or
Yeah.
That's
well,
where I think the
yeah,
sentiment
maybe
comes
it's
from, not
because
that, but and I
most people
understand
don't want that change.
from-
No, hold on. No, that's another stupid argument. If they're silent and they don't make a change just because KR side wants a change, and they're looking at Global, well, yeah, okay, cool deal, dude. Then it's because not enough people wanted that change. So now you're mad because the vast majority didn't want the change that you wanted, and now you're like, ah, they only listen to the majority of people. How dare they? How dare they?
from what you guys have said, that Global hasn't actually had the real power to enact specific changes or whatever, and that we have the say about that. I just think that Korea was looking for a way to explain why they would ignore certain demands or just tend not to hear it, stuff like that.
Okay.
And I think that comes from, again, a lot.
Yeah,
this
Global
kind of
is
wall
less toxic
between
about it.
devs
Not
and
only
players.
that, but
Yeah,
a lot
I
of the
could
things
see
that they
that.
complain
Alright,
about, maybe
that was
Global
good to
doesn't
know.
care about
The whole
because it's a non-factor.
How did the 15%? I think you made a post saying like
Oh,
Koreans have
right.
a meme now about being called like the 15%. Did Smilegate actually come out on a stream and say, "Hey,
Yeah,
you
they
guys
did.
are only 15% of the profit"? I mean, not
Yeah.
exactly, but did they say
It's
something
fucking
like,
hilarious,
"You guys are
dude.
50% of the profit. We don't really listen
Wait,
to you
was
as much
Car
anymore"?
not around for the
Let
Festa?
me, give you the exact.
Yes, please.
Well, there was an event called Epic Festa.
Yep. Amazing.
And it was a in-person event. Where
Yeah,
you know,
demands
they have
is
these, you know,
yeah,
for
that's yeah, you know what, D Jones, you bring up a really good point. Demands are a very strong word. When you go, I demand this thing, like, no, don't you fucking demand from me. Like, that's the easiest way to get somebody like defensive and be like, you don't own this company, dude. Like, you don't make demands of me. Someone comes in my chat and they demand I do something, I just tell them to go fuck off. Yeah, like, yeah, as soon as you start getting aggressive with me, I'm going to be like, no, especially if you're like the minority of people, right? Like, yeah, the Epic Festa, which Global doesn't have. Yo, we got the in-person New York event for streamers that was what it
games, they have
was.
these in-person events. It's kind of like where you go to like, it's kind of like you know, big crowds of people. They sit in front of a big screen, like
yeah, a
PAX or
convention.
whatever.
I was
You know,
there
convention.
for
Yeah,
it.
yeah. And
People on Reddit
cosplay,
hated
stuff
me.
like- yeah, basically stuff like that, right?
Mhm,
And this event was largely
Oh, that's a
seen
good
as
picture.
failure, because they made a lot of in-game decisions that are like they announced there that people weren't happy with. Let's see, the question
Well, who cares?
was, are you planning so the preceding question was, are you planning anything for the first anniversary? And they said, yeah, we're planning this, this, etc., etc. And they said, are you planning anything for the global server? 열린 것도 이제 대만 유저들의 열망이 뜨겁기 때문이다. Okay, so this basically means, just like Guilty Gear, with Guilty Gear, every time we updated in February, April, May, the Korean profits were 15% about, and America, and this America, 미국 is strictly USA.
Yep.
Takes 40%, and we're going to discuss with our marketing team about the global anniversary in November. But the users need to basically express that they have the passion for that to happen.
So here's the thing with this, right? And I think that both of them don't know this. But when they were talking about that event, the anniversary event, it was the in-person event. Like, that's what they were talking about. They weren't talking about like them giving us free shit for our anniversary. Like, they were talking about having like a festa for the anniversary. I mean, it was like 3 years ago or whatever, but I'm pretty sure that when they were doing that, it was, do we want to have an event like this happen in the States? So yeah.
And this was really weird, right? It's like you need people to speak up and say, yes, we want something to celebrate the anniversary, to actually do something.
Yeah, see, I think this is the problem with having people who weren't around for it.
Global players?
Like, I think this is the problem with having a person who's played the game for less than a year. And I don't know if Carr was around at that time or not. Carr, if you're watching this and reacting to it afterwards, just, let me know. But like, that's the problem with having people who don't know and weren't there.
Where's the speak up, or the Korean players to speak up?
It just says they didn't specify whose, but they said in another version they had another roundtable conversation, and they said the only reason that opened up was because people were so passionate about it. So two kind of weird things here. One is that it's like, okay, they're gauging user kind of passion about.
I think it's poor taste to answer a question saying like, you guys are profiting or making us this much, while
this is
America over here is making us way more. I don't think that's very good.
Well, okay, I'll be real. I don't think that was good either. Like, you don't come out and go, hey man, you guys need to step it up, dude. You're only 15% of the profit. Completely agree. Yeah, if you got told you were 15% of the profit and you really didn't matter, okay, you gotta definitely have a reason to be mad. Okay, I completely understand where they're coming from with that. That was a bad take, but it was funny.
The question was, are you planning any global events?
And they brought up that, like, that's what I wanted. I wanted to know the context. And like, do you have a link to that? Either the transcript. Just send it to me so I have it. But
it was pretty
definitely article. And
I can think something was bad taste, but it was also hilarious.
So basically, imagine
get effed, dude.
Imagine you're at an event designed for the Korean player base, celebrating
also
your first anniversary.
Bro, I like to point out
and they asked,
when I went
now, what are you planning to do for that? And they say, well,
hold on. When I went to that like in-person meetup, like when I went to the New York Epic 7 sick meetup at like the cool club and stuff like that. I thought that like I was gonna I went with the expectation that was like the FGO like things where we were gonna get some information, they were gonna like talk about the game, we were gonna get a bunch of stuff. Instead, they just threw a party, and I was like, bruh, what the fuck is this? But hey, at least I got a Ruel standee out of it, so I don't care. I had to drive across PA for it, which is boring, but yeah.
I mean, global does make a lot more money. So we're we're definitely planning to do something, right?
Yeah.
And then they add on some weird add-on thing about, we're going to gauge like player wants, like how much they want that. It's like, well, okay. It's very weird.
I didn't know that I wanted a Ruel standee until I got there.
Like maybe breed competition, or so say like you guys need to spend more, show us that you want it as bad.
The reason this stuck around so much as a meme. There was a particularly passionate person at the
it was kind of disappointing.
Which happened very shortly after this in 2019.
Yep.
They said,
hey, there was my Ruel standee.
A lot of players kind of could appreciate. And the way the devs were answering some of these questions, obviously, when you have a statement like this in mind, it kind of seemed like they were kind of thinking this in the back of their minds. And one of the players at
I do still have
the
it, Stevie.
roundtable
It's
said,
literally right there.
we can already see you have that 15% thing in the back
Still
of your
no Archie
mind.
plushie,
Stop
yeah.
it. Right? And the devs got very, I think they took quite a beating there.
That was a Tamarin cosplay.
And this is why, when people first, when I looked up 15%, because people were, always mad about 15% resistance, right? In global.
Yeah, sure.
I will literally
That's not
forever
the
make
thing.
fun of
It's all
them
digital hung. It's not
about the
15%
15%, because I know it gets under their skin.
15% will refer to this incident.
You guys refer to this incident. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So
that's what I meant by
this
that,
kind
by
of
that.
this kind of conflict between the devs and the players in Korea has been going on for a while.
Yes, literally since the beginning of the game.
Again, I want to reiterate, there are some people on my post saying, well, yeah, that's just facts, right? It's just business facts. Why are you mad? But I will reiterate that this is a question of attitude.
I mean, yeah.
No reason they need to bring that up on that question.
Yeah.
Nor any reason for them to express it to the Korean player base at an event like that. It's just
I mean, yeah, 15% in
boggles the
PvE
mind.
sucks.
And we're currently
100%, dude.
We're apparently some people have taken screenshots saying that Korea's share of profits is now up to 25.
Yeah.
Which I don't think makes a huge difference. But basically, I think this.
Let's fucking go, boys.
Hopefully, this helps some Koreans understand that I think we have more of a chance to be heard, and if we don't get heard, it's.
I mean, does that just mean that everybody else is spending less money? Epic dead.
Okay.
Yeah, it was in poor taste. Yeah, 100%. I can completely.
Yeah, sure.
I will completely state that, yeah, calling them 15% was probably in poor taste, and probably the person who said it, yeah, is probably like, yeah, you guys are only like 15% of the profit, and then probably afterwards he was like, oh man, I probably should have said that. Like, you say stuff, and then you're like, yeah, I wasn't prepared for this question, and I fucked that one up.
I think the one default here would be Spambots from having bad taste.
Yeah.
At this event.
But yeah, I think like this whole last part is two people that don't know what they're talking about right now.
Questions answered.
I guess that's it for me. I guess I'd say this is like the 50th time we're saying this. We don't represent the
Korean global
communities.
Yeah.
But I do appreciate that I have seen there were some Koreans who PM'd me on Reddit. They just made new accounts. They had gotten the courage to kind of speak up after seeing the post, and they added onto my post. I really appreciate that, and I think I tried to fill the role as best as possible, but I think the more bridges between the communities, the better.
Yeah.
I'm definitely not there. There might be.
Yeah, I mean, business is business.
Listens to what I say and say that I don't agree with everything he says. Some Koreans think this. That's great. We get more sides of the argument. All power to you. There's even, I think, a newer post that I saw yesterday from a Korean discussing possible solutions for the current situation. I think healthy discussion like that is fantastic.
All right, I guess the thing I'll leave us with is please let the Korean player base know that that a lot of if we can get, like you said, that they post more, we can talk more between global and Korea. I already know that a lot of the differences in viewpoints can be remedied by just explaining, right? The culture's a little bit different, and honestly, how it sounds is the end game goal on both parties, both global and Korea, is very similar. We both want the same things, just the methods are a little bit different. The culture's a little bit different overall, but yeah. Very, very good talk, man, and I appreciate you coming on.
Yeah. Let me know when the video comes up.
I will. All right. Appreciate your time, man. Take it easy.
Yeah, let them know they need to chill. All right. Yeah. So that was Car 6's hour 47-minute video that I turned into 4 hours and 15 minutes worth of content. Let's go, boys. Here, let me post up the link so that you guys can go check that out. Whoops, I double posted that. Car 6, good dude. You know, I'm pretty okay with him. I haven't talked to him in ages, but you know, Car, if you want me to come on and do a reaction to this, so that I can react to that and we can have infinite content, or you know, whatever. But at the end of the day, I don't think that Mr. Objection really brought a whole lot of good to this. I think that the oh hey, my malware bites needs updated, my bad. I think that there were some points that I think was that were okay, and I still think that like cultural differences, I think that, you know, stuff like that is not a good reason to be toxic. I think that they need to chill out. I think that calling, you know, saying that they're just hurting Smilegate out of love, I think is another cop out. I also think that, you know, a lot of people that are complaining about stuff don't know what it is that they want. And I don't think that, you know, the people who are complaining about this stuff even know what the majority of players want. I think that if Smilegate goes and actually does look at global and there's not a lot of people complaining about a specific thing and the metrics behind it show that they're not complaining about a specific thing, then you know what, you as a player base, if you are the minority that does have a problem with a specific thing, then I think that, you know, you need to suck it up and realize that, you know, you don't make up the majority of people, and your concern, you know, might get fixed in the future, but a lot of people don't care about it. Like that, it is what it is. There's a lot of entitlement. There's a lot of the world revolves around us attitude. And again, if you come to Reddit, you come to like all the social media, and literally nobody cares about your one thing. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think it's that big of a problem. Personally, I think that communication doesn't need to be reciprocal. I think that if we put in the survey, then they address the survey. You know, that's reciprocal conversation, right? I think that if we filled out all the survey stuff, they're going to come back and they're going to go, hey, look, we gathered all this data, and we're going to talk about it. That's good enough. I don't need Mr. Navi to personally go on stream and be like, oh, hey, Shogun, what's up? You know, how are you doing? How's your placements going? Like, how's RTA? Is it going pretty good? Yeah, I don't need that. And the fact that you do need that kind of is weird, actually. Like, I don't need a company to care about me. I just need the company to put out a good game. That's really what I want. I play Counter-Strike along E7, and Counter-Strike has nerfs, patches done weekly, quality of life weekly, multiple mystic banners. When players make a complaint, they respond immediately. Yeah, but isn't Counter-Strike super new? I mean, it is what it is. I mean, like, yeah, I would love. I mean, we've gotten a lot of quality of life. What quality of life do you want right now? You know, we get weekly patches. Oh no, we get bi-weekly patches now, because we only need bi-weekly patches. Again, I mean, nerfs would be fine. You know, multiple mystic banners. I mean, I wouldn't want multiple mystic banners, honestly. I mean, unless that pity's on each one of them. Counter-Side's been out in Korea for 2 years. Okay, that's fair enough. I mean, I don't know anything about Counter-Side, so, you know, it is what it is, dude. But I mean, yeah, it is what it is, man. And I don't think that, like I said, I don't need the company. I just need the company to put out a good game. If the metrics say, hey, our game is not doing good, then fix the game, or I'll just go play something else. Like, I think a lot of people get just too tribal and too invested emotionally in a game, and they can't just take a break. I think that taking a break from a game really helps you, mentally, actually. I think that, you know, if you are mad at the way that the game is right now, vote with your wallet. Stop playing. Those metrics will eventually, you know, make their way up. If they just start seeing people just drop off from their game, and they, you know, and they just don't make any money, then they're going to have to make changes. But I also don't think that, you know, like I said with the review bombing, I think it's disingenuous to make 25 accounts and 1-star a game. It's no different than false flagging their YouTube. It's literally inorganic. There we go. You know, it's inorganic. If 100,000 players all got together and actually 1-starred a game, then okay, like that's perfectly fine. But if you have, you know, 1,000 people that make 100 accounts and 1-star a game, that's not an actual indicator of the actual player base being met. Like I just don't think that that's realistic, and I don't think that kind of behavior should be rewarded, actually. Like I just really don't. I think that when you reward that type of behavior, you just reinforce bad behavior, and then you have a wiki full of controversies that aren't really controversies. I think that's just the case. But you know what? This video is literally 4 hours and 20 minutes. So we're ending it here. That's right. I'm ending it at 4:20. That's the weed number. Actually, because I gotta pee really, really bad. I will be right back, dudes. All right, that's right. Pajama pants on. But yeah, man, I did not expect that to be. I mean, I know I like to talk a lot, but like, yeah, I didn't expect I was going to be talking for over 4 hours. I kind of did. That's going to be real loud. Let me turn that back down. Gotcha. Reddit server hates E7, so it's weird. They were salivating during the KR drama. Oh, dude, Gotcha Gaming hates fucking everything. What game doesn't Gotcha Gaming hate? It's such a cesspool, dude. What do we do? What are we doing now? Guild Wars. We're gonna do some Guild Wars, boys. Bro, One Piece? Oh, dude. Been listening on the background, but enjoying the streams. Thanks, man. Thanks, dude. One Piece drama? I mean, there's not really One Piece drama, but the last chapter, the chapter that just came out, oh, D Jones gotta calm down, dude. You can't be dropping that, man. We lost Guild War already? Don't sweat it? What do you mean, dude? No way. Come on, you guys gotta be carrying me, right? We're up against the Architects. We're not getting wrecked that bad. What do you mean? I mean, kinda. Yeah, kinda, actually. Oh, it needs to be 2 weeks from now. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. We're going against the light E7. No, so just tank him down. Is this Lights Guild? Oh, it is Lights Guild. Oh my god, why are you guys inting so hard? Oh man. Better not lose. E7G's watching? The bro. E7G. SMH. I invented the crit chance neck, by the way. I would just like to point that out. I literally invented it. Nobody knew about crit chance neck being good until I came up with it. Until I came up with it, literally nobody knew. Oh yeah, it is Kana's guild. Yo, Mashu's in this? Of course, dude. Of course. That's why they get on all the stuff. That's why they get on all the stuff. Oh man, that's cheap, dude. SMH, man. SMH, dude. All right, let's record this. Yo, what up, boys? Welcome to the channel. I'm Shotgun Shogun. If you're new here, welcome. If you're not new here, welcome back. We're up against the Architects, and this is the Guild of Light E7, Kana, and Mashu. I would just like to point out that that's why they get all of the invites to everything. You know, because you know, Mashu favoritism. That's just what it is. We are going to be taking out Mashu for sure. Man, all of you guys like dropped like 1 to all these, so I gotta take out like all these people so that I can put them in the YouTube thumbnail and the YouTube title, so I can farm those clicks. Because, you know, I'll be like, oh, Shotgun Shogun versus the triple threats, Kana, Mashu, and Light E7. Let's fucking go, boys. Yeah, all right. That's what we're gonna do. Shit, what do I bring against this? I don't get defense broken. I bring Dilibet to this first one, right? Yeah. I bring Dilibet to this first one. I don't bring Hua Young because she's just gonna get debuffed and bombed. Let's bring Hand Guy. We're gonna bring Hand Guy. We're gonna bring Dilibet. And do we just bring we just bring LQC, right? Dilibet cuts. Hand Guy cleanses our LQC. And then we just dump on this Ravi, right? Like, I think that's just what we do there. This second one, oh man, this Rem's just gonna pop off, dude. This Rem's just gonna super pop off. But we're gonna bring our Hua Young, and we're gonna bring our Sea Lilius. Is that what we're gonna do? Is this what we do? Is this what we do? I think we just lose like half of our units on this second one because of Rem RNG. I think that's what we're gonna do. I think it'll be great. It'll be fantastic. Yeah, we probably don't outspeed his Sea Lilius, do we? Yeah, let's find out. We're gonna find out. It'll be fine. It'll be great. Yeah. All right, cool. Good deal. Does our Lilibet cut here? Okay, our Lilibet cuts. We got to reset this Caesarea. Nice sounds. Well, thank you. It's pretty quiet. Okay, cool. All right. We get rid of this. Caesarea doesn't matter. Oh, don't kill her. Do you kill her? You don't kill her. Fantastic. Okay. Nice. Nice. Yeah, no game sound. It's because I got sound on the background. Oh, you guys want game sound? Oh, we don't kill that? Oh, we kill everything else. All right, here, hold on. You guys want game sound? Okay, there we go. I guess we do this. All right, hold on, I gotta turn this down. Okay. Okay. All right, big dual attack. That's dead. Oh, bomb, come on. Yeah, I think we lose our LQC here. Oh my god, we don't lose our LQC here. What? That's insane. 137. That's just gear diff, baby. No, I don't care about effect chance. Okay. Hold on. Do I have to put up a barrier, right? Yeah. We put up this barrier with a oh, is she just dead? Never mind. Hand guy wins. Just pick hand guy. How lose? Yo, we outspeed, baby. Let's go. All right. We push this back. Okay, we don't. Well, we pushed it back. Oh no, she's gonna go forward. Hold on. No, here goes my buffs. Well, that's no good. Oh, okay, I don't care about her. Do I take out this? Yeah, I think I gotta take out this rem first, right? Like, I think I take out this rem. I think I... Yeah. We hit the rem. She counterattacks. She's dead. Easy life. We hit this. You just use Hua Young, dude. Oh, that's done. That's done. All right, poggers. Completely balanced unit. Just want to put that out there because I have it. Hua Young does not need any nerfs. Just kill water units. Just kill water units, dude. I'm a dirty Hua Young abuser. Is what it is, dude. Is what it is. It's easy. All right, we're gonna take Mashu next. Mostly because I think I'm just gonna lose everything to. Oh, dude, did Mashu give me dual shields? Come on, let's fucking go, baby. Dude, did Mashu double int to me? Bro, look at those. Oh my god, look at those shields, baby. Let's go. MVP 100%, dude. Thank you, Mashu, for the double int. Kamuji, thank you for the double int. Trase, thank you for the double int. Easy shields. Easiest shields of my life. Okay, so we're just gonna outspeed this first team. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100%, dude. But I actually don't want to take Hua Young into the first team because I kind of want to kill... No, you know what we do? We just kill this Celine. Oh, we can just kill this Celine with Remnant Violet, dude. Like, we just kill this Celine with Remnant Violet. And then we just use our Rimuru to dump on the Rem. Probably. Yeah, that's what we'll do. So we just bring Hua Young to this first team. What do I need here? Will you bring this so I can get at least vigor? Yeah, we'll get vigor. Do I need hand guy? I feel like I want hand guy. I don't think I need hand guy. I think we're gonna get countered by this Belian. Do I take Belian out first? I think we take out Belian first. See how much damage, because we're gonna I don't think we cut with hand guy. Yeah. I think we're good. I think we're Gucci. I think we're golden. I think we bring Amelia to the second team. No, because Amelia's not gonna go. She has Teaser and passive and Pierre. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, maybe we do bring Hua Young to the second team. Because Hua Young just instantly destroys this. We're gonna bring this Rylet to the first team. Do we do that? Am I doing something wrong by Hua Young? She has 6.6k attack and she still doesn't kill an A-Ravi unless she has attack buff. Mine's got 7200 attack. Let's see. What else do we what do we bring to this first team? I could bring that LQC again. I could go full offensive and bring the LQC. For the A-Ravi. The only problem is that if I don't have it, I mean, I'm gonna outspeed Mashu. Like I'm pretty sure without a doubt I outspeed Mashu. Let's bring Landy, SC Phyllis, and Rowana. True, we can do that. All right, let's do that. SC Phyllis. Yeah, it's gonna take a while though. The other problem too is I don't have immunity for Landy. I don't have dude, oh yeah. Last One Piece episode was chapter was crazy. Yeah. This is Mashu from Epic 7 Streams. Community manager Mashu. You know what? I haven't done Landy in a while. Let's just see like let's just do. I don't have Lionheart Sirmia because I don't believe in Lionheart Sirmia. It's not a unit that I think exists. Actually, do we Dilibet? Do we Dilibet here? Do we Dilibet Rimuru Hua Young here? Because I feel like we could. I think we'll be literally fine down here. Yeah, I think we'll be golden actually. Let's find out. I think we'll be okay. Oh, that's a really slow Belian, dude. That's a really slow Belian. Holy crap. Is this thing like 400 speed or something? Or 4 speed? 4K, yeah, I don't know who she's gonna go into, so I'm just gonna play this safe. Poor Phyllis. I like calling her Phyllis. Nothing wrong with being called Phyllis. Bro, I legitimately just straight lapped this this Belian. Come on. Mashu, like, is this on base gear? Of course, no strip. Yeah, what's wrong with Phyllis, man? Oh, there we go. Stella Harper, that's good. This is gonna be mad dual attacks, man. There's the counter. Elbrus. Oh, you meant for the second team? Oh, that sucks. I did it for the first team. I mean, it's working though. You know what? Actually, I don't want to care too much about her doing her thing. All right. I mean, I guess I could just kind of AFK here. What are my opinions on Lionheart Sirmia? I think that they missed the opportunity of having Chaos Sex Sirmia. That's my opinions on that. All right, Pog Barrier. We kill the Sea Lilius here. No, we kill the Belian too. Poggers. I don't think she. Oh wait, what are you doing, bro? Why did you hit that? Oh, is this gonna take a million years, bro? Dude, come on. Why did you hit my Landy, dude? Oh, dude. 1-star game. Come on, man. 1-star game, dude. Come on, man. Actual BS, dude. Oh, come on. Is it healer beforehand? Oh, and there she goes. She's dead. Dude, rigged, bro. Rigged, bro. Actually rigged game, dude. 100%. See, this is what it is, man. Like, this is global. That's because of the you know, I don't think I S3 here because I don't really want an AoE counter. Do I? You know what, we're gonna do it anyways. No, there's not a Chaos Sex Serbia, that's the problem. Okay, Pog, we didn't get it. We just kill this. It's dead. What? It's not dead. It has 139 hit points. Come on. Hold on. No, it's dead here. It's dead here before she gets immortality. Well, she can't get immortality because we reset her. Easy life. And then we kill this. Yeah, okay. All right. Yeah, miss 18,000 damage still. 18,000 through a miss. Yeah, that's a little bit of damage. All right, I blame chat for that loss and the fact that Mashi just has Smilegate ramp up his RNG. That's really really what it was. Let's be real. I mean, there's no other way around it. Like, that was 100% Mashi's fault, Smilegate's fault. We bring Politis here, right? Because I mean, I guarantee Light is going to outspeed me. Like, without a doubt here, right? And then we bring Apoc Ravi, and then we bring do we bring Hand Guy? Let's bring Hand Guy. We'll bring Hand Guy. Are you really gonna hit Light after Wildcat told the guild not to? Yeah, I am actually. Because I'm gonna do it for content. Yeah, everybody else can hit something else. Actually, are we actually like close to winning? Like, should I actually hit something else? Like, we're 30, they're 24, but they're 1,100 points up on us, man. We're not getting 1,100 points. We're not getting 1,100 points in 11 fights, are we? Yeah, maybe we got 11 attacks. Yeah, we could, right? Yeah, it's 120 each. Yeah, actually we should. Sorry, Light. Who else do we do? Justin Juicy. Justin Juicy. Yo, who is this? Isn't this Rico? Yeah, we're gonna do this one. We'll do this one. This one will be easy. Easy life. This first round is gonna just absolutely F me, dude. Like 100%. Like, without a doubt. There's gonna be so much RNG here that we're just gonna get absolutely justed. I'm gonna bring this Rylet though, and hope that I can one shot this thing. Did we get our Sea Lilius killed? We didn't get our Sea Lilius killed. Okay, so we're gonna bring a Sea Lilius so I can get vigor and attack buff on Rylet. So that'll be good. That'll be grand. Crow A Ravi Ruel is good against that. Yeah, but that's boring. Yeah, that's boring. We're gonna int and sprint, dude. We're gonna int and sprint, bro. What else do we bring to this? We don't bring Spectre Tenebria because our we'll just get 100% justed against that Ameru. Okay, so that team's good. Second team, actually, isn't this fine? Isn't this team setup fine? We just kill the Rem, and then our Hua Young just dumpsters all over the A Ravi. I feel like I need something else here. What else do we bring here? Yeah, let's bring Amelia. So we can at least have some sort of like heals. Actually, do we need mitigation? We need like some sort of mitigation here, so that I can kill this. So that I don't get just like absolutely justed by this Apoc Ravi. We could FCC. No, that probably wouldn't be that great. We could Crimson Arm and in here. But I don't think Crimson Arm would be super good either. Crimson Arm would be good light bait though, right? She would be pretty pog champ light bait. What else do we have? Oh, dude, we could bring Silverblade Araminta. She would be really good. Actually, I think Crimson Armin actually wouldn't be too terrible, because by the time, yeah, you know what? Yeah, we're gonna bring Crimson Armin. I think that'll be perfectly fine. We'll probably just straight up one shot this this Rem. Afterwards, we'll take out the C. Lilius, and then we'll work on the A Ravi. That's what we're gonna do. That's what we'll do. It'll be real easy. We outsped literally everybody here. We do. Oh, that's some. Oh, dude, we didn't get rid of the. We didn't get rid of the barrier. Did we kill this Rimuru? We're gonna try. Well, it's gonna be a lot of damage. I don't know if we one-shot this though. Oh, wow. Yeah, we do. Oh, yeah, we do. Let's fucking go, boys. That was a lot of damage. Please miss my Rowlet. Okay, you missed. Good. Good. Fantastic. Stellar. That didn't miss my Rowlet. We're gonna... Of course, that's a counterattack. Oof. That's a lot of damage into my Rowlet. Please don't counter again. Oh my god, dude. Bro, come on. That's fine. We'll bring him back. No, come on, dude. What is this? All right. Okay, we're bringing him back. He's coming back. We're bringing it back. It's like he never died. Fantastic. And she's just gone now. Yeah, it's cool. And now he's got Wind Rider buff. Yeah. That's cool. I was gonna do that anyways. Yeah, let's see how much damage we do this with Wind Rider buff. I mean, that's not a lot of damage, but that's also an FCC, so, you know, is what it is, right? Just living on a prayer right now with this Conqueror Lilius. 458. Literally, this is pretty much the easiest match of my life. I mean, she dies, but you know, what's it matter, really? You know, we won this one. Easy. Not even gonna soul burn, just dual attack for the disrespect. You know, perfectly planned dual attack. Yeah, I just wanted Rowlet to die. I just wanted Rowlet to die so that way they were just like, you know, off, right? They didn't know what they were doing. Okay, so we're going in on this Rem. Do we kill this Rem? No, we don't. How do we not kill this Rem? Okay, but our Reamer is going to pop forward. And then we kill the Rem. Yeah, we gotta kill the Rem. Super cute Guardian. Yeah, I'm not taking any chances, by the way. Oof. Oh, that's nice. There really wasn't a whole lot of damage there. Give me a provoke, Pog. I mean, these dual attacks do kind of suck. Let's be real. But that's a lot of health. Does she have? What does she have? She has her pushback next. We'll just hit this. Yeah, we'll just hit this. So she'll push back. Who? Okay, immune. Good. Light baiting. We just kill. I think we need to take care of the. I think we need to take care of this C. Lilius before she can give vigor back to the Aravi. Yeah, she's dead. How long until Aravi has her S3? Ooh, 1 turn. That's not going to be good. Oh, that's going to be no good. Okay. Oh, cause yeah, she's just gonna drop. Oh, who does she bring back though? Oof. Oh no, she doesn't do her S1. Hold on. Yo, no, this is perfect. Is it? Is it? Wait, hold on. Do I have? Oh, I don't have Rimuru S3 though. Oh no. Who does she go into? Give me a good buff here. Oh, anti-crit. Anti-crit work. Anti-crit work. Oh, it's not even going in on him. Oh, baby. Let's go, dude. Shield and 30%. 901 hit points. I wasn't even remotely scared. I wasn't even remotely scared for a second. Let's go, baby. Done. Easiest win of my life. Not even close. Not even close. Okay, everybody else has to hit those. So the next 11 fights, you guys just have to clean everything else up. You just got to clean everything else up or we lose, and it's your fault. So that was Shogun Versus. Thank you guys for sticking around. Take it easy. Peace. Yeah, dude. Hua Young is so stupid. Such a stupid unit, man. But I'm glad that I have her. That's why she's balanced, because I have that unit. Because I have... Yeah, look at that. Bookmarks. Easy. That's Mashu paying me back for the RNG on that one tower. On that one fight. Oh yeah, Shogun is recruiting Champ Plus, active in Discord. Just, join the Discord, send Frost a message. I really wish I did have like a set for my Hawaiian, like a 2-piece set. Right there. Guy, because I need to get rid of this neck and this. I really need to get rid of this purple chest. I really need to get rid of this purple chest. Yeah, people be like, bruh, why you have so much health, dude? Subscriber battles when? Probably tomorrow, actually. I didn't expect that video to take like 4.5 hours. I was gonna do mocks for subs, but we'll do that tomorrow because it's like 11:30. Why do I have so much crit chance? Because it's just on gear. Did my shit crash? All right, chat. Remind me if I haven't downloaded an emulator that's not LD player tomorrow. Just tell me to download an emulator that's not LD player tomorrow. Doesn't PenFet set work with her S3? No. If you miss the last... No. Her... she always has 100% pen. Even if you miss. She'll always have 100% pen on defense. There's no condition. And even if you miss like on a rem or something like that, it doesn't take away the 15% defense pen. Pen instead only works on her S1. Does pen set stack with Uberius? No. No, I mean, you only get 100% pen if you... No, you don't actually... You always have 100% pen. Yeah, there's no conditional on her defense. The only thing with the 6k HP difference is damage. Not an active Discord user. Well, I mean, you only need to be active for like when we do fights and when we do Ancient Inheritance. Like, I mean, you don't have to be in Discord like chatting all the time, you know, sending us pictures of your dogs and stuff like that, although I wouldn't mind that 100%. Just, you know, whenever we're doing fights and stuff. But yeah, no, like this chest has effectiveness. It's 6,667 difference. That was pen like Straz? No. Her S3 is just literally penetrates the target's defense. Are we going to be PvE next time? Well, yeah, because everybody didn't know what to do with PvE this time. Where even is that crit chance? Oh, it's down here. And that's because this is like the best. Yo, I'm just going to throw it out there, baby. Flat attack main stat. People be like, bruh, dude, nobody will ever use flat attack main stat rings, bro. Ever. Don't ever roll them. 19 speed, flat attack, 19 sub attack. Yeah. Yeah. I wish your S3 had a faster cooldown. I mean, I think it should just be every turn. Well, I think that would be balanced, actually. Look, I think that would be good and fair and balanced, actually. Yeah, but I put it on there for another character. I don't want to use this forever. I don't want to use this forever. This was on somebody else. Like, this is just temporary gear until I get a better attack percent main ring. You look at that, 195 flat attack with 14 speed. That's crazy, dude. It's crazy, man. Insane. I think I rolled everything that I could into flat attack that wasn't like gear that specifically was used for other stuff. Like, I'm not rolling, like, this is typically on an opener or cerise or something like that. Like, I need a better chest piece. Like, I'd like a better, like, I like immunity, honestly. But it is what it is right now. Like, you know, spare gear, actually. Yeah, unironically, this was like kind of spare gear. That's why it's broken set. Like, I could probably slow her down, put more defense on her. But I don't want to slow her down. I think 261 is really good. Like, 261, you're going to outspeed like most bruisers and tanks, except for that one crazy person. He runs like a 270 speed FCC just to like catch people off guard. I need to revisit my A-Ravi. Like, she's good for offense, but not very good for defense. Isn't defense better than immunity on her? I mean, probably. But I don't really have... do I have her imprinted? Oh, yeah, dude. She's triple S. Literally, the moment I saw her, I was like, yeah, I'm breaking my free-to-play streak for triple S on this. Like, yeah, 100%. Yeah, I definitely... immediately triple S'd her. Like, there wasn't a question in my mind that I would triple S this unit. Super hot kung fu braided redhead girl. I actually didn't really care what her kit was. I mean, I'm glad that her kit's disgusting. But yeah, I was gonna triple S this like right out the gate because she's super hot. That's like really the decision making process in my head a lot of the times. I'm like, is this unit like ridiculously hot? All right, let's go. Let's go, boys. But yeah, I had like a higher attack, slower build, but I just really didn't. I didn't really like it. I feel like if you have her slower, she's susceptible to a lot of things, right? She's susceptible to like F10 control. She's susceptible to, you know, I mean, obviously if you bring like hand guy, that's completely different, but hand guy's, you know, stupid busted. So you really can't just be like, bruh, oh, you're going to control my unit? Fucking hand guy. Like, that's the dumbest argument ever. Like, she is susceptible to Operator Cigarette. She's susceptible to things like Kisei. She's still susceptible to super fast Rimuru. I mean, because Rimuru is still going to do an extra 10k damage, potentially to her. Which, I mean, I see some of these, like, Hua Youngs got like 9k HP, and I'm like, bro, what are you trying to do? Get 100% damage on, like, you know, squishy units? Like, you really don't need that. I'm like, I would much rather my Hua Young actually live through stuff. Like, I would have lost that last match if my Hua Young didn't have 910 hit points or whatever it was. I mean, Hand Guy is just dumb. Hand Guy breaks the game. Like, there's a lot of stuff that Hand Guy just does. Hand Guy is overpowered. No, like 100%. Like, anytime somebody's like, oh, I just use, oh, your theoretical counter to this unit that I have? Yeah, I just use Hand Guy. I'm like, well, that's cheating. Pirate Flan is going to be bonkers with Caesarea art. Yeah, I think that would be really great, and if I had like a maxed out Caesarea artifact, but I don't. Like, Caesarea artifact needs to be like maxed out, right? Like, to be good. Yeah, 80% chance. Just bring Op Sig and he dies? Like, yeah, but how many people bring Op Sig, man? I need to rebuild. I need to build mine. Also, you can't ban her and you're not allowed to attack her. Well, yeah, that's true. That's 100% true. I completely agree with you. Yeah. I mean, just bring Op Sig and don't attack her and don't ban her. Yeah, I need to make like a Naz, I need you to like send me a picture of like a 290 Kisei, so I can build a 290 Kisei to just deal with everything. 290 Kisei that will also one shot a Hawaii Young. What does Hand Guy do? Just stands there being menacing? I mean, that's enough, actually. Build 290 Judge Kisei instead? Alright. Yeah, we can do that too. Yeah, we can do that. I can't do that. Like, all my speed... You know what? Actually, I might be able to. It wouldn't be good damage, actually. Like, it would not be good damage. Because my speed gear is like I don't have a whole lot of speed gear. I say that as I also have like, you know, I can make a 320 P area. But like my speed gear is kind of doo-doo, actually. Like my speed gear is good, but the stats are just like super fucking wonky. Like if I just go high speed, Hand Guys thing, this, that, you know, you already have that on, this, and speed, literally anything. Yeah, like I can make 320, but like, I mean, look at those stats, they're garbo. These stats are hot doo-doo. These stats are trash. Like, yeah, I can get this to 320, but like overall my speed is on like just super weird janky stuff. Like this is my fastest speed ring. Like this is my fastest neck. I mean, this is a super fucking good neck. Like 100%. Like this neck is actually insane. You know, this is my fastest helmet. It's on a resist. Sag, dude. You know. But like all of my speed gear is like, you know, here's like support speed gear. Except for that neck. So it's like if I'm like, man, you know what, I'm gonna try to like speed threat. It just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. Yeah, no, that neck's insane, dude. Yeah, no, the neck is probably the best piece of gear on my entire account. Like if I had to go with like what's your best piece of gear, is probably this. I mean, hands down. The only other thing is like I have a chest piece that's almost like perfect stats. Like it's 2 stats away from being like max rolled. Let's see, which one is it? It is it's a crit set. What's this one? This had like 1 HP and like 1 speed. Did I always have Wind Rider Rylet? No, I just did I just did Wind Rider Rylet recently. Gotta say that 5 times fast. I'm not going to. Like, this is literally like 1 HP and 1 speed away from being perfect rolls. I don't consider 5 speed perfect rolls because 5 speed is unrealistic. But like, this thing is disgusting. Like, a lot of times people will be like, wait, that doesn't look all that great, and then they're like, oh, 18% critical hit chance. I use Wind Rider on Rylet because I don't have Shepherd of Hollow at all. Yeah, I actually thought about spending a bunch of dust to get Misha maxed out, because like I didn't really realize how good this artifact is. Like, this is literally, this is like OP Ranger Draco Plate, dude. Like, this thing is super good, and I want to get it maxed out, but bro, I don't want to buy 5 copies of this. That'd be like all of my dust, dude. All of my dust would be gone. Yeah, it's like symbol Draco Plate, yeah. Like, I really want to max out a copy of that, but then again, at the same time, like, Rangers, I think, just benefit more from, like, Guiding Light. Unless you're trying to, like, do some sort of fast opener, like, Ranger, but... Yeah, plus new GG artifacts might be good. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm waiting for, man. Like, this Wednesday should actually be pretty sweet. Like, we're probably going to get a lot of information this Wednesday, and people are still going to be mad. They're still going to be mad that, like, it doesn't matter. But I feel like in like a lot of situations, Guiding Light is just too good to pass up. Yeah, I'm super curious about Jacko's kit as well. Like, I feel like Misha could probably be good on Briar Witch Assyria. I really like Briar Witch Assyria. I feel like, what is her rating at these days? Where do you see that at? Hero rating 2.3 stars, 2.3 points. 8 Ravi trash, still trash, but now she can be trash for 1 extra turn. That's a bronze take. That's a super bronze take, dude. S2 should counter all evasion units. All of them. Don't even think about it, bro. Just, you have evasion, it just counters it. It just goes through all evasion. Please rate her 1 point so that Smilegate will buff her again. Yeah, these ratings are so bad. Haha, they made a 6-minute video on why they won't buff her. Wait, what? Did they? Needs a bit more love. Buffs didn't do enough, still has identity crisis. 2 R's, rework or refund. Click like button to let Smilegate can see it. Okay. Still trash, but with immortality. Man, this sounds like a lot of skill problems here. It sounds like a whole lot of people with really bad gear. She's really tough to gear. Oh yeah, for sure. And it also depends on oh hey, that's Chime. Hey, what's up, Chimera? I mean, I think he left yeah, this dude's name is P Lover. Imagine you start playing a game and you're like, bro, you know what I want my name to be? P Lover. Hell yeah, dude. That's some E7G shit right there. Sorry, I reset her cooldown and she's dead weight. Literally like every unit in the game. Except for A-Ravi. Oh man, I reset your Caesarea? Ooh. Rip, dude. Oh, I reset your other unit? Oh, damn, that's crazy. Well, except for when people reset S10. It's very stat hungry compared to most of the units recently. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a player skill problem. And by that, I mean, they don't have good gear. I mean, that's just player skill problems. Just get relatable gear, dude. It sounds like Judge Kisei's OP and you should use her more. I actually should use her more. I gotta build a lot more units, dude. I gotta build a lot more units for these, like, for the World Cup mode, for these stacking bands. I gotta be able to pull, like, all kinds of stuff out of my ass. To be honest, E7 is much more about gear than the hero itself. Yeah. But you or YD can build 2-star much better than challengers and @5s. I mean, yeah, I've dumpstered people with Danger Doggo plenty of times. Yo, what's up, Sarah? I'm doing pretty good. Ranted for 4 hours. Did some Guild Wars. Every time I pick Judge Kisei, she gets banned. That's because they, that's because they know. Did I ever make my 4 Elbrus team yet? No, I haven't. We'll do that tomorrow, actually. We'll do that tomorrow. I gotta do mocks. I was gonna do a whole bunch of stuff tonight. But then I reacted to Car's video for 4 hours. 4.5 hours. So, you know, there's that. That was a lot of my time that I planned. Yeah, we're gonna do fight nights for subs. That'll be tomorrow. I'm gonna start in the afternoon. I'm gonna start probably like 3 o'clock Eastern. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna do mocks. And if you beat me, then I gift you a sub. And if you already have a sub like Frost, you can either gift it to a specific person or just the chat in general. But if I whoop your ass, then you have to sub to the channel, Prime and or regular. So get ready for a lot of free gift subs tomorrow. I don't think I can gift sub on YouTube though, which kind of sucks. So if you want to get a free gift sub, you'll have to be on Twitch. Because I don't think they put that in yet. Actually, hold on. Let me find out. Let me find out. Can I gift a sub? No. I know they were talking about it. Actually, I'll look it up. I'll Google it tomorrow and see if I can gift a channel membership. Maybe I'll just Vimo you $5. Now I was like, here's $5, dude. Oh yeah, thanks Frost. I'll install BlueStacks for tomorrow. Yeah, rip YouTube people. I know they were talking about it, but then like they kind of stopped. Like there was a lot of talk about like YouTube stuff. You should have just waited until tomorrow. You should have waited till tomorrow. You could have just won one. Maybe tomorrow afternoon while I'm like eating lunch, I'll put together my 4 Elbrus nights, and then I'll just bring it against people in mocks. I'll probably do that for a little while. I don't know what else we'll do tomorrow. I got some stuff planned. I got some stuff planned for tomorrow. We'll do some mocks. I want to do. I do want to do some mocks with the stacking band. Like I want to get into that. But I really like that mode. I like the idea of that mode because it forces you to play diverse. And maybe I'll see, because I was supposed to do Infinite Library yesterday, but my internet just decided that it wanted to just take a hot dump at 7 o'clock, like an hour before I was supposed to do the podcast. So I apologize for not doing the podcast yesterday. Maybe I'll call. Maybe I'll see if Call wants to do the podcast tomorrow, which actually would be interesting. Because I mean, I got some other stuff I can talk about now that I watched all that. Well, no, I wouldn't want to do the podcast and bring up too much KR drama stuff. Anyone know the power ups in Automation Tower? Can get more than 350 crit damage. No, I think it would go over 350 crit damage. Anything that's like outside of your stat page, overcaps crit damage. So like artifacts and stuff like that that don't automatically go onto your stat page should overcap. I would assume that Automation Tower buffs would also overcap because one, they're not a direct buff, because if you get crit damage buff in game, it won't overcap, but artifacts will overcap. So I would assume that like a third party buff that's just part of Automation Tower would increase your critical hit damage overcap. I would assume that it works that way. But there's not really a good way to test that. I mean, I guess you could, but maybe I'll try that. I'll try that. I'll just, because I use the same Automation Tower team over and over. Maybe one time I'll be like, man, okay, well, no, because you wouldn't even get it on the same, floor. So that'd be really fucking hard to test. But I would love to test that. You know what would happen is like some dude on Facebook at 3 a.m. would be like, bro, you're stupid. You're a clown. It doesn't overcap critical hit damage. And I'd be like, fuck, man. All right, I'm going to have to find out a way to do this. Yo, you know what I saw just the other day in a thread? I saw somebody bring up the fact that artifacts don't require effectiveness to work. And I'm like, man, imagine being in 2022 and still thinking that artifacts bypass effectiveness and effect resist. Like, that's been debunked so many times. I made videos about it. People still out here like, nah, man, Abyssal Crown just ignores effect resist. You don't even need effectiveness to proc Abyssal Crown. It's just going to ignore effect resist anyways. I mean, your artifact can still get, if it's like an Abyssal Crown, you can still get 15%ed. Yeah, on your Abyssal Crown. Because it doesn't bypass effectiveness checks. At all. These people, wow, man. Alright, anyways, it's like, yeah, it's almost midnight. Gotta put this video on to, I think people mix it up with proccing on a miss. Yeah, 100%, dude. I've never been 15%ed in my life. I don't think it exists. Well, that's true too. I mean, if you don't think it exists, then I mean, it doesn't. Like, if is 15% in the room with you? I don't think it is. Oh, who all do we have? You know what? I'm gonna send you guys over to pizza. Or fart pancakes. Send you fart pancakes. And I'm gonna go to sleep. That's what I'm gonna do. That is what I am going to do. And then I'll see you guys back tomorrow. Yeah, around like 3 p.m. Eastern, give or take. Never seen Batman and Shogun in the same room stream, meaning that I am Batman? Yeah, 100%. Yeah. How do you think I can afford so much XRP? It's because I'm a billionaire. Yeah, 100%, dude. Anyways, Twitch, I'll see you guys tomorrow. YouTube, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night. And take it easy. Peace.